A few days later, a caravan was driving on a wide road not far away from the Black Tulip's earldom. The caravan consisted of several long carriages that were made of a special kind of wood, each with 3 large white horses pulling them from the front. These horses were not ordinary animals, but special beasts that had been domesticated by the humans of this world, bred to possess not only extraordinary endurance, but also superb strength and intelligence. Each carriage was accompanied by a team of knights dressed in thick iron armor, who constantly scanned their surroundings as if they were searching for danger. Suddenly, the knight at the front of the caravan raised his hand, signaling the carriages behind him to a stop. Immediately, the other knights controlled the horses to stop running and gathered with their teammates to discuss. A few teams stayed near the caravan, while others held watch further away. What do you think the Lord is planning to do with these things? Keeping watch around a lit fireplace, a knight apprentice couldn't help but ask his companion, as the loud screams and words of begging reached his ears despite being so far away. He wasn't fazed. He knew that these sounds came from the items they were transporting, or rather, from the people inside the many carriages. Though this was not the first time that this knight apprentice had done this job, he still felt somewhat nauseous when he tried to imagine what the final fate of these people would be. Hearing his words and seeing the concern that was obvious on his face, his companion didn't try to comfort him. What else could he do with them? The women will either become concubines or be presented as gifts to other nobles, while the children will be sent to the mines to work, he said bluntly. His voice was cold, containing not even the slightest trace of warmth, as if he didn't regard the captured as real people, but as mere animals. Or rather, this person seemed to see these people as less than animals. His words made the original knight apprentice frown, but he didn't show much surprise. He had already asked several people before, and this was the most common answer he had received. Just when he was about to ask further, his companion suddenly got up and, after patting the accumulated dirt off his clothes, walked away. Keep watch. I'll be back right away. His faint voice echoed in the knight apprentice's ears, who immediately nodded his head to show that it was fine. Time slowly passed. The fire's orange tinge fell on the knight apprentice's face and made him even more uncomfortable, while the crying voices behind him continued coming. At first, he didn't notice anything wrong, but as time passed, he discovered something unusual. Normally, his companion should have returned long ago. Yet, even though more than half an hour had passed, he was nowhere to be seen. Thinking of this, the knight apprentice couldn't help but worry. Rising to his feet, he was about to follow his companion's footsteps and go check up on him, when he captured a faint movement from the corner of his vision. Before he could turn his head, though, a sharp, dark blade slashed straight through his neck, cutting his head off and causing it to fly away. The knight apprentice's eyes shone with confusion until his very death, not understanding how his companion and he had died. A few hours later, the many knights had gathered around the caravan once again and were ready to continue their journey. However, during the head count, they discovered that many people were missing. What happened? Where did they go? Don't they understand the importance of our mission? How dare they slack off at times like these? The knight at the front of the caravan scolded angrily, never expecting that his subordinates would let him down at such a critical moment. He waved his hand and was about to order a team to call the missing people over when he suddenly felt the ground beneath him tremble. An earthquake! He couldn't help but exclaim as he felt the trembling gradually increase. Captain, look, there's something over there. A discordant voice jolted him awake. Instinctively, he raised his head and turned in the direction that its owner was pointing to. Immediately, he discovered that a small number of black dots could be seen on the horizon. At first, the captain didn't understand what these dots represented, but as they grew closer, their true identity was fully revealed. It was a small team of knights on top of war horses, who were charging recklessly in their direction. This sight, coupled with the previous missing people, let the captain understand what was going on. Get to your positions. It's an enemy attack, he yelled at his subordinates, who rushed to get into a formation, ready to meet the charge. Shields were raised while spears and other long weapons extended through their gaps, used to stop the momentum of their enemies. The captain didn't choose to join them. He unsheathed the long sword on his waist with a flick of his hand and waited for the enemy knights to arrive. Having reached the peak of the knight apprentice rank, he was confident in his strength and his ability to deal with any danger. Time quickly went by. Before long, the marching enemy was practically next to the caravan, giving the captain a clearer look at their appearance. But he didn't care to investigate their identities at the moment. He didn't give the enemy knights the opportunity to charge head-on into his subordinates, but instead launched himself forward, wanting to curb some of their momentum. His main target was the red-haired woman at the front, whom the captain judged to be their leader. "Umph, a mere woman dares to play with swords and armor," he scoffed, contempt and disdain flashing in his eyes. Still, he neither underestimated her nor was he enamored by her beauty and let his guard down. Like an emotionless killer, he raised his sword and was about to slash forward, ready to cut his opponent in two. The red-haired woman seemed to sense his intentions as she turned her head and her crimson eyes fell on his figure. The moment they did, the captain couldn't help but freeze. He felt as if a sledgehammer had struck his head, causing his movements to pause for a split second. By the time he recovered, the woman had already appeared before him. In shock, the captain tried to raise his sword in order to defend, but it was already too late. The woman casually waved the iron sword she was holding, piercing through the gap of his armor and penetrating his heart with a single, extremely precise strike. "The captain is dead." A fearful cry sounded from behind as a few people along the formation noticed something wrong and wanted to flee. Unfortunately, before they could do so, the woman's figure flashed, and the sword in her hand began harvesting their lives. The rest of the attackers arrived and, facing the broken formation, assisted their leader in conducting the massacre. Blood, corpses, and the familiar disgusting smell. Sensing the atmosphere around her and watching the red blood drip off the cracked iron sword, Liora clicked her tongue and tossed it aside. Sure enough, ordinary weapons are not strong enough to contain my strength. Using shadow manipulation to construct weapons is still the most suitable method of attack for me, she analyzed while her eyes traced the scene surrounding her. By now, the knight apprentices of the Black Tulip family who had accompanied her were finished dealing with the aftermath of the battle, having moved the corpses away and taken stock of the weapons, armors, and other items that they had plundered. "Lord Liora, please come with me to check the things inside the carriages." A knight apprentice suddenly approached her and said, his voice mixed with fear and admiration. Following a nod of affirmation, he led Liora to the closest carriage. Being a devil, a creature born from evil and for evil, Liora's sense of the darkness of human emotions had always been keen. Therefore, the moment she stepped closer to the carriage, she sensed a huge amount of negative emotions. Hatred, fear, pain, bloodlust, and even lust. All kinds of emotions assaulted her mind, the former half belonging to the people inside the carriage and the latter half to the now-dead knights. Despite staying in the crucible for so long, a place representing chaos and destruction, Liora had seldom encountered such intense negative emotions before. Man is the cruelest animal. A sentence she had heard in her previous life inexplicably popped up in her mind as she stopped in front of the carriage. Motioning the Black Tulip member to step aside, Liora glanced at the iron chains that were wrapped around the door handles and reached out with her right hand. She didn't use her demonic energy to boost her strength, nor did she activate shadow manipulation to create a weapon. Instead, she urged the recently obtained life force within her body, controlling it to flow into her hand. Instantly, a tinge of black light covered her arm from the shoulder down, as Liora felt her physical strength increase a lot. Waving her hand forward, her palm struck directly at the metal chains, causing the entire carriage to tremble violently. At first, it seemed as if her attempt had been an absolute failure, but just a split second later, countless tiny cracks began forming all over the chain's surface. With a loud bang, they collapsed, turning into iron fragments and dropping to the ground. Liora watched this calmly, her expression remaining the same, not to mention doing such a thing with her current strength. Even when she had just been born and was still a little devil, she could do it with absolute ease. But life force is indeed completely different from demonic energy. Although demonic energy, as a high-level energy born from the demon world, is almost omnipotent, the improvement it brings in regards to physical strength is far weaker. Of course, this didn't mean that life force was stronger than demonic energy. If anything, it was the opposite. After all, Life force at the ranks of knight apprentices and true knights could only be used to boost one's physical strength, requiring one to become a great knight in order to cast the equivalent of devil abilities. Shaking her head, Liora pushed those thoughts aside. She didn't continue conducting experiments, knowing that this was neither the right time nor the right place. The faint sound of sobbing could still be heard. With the metal chain gone, there was no longer anything obstructing her. Liora easily reached for the two handles and pulled them back, opening the back door of the carriage and revealing its interior. Sure enough, she whispered as the sight before her perfectly matched the intelligence that Eleanor had somehow obtained. A large number of people could be seen within the carriage, with chains tied tightly around their limbs, restricting their freedom to the bare minimum. Most of these people were either sobbing or crying for help, while a few of them seemed to have understood their future fate, shrouding their faces in fear and despair. Even after the door opened, these people didn't pay any attention, as if they didn't believe that anyone could, or rather, would save them. Seeing this, Liora couldn't help but remember what she had seen in the underground prison of the City of Pain, where she had witnessed the torturer's hobby firsthand. Although it was a different place, a different time, and different people, these two scenes seemed to overlap. Still, Liora only briefly pondered this. She didn't feel emotional for long. After casting a final glance at the carriage, she turned to the knight apprentice behind her and ordered, "Call some knights over and help these people free themselves. Also, send a letter to Eleanor and ask what you should do with them." "Do as she deems fit," she said as her figure gradually faded away. In a vast room built exclusively out of stone slabs, a lone figure could be seen standing against the backdrop of darkness. The figure's hair and beard were half black and half white, while their eyes carried the weight of many vicissitudes. A set of clothes that could only be afforded by nobles adorned his body, while the sigil engraved on the left side of his chest betrayed his true identity. They were Baron Bloodshield, the younger brother of the late Earl, the uncle of Eleanor, and a famous true knight. The Baron's eyes reflected the only other item in the room besides him, a human-sized statue made of marble. Though it was clear that the statue depicted a humanoid creature, it was impossible to make out its true form. As if it had 1,000 faces and myriad forms, it sometimes looked like a beautiful young woman with a seductive smile, at other times like an aged man with a look of wisdom, and at other times, a ferocious, bloodthirsty devil. The Baron stared at this statue intently, with an expression of obsession and yearning, as if he were looking at the most gorgeous object in the world. Just then, though, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. The doors suddenly opened, letting the light outside dispel the darkness within, while a person stumbled into the room. "My lord, it's not good." Seated at the very center of a beautiful flat terrain, Liora's right hand moved elegantly as the paintbrush she was holding traced the canvas's colorful surface. The scene depicted in the painting perfectly matched her surroundings, giving the onlookers a sense of warmth and comfort. Just then, she captured a faint movement right above her. Her hand immediately paused. When she lifted her head, Liora discovered that the source, or rather sources, of that movement were two tiny white birds, whose wings gently flapped as they each soared in the opposite direction. Her crimson eyes narrowed for a brief moment, and her brows furrowed before they gradually relaxed. Returning to the painting, she added two white dots in the originally empty blue sky, finally completing her masterpiece. Then, she turned to the side and calmly waited. It didn't take long. The person she had been waiting for arrived only a couple of minutes later. "Lord," Alpha called out as she quickly approached Liora, with a letter held in her hands. "A letter has arrived from the Black Tulip Mansion. It's addressed to you." Liora was not surprised. The earlier sight had already let her know. She didn't reach out to pick up the letter, but instead motioned Alpha to open it and read it. Seeing this, Alpha did as told. Unsealing the letter, she took out the message that was hidden inside and began reading it. Soon, Liora had an understanding of what this letter was about. Just as she was expecting, the letter was sent by Eleanor, whose purpose was to report Baron Bloodshield's recent movements. According to Eleanor, the Baron seemed to have already learned about the raid on the caravan, and, furious, summoned a team of knight apprentices and set off. Though it was not explicitly stated in the letter, the Baron's target was clear. He wished to investigate what happened to the caravan and find the people responsible for the attack. This didn't go beyond Liora's expectations. Sooner or later, the Baron would learn about what had occurred, and he would face two clear options. He could either come out and investigate what had happened, or he could choose to ignore it and stay in his mansion. The chances of him choosing either option were basically 50-50. Thinking of this, Liora casually put the painting tools back and placed the painting away before turning to Alpha. Go and inform the Black Tulip Knights to get ready for battle. We'll set off in an hour, she ordered, her expression unreadable. A few hours later, an unfamiliar team of knights had arrived in a familiar location. They wore thick black armor with the insignia of a bloody shield, while they subconsciously protected the middle-aged man standing in the middle. Further away, a couple of scouts could be seen roaming around, leaning down from time to time and inspecting the earth. "My lord, we've found something," one of them suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention. "We've confirmed that this is indeed the place where the caravan was raided. Although the culprit has cleaned up the blood and moved away the debris, a few traces of the battle still remain," the person said as he pointed at the small cut on the ground that seemed to be the result of a sword slash. Even though it is hard to know the strength or number of enemies, it's basically certain that their leader should have been a true knight. Just like the advisors expected, the scout added, fearfully examining the Baron from the corner of his eye. He was afraid that his words would send him into a wave of fury, and he would have to suffer the results of the rage. Fortunately, Baron Bloodshield's reaction was much less intense than he had predicted. He merely glanced at the battle traces indifferently before raising his head and staring at the horizon. It seemed that he had discovered something far more important there. As the scout followed the direction he was looking in, he immediately understood why. Unbeknownst to them, a team of knights had appeared not far away, retaining the shape of a formation as if they were ready to charge at them at any moment. "Who are you? When did my Bloodshield family offend you?" The Baron stepped forward and questioned, his eyes staring at the leading enemy knight. With his intelligence, he understood that this team of knights must be the people who had attacked the caravan earlier, and now they were targeting him too. Apprehension flickered in his eyes as he stared straight at the leading female knight and cautiously approached her. "I don't know why your excellency is choosing to become my enemy. If I've somehow offended you, I'm willing to make amends," the Baron spoke as a flattering smile crept up his face. "If you're willing to forgive me, I'm willing to handsomely reward you. I've raised a pack of twilight wolves in my mansion. I'm willing to offer them as a gift to make amends." Just when the Baron's subordinates began to feel embarrassed by his cowardly behavior, the Baron's expression changed dramatically. The apprehension in his eyes vanished in an instant, while the flattering smile on his face was wiped out, replaced by utmost seriousness. He reached for his sword with a swift movement and, after imbuing his life force into his right arm, swung it forward with all his strength. This sneak attack didn't only target the female knight, but also the horse she was riding on. At best, he could kill her with a single blow. At worst, he could throw her off and break her rhythm, gaining an advantage in the upcoming battle. The Baron's movements seemed complicated, but he actually performed them with extreme speed and precision. It was as if he had practiced them countless times before and had long been familiar with performing sneak attacks. Instantly, the sword arrived before the horse's neck, which, although of a special breed and possessing the strength of an ordinary knight apprentice, was unable to put up any resistance. The sword cut straight through it and continued rushing toward Liora, its speed and power increasing rather than decreasing. Though Baron Bloodshield's actions were sudden and went against his earlier behavior, they didn't really catch Liora off guard. Her previous experiences had taught her never to underestimate anyone, especially people whose status and strength were extraordinary. Therefore, facing the sudden attack, she instantly reacted. She didn't choose to face the blow head-on, but rather pushed her feet against the stirrups on either side, launching herself backwards. Her body did a flip while in the air before she landed gently on the ground, and, with a twist of her wrist, made a move to unsheath her supposed sword. Secretly, she activated shadow manipulation, creating a sword of darkness within the sheath and taking it out. Clutching its handle, she instinctively raised it before her chest and braced herself for the following impact. Indeed, only a split second later, Baron Bloodshield's figure flashed beside her and slashed with his sword once more. Although Liora's quick reaction had indeed surprised the Baron, His goal had already been achieved. He had set the rhythm for the following battle, gaining an advantage over his opponent. The two swords met. With a clang, a burst of sparks was created upon the point of collision, as the Baron's momentum forced Liora to step back. Taking advantage of her state, the Baron's onslaught continued. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves, bringing devastation to the land around them. Dozens of trees were uprooted while deep craters were created along their path, evidence of the power that the pair possessed. A couple of unlucky knight apprentices happened to be on their way unintentionally, instantly turning into an unrecognizable mess of flesh and blood. Witnessing the battle between the two ferocious true knights, the knight apprentices realized the gap between them. Knowing that they could not afford to interfere in their battle, they cautiously opened up some distance. Then, they chose an opponent from the enemy team and, following their respective leaders, engaged in bloody battle. Neither party in the heart of the battlefield cared about their subordinates' actions. Both Liora and the Baron were fully focused, seemingly only having each other's figures in their eyes. According to the information spread in the Iron Armor Empire, Baron Bloodshield is quite weak among true knights. It's rumored that he only managed to advance because of the late Earl's endless support. But now, it seems that these rumors were all wrong. Everyone has underestimated this person. Liora analyzed as she parried one more of the Baron's offensive moves. During their confrontation, she had already estimated the Baron's strength, and the result surprised her. Unlike what everyone thought, Baron Bloodshield was not only not a weakling, but was actually fairly strong. Judging from his strength, he should have long reached the peak of the true knight rank and, with a single opportunity, could advance even further and become a great knight. Great knight. This was a rank that only a few select people could reach within the Iron Armor Empire, and even Earl Black Tulip was not one of them. If I were to go all out, I should be able to overpower him, but it's rare to meet such a suitable sparring partner. Moreover, Liora glanced at the side unintentionally before continuing her battle. Since she was only using her true knight strength and didn't activate any of her devil abilities, Liora found herself at a massive disadvantage. Not only because the Baron was more powerful, but also because he was far more familiar with the use of life force. Each time he struck, he would only use the bare minimum amount of life force required before dispersing it. This was the condensation of his many years of experience, giving him outstanding control over his own life force. Faced with the flurry of attacks, Liora didn't show any worry. Instead, she felt faintly excited. The Baron's movements fell into her eyes and were quickly analyzed before being integrated into her own combat method. Slowly, the rhythm of the battle began to change. When the fight between the two first started, Liora was at a complete disadvantage. Yet, as more and more of the Baron's movements were analyzed and integrated into her arsenal, the gap between them quickly narrowed. By the end, Liora's use of life force even surpassed that of the Baron, giving her the chance to faintly suppress him. As her opponent and sparring partner, Baron Bloodshield keenly sensed the changes taking place in Liora. Although he was shocked to find himself on the weaker side all of a sudden, he didn't believe that Liora had improved so quickly on the spot. Or rather, he wasn't willing to believe it. Secretly, the Baron thought that Liora must have been hiding her true strength and only gradually revealed her combat power. Though he couldn't understand why she would do such a meaningless thing, it was the only explanation that he could find. The two remained silent, each with their own thoughts and plans, but time didn't stop to wait for them. The battle continued. A burst of black light coiled around Liora's arm and boosted her strength as she launched another attack. Faced with it, the Baron could only hastily defend. Yet, the moment before the two swords collided, Liora flicked her wrist and abruptly changed the trajectory of her slash. In an unexpected turn of events, her sword completely bypassed the Baron's defense and struck directly at his torso. The metal armor that was protecting him could not provide him much defense. It was instantly pierced, only earning him a split second during which he took half a step back. Still, the shadowy sword scraped against Baron Bloodshield's abdomen, leaving behind a large, bloody gash. The Baron's eyes shrank. For the first time since the start of the battle, he had actually suffered an injury, and a pretty severe injury at that. This meant that the balance of victory had shifted, and it was only going to get worse from this moment on. Thinking of this, He glanced at Liora fearfully before opening his mouth to speak. "What are you waiting for? When are you going to take action?" Before the Baron's thunderous voice could finish, Liora sensed a dark blade appearing behind her and striking at her head. Instinctively, she adjusted her posture and raised her sword, ready to defend against the assassin. Yet, the moment she completed this action, another blade flashed. Equally dark and equally dangerous, it lunged forward like a menacing snake, aiming at the left side of her chest, at her heart. The wind rustled. Two pairs of bloodthirsty eyes were staring intently at the fight between the two true knights, constantly sizing up Liora and brushing their fingers against the daggers on their waists. They remained silent and motionless, like a hunter that was examining their prey and waiting for an opportunity to strike. But suddenly, their expressions changed. "What are you waiting for? When are you going to take action?" A loud cry came out of Baron Bloodshield's mouth, causing a barrage of swear words to arise in the assassins' minds. As trained assassins, they understood very well that the best moment to attack was when the target had relaxed their guard. Therefore, they had been waiting for Liora to gain an advantage in the battle and lose her cool, or at the very least, become exhausted. Unfortunately, the Baron's words had removed their cover, ultimately destroying their plans and making their previous efforts worthless. Still, recalling the commands of their superiors, ordering them to assist the Baron no matter what, they could only curse secretly. Knowing that now was the best time to strike, they both launched themselves forward, not giving the female knight any opportunity to react. Though they didn't speak, their actions were coordinated. One attacked from the back, attracting the target's attention, while the other one struck the moment the target adjusted their body, rendering them unable to defend. The latter assassin's eyes shone with excitement as he watched the dagger approach the powerless enemy. From the Baron's shout to the sudden assassination, less than a split second had passed. Thus, even Liora found it difficult to react in time. A chill ran down her spine as her intuition warned her of danger, telling her that the current situation was deadly. If she were not cautious, she could very well die despite her current strength. This didn't make her panic, though. Hadn't she been hiding her strength all this time just to lead the hidden people out? Though she never expected that there would be two hidden assassins, her goal had been half achieved. A glint flashed in her crimson eyes as she raised the sword and defended against the first dagger, the one aiming directly at her head. The moment they collided, she instantly felt the dagger's momentum. A true knight, Liora judged while feeling the remaining force coursing through her body. She didn't release that force, but let it guide her, using it as a way to twist her body. But just when she was halfway through this readjustment, the sound of torn flesh reached her ears, accompanied by a sharp, menacing pain. The second dagger had arrived. Although her earlier movements had prevented it from striking directly at her heart, it had still pierced her left shoulder, tearing through her skin and penetrating her now exposed bones. A dark life force accompanied the blow and drilled into her body, trying to make the injury even more severe. Success! The assassin's eyes shone as he witnessed the result of his achievements. Though he had failed to kill the target with a single strike, he had at least managed to seriously injure them. With his companions, the Baron, and he cooperating, dealing with a severely wounded enemy should be quite easy. Or at least, that's what the assassin thought. Unfortunately for him, Liora was not an ordinary true knight. The moment the two hidden enemies showed up, she stopped hiding her abilities. Without her suppression, the myriad devil's body activated on its own. Blood resonance and renewal, enhanced by her shroud form, worked together, doing their best to help her recover. Her flesh squirmed eerily. The blood that had flowed out began turning back, as if time itself was being distorted. A crimson light flashed across the open wound and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into newly grown flesh, attaching seamlessly between her own. Feeling her injuries recover rapidly, Liora didn't stay still. While her enemies were still caught in excitement because of the previous success, she stretched her hand out. A black light shone brilliantly within her palm, which soon materialized into a golden spear surrounded by sinister, bloody flames. For the first time since her arrival in this world, Liora activated an ability other than shadow manipulation, Spear of the Blighted Sun. The skin in her palm tingled as if she were holding something spiky, but Liora ignored the strange sensation. As the spear's holy light shone on her face, She clutched its handle tightly with her 2 hands and thrust it to the side, where the stunned assassin was currently standing. Faced with the target's sudden outburst, the assassin was astonished. He didn't understand how the target's injuries had vanished, and most importantly, he didn't understand how they had created a spear out of thin air. In their understanding, this was an ability that only great knights possessed. However, when the spear's holy light was reflected in his dark eyes, the assassin seemed to have understood. A member of the Holy Church. She must be a member of the Holy Church, he screamed in his head, as his instincts urged him to move, to dodge the incoming blow. Unfortunately, what he was facing at the moment was his natural enemy. Although his mind screamed at him to run, the dark life force within his body had frozen, like a mouse meeting a cat. Helpless, the assassin could only watch as the spear of the blighted sun grew closer, until finally, it pierced his abdomen. The demonic flames covering the spear surged and rushed towards its tip, soon engulfing his entire body in a sea of fire. The true knight assassin was not even able to let out a painful scream, as his body was instantly transformed into scattered ashes. Watching this scene indifferently, Liora waved the spear casually, preventing the ashes from getting closer to her by fanning them away. Then, she turned her head toward the other assassin. With a calm expression, she thrust the spear forward once again, like a ruthless judge who was delivering punishment. Or rather, a judge who was sending people to their death. Having stopped suppressing her own power, and having begun using her devil abilities and demonic energy, Liora was easily able to deal with the remaining enemies. With her combat experience, control over her body, and Spear of the Blighted Sun, an ability that specifically targeted everything evil, ordinary true knights could never be her opponents. Facing the stunned assassin, who had yet to recover from the previous sequence of events, she nailed him to the ground with a single blow, turning him into ashes and sending him to accompany his companion in the afterlife. Then, she turned toward the Baron, and the muscles of her arms tensed as her hands fiddled with the spear, and she looked ready to strike once again. Meeting her gaze, Baron Bloodshield's mind froze. The sight of his allies dying so quickly and gruesomely had more than shocked him, making Liora look like a menacing beast in his eyes. With no hesitation, he turned around and seemed ready to flee. But his movements were easily predictable. The next moment, Liora flashed beside him and waved the spear, targeting neither his head nor torso, but his right leg. Though her actions were casual, the Baron had also practiced a darkness-related knight technique just like the assassins before him. Thus, the moment the spear touched him, his leg was easily severed in two, like a thin piece of paper. The demonic flames raged and pounced forward like hungry beasts, wanting to completely devour his very existence. But just in time, Liora tightened her grip on the Spear of the Blighted Sun, restraining its flames. To her, Baron Bloodshield was far more valuable alive than dead. Thinking of this, she lowered her head and glanced at the Baron, who had collapsed to the ground and was trying to crawl away. Then, she raised her right foot before striking the earth with it. Instantly, the shadows in the surroundings followed her command and rushed toward the Baron like sinister evil spirits, covering the entirety of his body and encasing him in a thick layer of darkness. Sensing the fluctuations of his aura grow weaker and confirming that the Baron had fallen unconscious, Liora lifted her head and inspected her surroundings. Even though it had been fierce and dangerous, her battle with the Baron and the assassins had not lasted for long. The battles of the Knight Apprentices were still raging not far away. Both the Black Tulip members and the Baron's subordinates were engaged in a fierce battle, neither party knowing that the battle of their leaders had finally come to an end. Seeing this, Liora didn't rush over. A familiar dark bow appeared in one of her hands as an arrow materialized in the other, which she carefully placed on the bowstring. With a tug of her wrist, the arrow soon soared into the sky. Continuous banging sounds and painful cries followed as, very soon, the sky turned into a sea of arrows. Liora didn't partake in the cleaning of the battlefield. Carrying the unconscious Baron, she found a relatively empty space and tossed him to the ground before taking her seat on a nearby raised rock. Glancing at the Baron, whose body was sprawled across the ground, she didn't get up, but instead opened her mouth and spoke. "Are you going to pretend to be unconscious for long?" she asked, her cold voice echoing throughout the empty field. Yet, her words received no response, as if she had made a mistake and was simply embarrassing herself. Seeing this, Liora shook her head lightly. With faint regret in her voice, she continued, "A comatose person is of no value to me. If that's so, please go and die." While she was speaking, the spear of the blighted sun materialized in her right hand. As if she were holding a javelin, she brought it on her shoulder and looked ready to throw it down. The air in the field froze. Boundless murderous intent emanated from Liora, and the temperature around her plummeted, as if the world itself was responding to her emotions. Cough, cough. An awkward, rough voice broke the awkward atmosphere. The body of the Baron twitched and, as if he had been revived, he struggled to turn over and came face to face with Liora. His expression was dark, not only because of the seriousness of the situation, but also because his right leg was missing. If he did not receive help in time, he would be disabled for the rest of his life. Still, he forced himself to remain calm, displaying the abilities that he had forged over the past several decades. "You can't kill me." He took a deep breath and stated, "You must have noticed that the two assassins are members of the Necronomicon sect. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to destroy all the evidence. Sooner or later, the sect will find out about their disappearance and will try to avenge them." "You need me alive," the Baron said with feigned certainty. His words were plain, but if any citizen of the Iron Armor Empire were to hear them, they would be astonished. The Baron, a renowned member of nobility and the younger brother of Earl Tulip, had actually allied himself with the fanatics of the Necronomicon sect. Although Liora had only recently arrived in this world, the memories of her past life had told her that knowledge was power. Thus, one of the very first things she did was to learn information about this world and its overall history. As such, she had a deep understanding of the sect that the Baron had just mentioned, the Necronomicon sect. In the Iron Armor Empire, the force that wields the most power is obviously the royal family. It not only possesses the combat power of several great knights, but also has an extensive network of subordinate forces and allies. Still, it's impossible for the royal family to control everything. Over the past century, two new forces have emerged: the Holy Church and the Necronomicon sect. The Holy Church was a force that claimed to have received the gift of the gods, possessing the power of holy light and being the sworn enemy of everything they considered evil. On the other hand, the Necronomicon sect was the opposite. Its doctrine was neither grand nor complicated. In fact, it was fairly simple. All of the sect's members had to do everything in their power in order to enhance their strength. The quicker a member became stronger, the more they would be rewarded by their superiors. The method they used to obtain that strength didn't actually matter. Whether it was through hard work or by slaughtering hundreds of cities, they were both the same. Exactly because of that, the Necronomicon sect had earned a notorious reputation. Even though both this sect and the Holy Church had been renounced by the royal family as heretical cults and should have been treated the same, most of the people's hatred was focused on the former. After all, the actions of the Necronomicon sect's members were truly heinous and reprehensible. Liora was merely thinking, but the Baron took her silence as a silent agreement to his earlier words. Seeing this, he didn't lose his composure and become overly confident. Instead, his voice softened. "I understand that you may hold some preconceived notions about the Necronomicon sect. To be honest with you, I also despise them. I became their ally because I was following the orders of my elder brother. My goal is to become an undercover agent so that I can report their actions to the royal family. So, you don't have to worry. As long as I'm alive, the damned cultists will never find out what happened." Baron Bloodshield's tone was sincere, and the mix of hatred and disgust on his face seemed to confirm his words. He truly seemed like a martyr who had sacrificed the best years of his life and potentially his reputation, only hoping to one day punish evil and deliver justice. Just then, though, a deep crimson light flashed in the Baron's eyes. With a quick movement, he reached into his clothes and took out a small stone statue. An expression of yearning flashed across his face as he took a look at it, but he quickly shook his head to break out of it. Then he pushed his hands against the earth and launched himself forward, holding the statue and lunging at Liora with his remaining power. "We shall shatter our mortal cage," his crazed voice echoed in the field, full of obsession, passion, as well as a very well-disguised hint of relief. Originally, The earlier battle and the severe injury should have long exhausted Baron Bloodshield's life force. Yet, the moment his hands touched the stone statue, a newfound strength surged within him. Life force flowed out of the statue and entered his body before it began coursing through him, boiling like scorched magma. The Baron's dark eyes shone with a crimson light, as a fanatical expression crept up onto his face, carrying a yearning for destruction as well as hope for freedom. With no hesitation, he lunged at Liora and urged his life force, not to launch an attack, but to detonate it. His muscles tensed, and his body began elongating, making him look like a balloon that was about to burst. His aura fluctuated, and the world around him froze, as if it were bracing itself for the upcoming impact. Just then, though, the sound of something sharp piercing through the air echoed. Liora, who had remained silent and motionless for a long time, finally moved. The demonic flames around the spear of the blighted sun surged, betraying her inner emotions, as she thrust the spear forward once again. Though the Baron's outburst was sudden and inexplicable, she had long expected something like this to happen. Thus, before the Baron's body could completely explode, the spear had already arrived between his eyebrows. Then, with a gentle push, it penetrated straight through his forehead. A tiny hole instantly formed as the crimson light in Baron Bloodshield's eyes gradually vanished. Still, the manic expression remained engraved on his face. Until he took his final breath, that expression was still there, as if it had been etched onto his visage. Watching the Baron die, Liora's eyes didn't show the slightest ripple. Though she had originally planned to keep him alive for some time, she wouldn't feel too disappointed if it didn't happen. After all, plans were just that, plans. Still, Liora didn't allow the demonic flames to devour the Baron's remains. After she suppressed them, she casually waved her hand and wrapped the corpse with her demonic energy, placing it on the side. Then, her expression became solemn. Lowering her head, she stared at the last object in the entire field, the stone statue that had been the source of the Baron's changes. She didn't rush forward to pick it up, but instead examined it carefully from a distance. Soon, she discovered a somewhat familiar aura emanating from it, causing her eyes to narrow slightly. Since the very first moment that Liora left the Black Tulip Earldom, her actions had been carefully considered. The raid on the slave caravan was not a random act of hers, but a way to lure the Baron out of his base. In her opinion, facing the caravan's sudden disappearance, Baron Bloodshield would most likely be forced to come out and personally investigate the cause behind it. After all, if the fact that innocent citizens were captured and brought to his fiefdom spread, his reputation would take a nosedive. It would be fine if this only resulted in him facing the people's scorn. But if the kidnapping of a large number of people was further investigated and traced back to him, it would surely alarm the royal family, placing him in danger. Of course, it was impossible for Liora to be 100% certain that her plan would work. If it didn't, she could only choose the second best option, to personally visit the Baron's mansion and sneakily assassinate him. Fortunately, although there were some complications and unexpected events in the middle, everything worked out just fine. Liora thought silently as she walked through the city streets. Hearing the large number of overlapping voices, the shouts of peddlers, the joyful calls of children, and the voices of angry drunkards, and feeling the lively atmosphere surrounding her, Liora couldn't help but let out a sigh. It had been a long time since she last visited a human city. The familiar smells and sounds assaulted her senses, giving her a completely different feeling. Though she had visited hundreds of cities over the past year, the atmosphere of those cities was ultimately different. Not only because they were located in the Crucible, but also because their residents were grotesque, bloodthirsty monsters rather than people. Liora didn't feel emotional for long. Even though she was deep in thought, her movements didn't pause. With brisk steps, she navigated through the city's complicated streets and, before long, arrived at her destination. It was a huge castle-like manor, resembling those that one would only see in movies set in medieval times. Its structure was intricate, with a high stone wall protecting the buildings inside. A watchtower could be seen every 100 meters or so, with large crossbows peeking out of its gaps. At first glance, the manor looked absolutely impenetrable, like an iron fortress that would never fall. Yet, Liora instantly noticed a faint disharmony in the air. The The source of that disharmony was fairly clear, a complete lack of sound. As the manor of Baron Bloodshield, the many buildings before her should be filled with people, whether it was guards, maids, or servants. Yet, the manor was now shrouded in silence, devoid of any signs of life. It seems that everything went well at this front too, Liora whispered. Her gaze fell on the bloody shield insignia inscribed above the manor's only entrance, and she slowly walked forward. Even when she arrived before the gate and pushed it open, no one came to stop her or ask her what she was doing, as if she were visiting a ghost town. It was only when she reached the other side of the stone walls that she finally saw a living person. Or rather, a living puppet. Lord, Alpha called out softly. Without waiting for Liora to respond, she began giving a report. I've followed your instructions and cleared out the entire mansion. All the guards and members of the Bloodshield family have been dealt with, she said. That's right. While Liora was busy fighting against the Baron and the assassins, Alpha had not been idle. Under Liora's instructions, she had secretly arrived at the capital of the Bloodshield fiefdom and raided the enemy's base. Although she had faced a large number of enemies during her attack, some of whom were knight apprentices, Alpha had succeeded. I've already gone through the manor and gathered everything of value. Though most of the items discovered are worthless, there are still some that should be of great help to the Lord, Alpha continued. Then, she paused for a brief moment before adding, however, there is a place that requires the Lord to investigate. I tried to do so myself, but I sensed that I would be facing grave danger if I were to step inside. Her words were quite surprising. Even though Alpha's powers had also been partially sealed, she could still exert strength equivalent to a true knight. With her combat experience and unusual abilities, she would be able to briefly resist even if she were facing a great knight. For something to make her feel danger, it had to be something extremely powerful or, at the very least, something strange. Thinking of this and recalling the statue she obtained not long ago, a barely noticeable glint flashed in Liora's eyes. She didn't hesitate for long and motioned for Alpha to lead the way. Come on, take me there, she ordered. Soon, the figures of the two women disappeared, fading deeper into the manor. Liora followed Alpha deeper into the manor, soon entering its main building. Since Alpha had already dealt with every possible threat, no one came forward to stop the pair. Even as the two went down a long spiral staircase and arrived before a room, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. This is the place. I was originally planning to break in, but my intuition warned me of danger as soon as that thought arose. I can be certain that I will die the very moment I trespass into this room. This holds true despite my relative immortality, Alpha explained to Liora as her index finger pointed at the metal door securing the room. Liora didn't respond immediately. She closed her eyes and controlled her senses to spread outward, probing into the room. Unfortunately, her attempt ultimately resulted in failure. With my advancement to a true knight, both Spear of the Blighted Sun and Void Whisper have been unsealed. There should only be a few things in this world that can interfere with my investigation, Liora thought, and her analysis confirmed Alpha's previous worries. She could be certain that there was indeed something unusual hidden within the room. Thinking this, she didn't rush to enter. Instead, she turned to Alpha and was about to gesture for her to step aside. But just when she raised her hand, she suddenly changed her mind. She felt that stepping aside might not be enough. You should leave and find a place to hide. Preferably, out of the manor, she instructed. Though her words surprised Alpha, she didn't voice her inner thoughts. She cast a faint glance at Liora and seemed to want to say something. But in the end, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Lord, be careful. Her indifferent voice echoed as her figure gradually faded away. Soon, Liora was the only person left in the long corridor. After she summoned the system and confirmed that the earlier battle had helped her recover some evolution points, which she could consume to further unseal her power, she stopped hesitating. With a stretch of her hand, she reached for the door's handle and lightly twisted it. Originally, Liora believed that it was impossible for a secret room secured by a thick metal door to be unprotected. Yet, the moment she touched the handle, she discovered that the door was unlocked. Effortlessly, a click sounded, and, following a gentle push, the door swung open. The absolute darkness inside parted sideways as the outside light seeped in, as if it were inviting Liora to enter. Of course, Liora would not be scared by such a scene. With no hesitation, she stepped inside. Her crimson eyes shone as they dispelled the darkness, allowing her to peek into the room and examine her surroundings. Almost empty, these were the words that could best describe the room. Apart from a single standing object, the entirety of the room had nothing noteworthy. But Liora didn't have the time to care about this. The moment she stepped into the room, her eyes focused on the stone statue erected at its very center. Under her gaze, the statue seemed to lack a material form. Sometimes it looked like an ordinary human, others like a crazy beast, and at other times a bloodthirsty devil. Its appearance and structure changed with every passing second, seemingly ever-changing and formless. Or at the very least, that was what Liora witnessed at first. But when she urged her demonic energy and life force, all these illusions were instantly broken. The stone statue's mysteriousness disappeared as it gradually set into the image of a middle-aged man. The man had short hair of unknown color and a well-trimmed beard, and emanated an aura of kindness, generosity, and, above all, warmth. Liora could be certain that anyone who gazed upon him would immediately develop a subconscious trust in him, the kind that a child would hold towards a kind elder. But Liora was not fooled by the statue's appearance. The moment the illusion burst and its true form was revealed, Liora sensed an extremely familiar aura, an aura that she had also discovered on the small statue that Baron Bloodshield was carrying. Demonic energy, Liora whispered. Although she had already expected it, it took a lot of effort for her to keep her composure. After all, the appearance of demonic energy meant that there was at least another devil that had descended to this world. Moreover, unlike her, who had been lucky to obtain the mysterious blood, other lesser devils had no way of traveling through the heavens. Therefore, the devil that had succeeded in getting to this world had to be at least a true devil. Of course, Liora had no way of knowing whether the time of their descent was now or in the distant ancient past, but she could make an educated guess. Based on this statue, this person should have descended a long time ago, Liora judged. She didn't think so because of the traces of decay on the stone statue, but because she had noticed another familiar energy besides the demonic one. Faith. Liora's eyes fell on the invisible white mist enveloping the statue. Other people might not have recognized it, but she could, because she had seen it before. It was during her battle against the blasphemer. At that time, the blasphemer had used the faith and will of his subjects to construct another space, where he had trapped her for quite some time. Although a lot of time had passed, the memories of that battle were still fresh in her mind. She knew that if she had not been cautious and made ample preparations, it would have been difficult for her to defeat him. And, from what she knew, the blasphemer's main source of power was the white mist she was currently seeing, faith. Was this statue left behind by that devil? Is their goal to collect faith? Liora pondered. According to her inherited memories, faith could be used in a variety of ways. However, despite its seemingly omnipotent power, few strong people actually made use of it. The reason was perfectly clear. Using faith to obtain power was bound to affect its user sooner or later. It was exactly by taking advantage of this drawback that Liora had managed to restrain the blasphemer. If she, a young devil at the time, could find a way to exploit this weakness, other, stronger, devils could do it too. Shaking her head, Liora pushed those thoughts aside and returned to reality. While remaining alert, she reached into her clothes and took a small orb from inside. The orb was golden and shone with the brilliance of a rainbow, while a small, almost unnoticeable crack could be seen across its surface. If the blasphemer were here, he would immediately recognize this orb as the core of his holy domain, the item that his domain relied upon to exist. After she fiddled with the orb and felt its unexpectedly soft texture, Liora finally stepped forward, approaching the statue with cautious yet steady steps. Once she arrived before it, she brought the orb close to the white mist. This action of hers instantly caused a violent reaction. The moment the golden orb approached it, the white mist swirling around the statue reacted violently. It tumbled in the air as if an invisible hand were controlling it, before throwing itself straight into the orb in Liora's hand, like a thirsty traveler who had finally discovered a source of clean water. Instantly, the white mist began to pour into the orb, disappearing into it. In response, a gentle white light flashed across the orb's broken surface. Under Liora's gaze, the crack on it became a little smaller, as filaments of light covered the fracture and wove the broken parts together. Though she had expected this, Liora was still a little surprised when faced with this change. However, she quickly recovered and suppressed her thoughts. She didn't take back the orb. Instead, she brought it even closer, practically touching the stone statue with it. This action of hers only served to make the mist's reaction even more intense. More and more faith flooded into the orb, speeding up its recovery process. 10%, 20%, 50%. The white mist's volume decreased at a rapid rate, only slowing down when more than 70% of it had been consumed. This was not because the mist was no longer willing. Instead, it was because the faith that the golden orb had devoured had been enough for it to fully recover. A low, gentle hum echoed in Liora's ears as the small crack that previously ran across its surface gradually vanished. The next moment, she discovered that a connection had been established between her and the orb, as if it had recognized her as its master. Countless pieces of information accompanied this connection regarding this orb and its abilities. Unfortunately, Liora wasn't afforded the time to piece together this information. The orb's recovery seemed to have awakened something hidden within the statue. As if it had received a signal, the white mist gathered together in the air and combined, taking the form of a humanoid creature. Though his figure was transparent and his appearance was blurry, it was fairly obvious that his facial features closely resembled those of the stone statue. The semi-transparent creature didn't speak. Taking advantage of Liora's momentary pause, he waved his right hand. Instantly, the demonic energy that Liora had previously sensed rushed out of the statue and shot in her direction like a tsunami, soon engulfing her entire figure. The demonic energy possessed no offensive capabilities. Yet, the illusory creature was certain that a mere true knight could not resist this blow. But soon, an exclamation came out of his mouth, as something he would never have predicted occurred. The moment the demonic energy approached Liora, it didn't corrupt her like he was expecting. Instead, it turned docile, drilling into her body like a child throwing itself into its mother's embrace. Not only did the wave of demonic energy not bring her any harm, but the creature keenly sensed that she had actually gotten stronger. Though the improvement of her strength was small and basically inconsequential, it gave the creature an idea of what, or rather who, he was dealing with. A devil? The creature's voice echoed in Liora's ears, who, by now, had shifted her focus to him. Glancing at the creature's blurry face and sensing the familiar aura he exuded, she also recognized his identity. A devil, she whispered, seemingly repeating the words that the unknown devil had just uttered. An awkward silence soon shrouded the room as the two devils speechlessly stared at each other, one sizing the other up. The one to break this silence was not Liora, though, but the unknown devil, who took the initiative to speak. I didn't expect that I would meet one of my kin in this foreign place. Judging by your current state, you must have been in this world for a long time. I don't know how I failed to notice you, the devil said. His voice was hoarse and devoid of emotion, rendering it impossible to make out what he was thinking. You should have noticed that this is not my real body, but merely one of my many clones. There's no reason for us to turn into enemies. I can forgive you for slaughtering my dependents, provided that you return the faith that you just plundered, the devil added. While speaking, he consciously made his aura even more obvious, showcasing that he possessed the strength of a ranked young devil. Unfortunately for him, Liora neither accepted nor refused his proposal. Just like the unknown devil suggested, she indeed realized that this was not his real body, but merely a clone. Or rather, a tiny part of his soul that was dependent on the faith surrounding the statue. But she was actually quite doubtful regarding the latter part of his speech. Thinking of this, her right foot struck the floor, and the shadows around her rippled, shooting into the air before transforming into a large number of shiny needles. With a wave of her hand, the needles shot toward the devil like a wave of bullets, soon arriving before him. Continuous clangs echoed in the secret room as the needles struck the unknown devil, causing his body to tremble violently for a brief second. But the next moment, his body turned back to normal, having suffered no damage despite facing Liora's attack head-on. What do you think you are doing? The devil stared at Liora and questioned. Despite his hoarse, almost mechanical voice, his fury was now apparent. If I weren't concerned that a fight between us would benefit the natives of this world, I wouldn't have been so kind to forgive your earlier transgression. How dare you attack me? Subconsciously, the devil tightened his fists, trying to hold himself back from attacking her. Unfortunately, Liora was not fooled by his antics. Her previous attack had already allowed her to confirm her suspicions. I see. No wonder you were willing to compromise so easily. She spoke, ignoring the unknown devil's threats. If I'm not wrong, the source of your power is faith. If it were before, it might have indeed been possible for you to exert the strength of a great knight. But now that I've stolen so much of the faith that you've accumulated, it would be difficult for you to fight against a true knight, much less me. What Liora didn't say was that the reason she suspected him was because of his initial attitude. In her opinion, devils should be arrogant, fierce, and easily angered. Although it was quite common for them to surrender and beg for mercy if need be, the devil before her was just a split soul. Therefore, he had no reason to act so cowardly and compromise that easily, especially when he was under absolutely zero pressure. The moment Liora finished speaking, a cracking sound spread throughout the room, as if to confirm her words. The body of the unknown devil shook and became even more transparent, while his aura plummeted. Watching this happen, Liora no longer stayed still. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, she rushed forward, as a brilliant black light flashed within her right palm. By the time she arrived in front of the unknown devil, that black light had materialized into a golden spear, which she thrust forward with all her strength. With a swoosh, the spear's tip easily penetrated the devil's transparent body, while the demonic flames drilled into him and raged inside, making his figure even more unstable. But Liora refrained from killing him. With a move of her mind, the shadows in the room gathered towards its very center, looking ready to engulf the devil's split soul. Unfortunately, this trick, which had worked perfectly against Baron Bloodshield, was simply inadequate against a suspected true devil. Guessing that Liora wanted to capture him alive, he showed no panic. Shaking his head, he spoke. It was expected, but it's still quite disappointing that you weren't fooled by that performance, he whispered, and the earlier emotions in his voice faded away, as if everything had been part of an act. His voice became indifferent and emotionless once again, showing that he did not care whether this split soul would die or not. Indeed, before the shadows could even touch him, the unknown devil's body shattered. Not because of Liora's attack, but out of his own free will. Clearly, knowing what fate would await him if he were to be captured, he chose to kill himself. A faint regret flashed in Liora's eyes when she saw this happen. Though she knew that a suspected true devil would most likely not fall for the same trick as a true knight, it was inevitable that she was dissatisfied. However, that dissatisfaction soon vanished as she gazed at the scene before her. The next second, she took action. One of her hands reached out and grabbed the fragments of the devil's split soul, while the other one brought the golden orb closer, letting it devour the little faith that remained after his fall. Only a few hours later, Liora sat alone in a room, playing with a familiar shiny golden orb. Secretly, the events that had taken place not long ago were constantly replayed in her mind. Her brief confrontation with the suspected true devil was analyzed in great detail, causing her expression to change from time to time. Sometimes, she touched her chin and looked to be deep in thought, while at other times, her eyebrows would furrow as if she were contemplating something serious. I'm afraid that my entanglement with the unknown devil is far from over. Neither of us will ever compromise and choose to leave the other one alone, she concluded, leaning back in her chair. Liora understood that this was not only because she had forced his split soul to die, but also because of the devil's very nature. A world like this one, where there were no particularly strong beings, was enough to make every devil, including Liora, drool in excitement. After all, even if we were to ignore this world's unique power system, just the large amount of souls that one could easily plunder was enough to make any devil greedy. Thus, how could Liora and the unknown devil actually compromise, allowing their opponent to steal what they considered to be their own property? Of course, there is also another major reason why I took action without hesitation. Unlike that person, I've only just reached the lesser devil stage. Though letting him go might delay the eventual battle between the two of us, it might also allow him to find out my true state. If he knew that I was just a lesser devil, he would immediately begin to suspect that I've obtained something incredible, an item or inheritance. At that time, my situation would be many times more dangerous. Many thoughts raced through Liora's mind as several future scenarios were continuously constructed and analyzed. It was only when she felt that she had accounted for almost everything that she finally pushed this matter aside and shifted her focus back to reality. With the unknown devil's demise, the events of the manor and even the events concerning Baron Bloodshield had come to an end. This meant that after expending so much effort and going through so many difficulties, Liora could finally take stock of what she had gained. Among her gains, the most important thing in her eyes was the item she was currently holding, the core of the Holy Domain. Devouring pretty much all of the faith has allowed this thing to fully recover. No, not only has it recovered, but it has also undergone massive changes. Liora shook her head midway through that thought. Although the core had just recovered, the connection between them made her easily understand its information, and thus its functions. Therefore, she immediately realized that the core was now different than when the blasphemer wielded it. In her impression, Blasphemer used this core and the holy city's faith to construct another space, a holy domain in which his strength was significantly boosted. But perhaps it was affected by the devil's faith, or it was Liora's influence. This ability had changed slightly. Although this core can still be used to construct another space, it can no longer enhance its user's strength. Moreover, the damage that the space created can withstand is significantly less than before, Liora analyzed as her fingers fiddled with the Holy Domain's core. No, with its changes, it no longer made sense to call it that. Let's just call it Space Orb for now. Liora casually gave it a name, without spending too much thought. Although the naming was casual and its function seemed insignificant, the Space Orb was, in fact, very valuable to Liora. In just a short period of time, she had already thought of several uses for it, some of which could help her improve her combat power, while others could simply make her life more convenient. Thinking of this, Liora reached out for the floating space orb. After grasping it tightly, she was about to put her ideas to the test. Unfortunately, before she could do so, her movements suddenly paused. Rolling her eyes, she placed the orb aside and turned towards the door. At first, nothing out of the ordinary happened. But only half a minute later, a faint knock echoed. After receiving Liora's approval, the door swung open, and Alpha stepped into the room. While Liora was inwardly complaining about how she would always be interrupted whenever she did something important, she motioned Alpha to speak. "Lord." Alpha saluted before speaking up. "Everything in the mansion has already been accounted for. Besides the items and objects that are only useful to mortals, I've also found several resources that can be used by knights to improve their strength. Among them, there are several corpses of beasts, 8 starlight leaves, 2 crimson." Alpha's report continued for quite some time as she mentioned every single one of her discoveries. It was only towards the end that she finally paused for a brief moment. "Apart from these, I also discovered a special area hidden at the back of the manor. It is filled with a large number of twilight wolves." Hearing Alpha's words, a tidbit of information that she had almost forgotten about emerged in Liora's mind. She recalled that the Baron had indeed mentioned something like that during their confrontation, but at the time, she had simply ignored it. Liora was not unfamiliar with twilight wolves. Though she had never seen them before, she had read about them during her stay in the Black Tulip Mansion. Twilight wolves are a race of beasts that have almost gone extinct. The reason behind their disappearance is clear and relatively common. Everything stems from the human's greed. According to what an ancient book mentioned, the blood and flesh of twilight wolves can bring enormous benefits to knights who practice techniques related to darkness. Thus, about a century ago, the hunt for them began. By now, twilight wolves could rarely be seen, mostly staying at the heartland of the beast's territory, seemingly afraid that coming out would result in them becoming a meal. Perhaps this is part of the reason why Baron Bloodshield was able to reach the peak of the true knight rank, Liora realized. Of course, she knew that the main reason was that he had the secret support of the Necronomicon sect. Thinking of the Necronomicon sect, Liora remembered something. She understood that her confrontation with this sect was far from over, and this did not solely stem from the devil's obvious involvement with the sect. With that in mind, Liora glanced at Alpha, who seemed to have finished her report and looked ready to leave, and stopped her. Taking out the corpse of the Baron that she had consciously kept, she lightly tossed it before Alpha and pointed at it. "Try to use life infusion on this," she instructed. Life infusion was an ability that Alpha had awakened after devouring the unknown's remains, prompting her to undergo a transformation. By activating life infusion, Alpha could temporarily enhance the spirituality within objects, turning them into her puppets that she could control for a short period of time. This ability provided its user with a variety of uses, some purely auxiliary and others that could be used during battle too. For example, Alpha could use life infusion on her enemy's weapon and control it to attack them in the middle of the battle, catching the opponent off guard. Though this ability was relatively simple, it could be said that its potential was endless. Despite knowing so, when Alpha heard Liora's instructions, she was left stunned. It was clear to her that Liora was telling her to use life infusion on the corpse of Baron Bloodshield, obviously wishing that she turn him into her own puppet. Alpha instinctively wanted to say that this was impossible and it would never work, but upon further thought, she discovered that she might have fallen into a misunderstanding. Indeed, she could use life infusion on all dead objects. So, what was stopping her from doing the same to a corpse? Thinking of this, Alpha swallowed the words that she was about to say. Perhaps because of her trust in Liora, or perhaps because she felt that it made sense, she chose to give it a try. With a thought of her mind, the skin in her palm parted slightly, revealing a huge, seemingly endless dark hole hidden beneath it. From that hole, a thin white thread shot out, and, following Alpha's commands, rushed towards the Baron's dead body. After it drilled into him, the thread disappeared as if it had been erased from existence, signaling that the connection between the two of them had been established. At first, nothing happened, but only a few seconds later, Alpha sensed her connection with the corpse and, through it, passed her instructions. Seated on the side, Liora was observing every single one of Alpha's movements. Thus, she witnessed the thread coming out of her body, as well as the process of Baron Bloodshield turning into a puppet. A second later, under her eyes, the dead Baron slowly rose to his feet. His movements were stiff and awkward, lacking any sense of balance and elegance. If he were an ordinary person, he would have long fallen down and sprawled to the ground. Yet, as if a batch of invisible threads were keeping him standing, the Baron remained upright. "It actually works," Alpha's surprised voice echoed in Liora's ears, as if she had never expected that her attempt would really achieve anything. Hearing her exclamation and sensing Alpha's joy, Liora didn't say anything. Instead, her eyes focused on the Baron's puppet, and she examined him carefully. At first glance, she noticed that Baron Bloodshield's gaze was blank and lacked any vitality, while his movements were uneven. Even if other people couldn't possibly guess that he had turned into a puppet, they would still realize that there was something wrong with him just based on his state. However, Liora was not disappointed by this. She could sense that the Baron's aura had remained roughly the same. Even if his strength had decreased a little because of his transformation, he would still be able to fight with a true knight. Moreover, as long as Alpha becomes a little more familiar with controlling this puppet, there should be no issue with passing him off as a real person. This makes it easier for my next plan to succeed, Liora thought as she shifted her gaze to Alpha, who was busy experimenting with her newfound ability. For the next period of time, you should try your best to become familiar with controlling the Baron. I'll give you 2 days to succeed, she said. Though Alpha didn't understand her purpose, she knew that she would find out the reason sooner or later. Therefore, she didn't ask any questions but instead nodded her head in agreement. Seeing this, Liora continued. During this time, you should make sure that no one discovers what happened in the manor. If possible, you should hire a few servants and maids to make the people's disappearance less obvious. In fact, the disappearance of such a large number of people, members of the Bloodshield family and guards, was bound to be discovered sooner or later. However, given the Baron's status and the methods used by Alpha, it would require some time for people to find out. This time was crucial to Liora. If she were lucky, it would be enough for her to hide what had taken place. At worst, she could use this time to put her next plan into action. Also, don't forget to send a letter to the Black Tulip Mansion and inform Eleanor of what happened. You should understand what you can reveal and what you cannot, Liora said to Alpha. Liora had already noticed that her part of the agreement with Eleanor had advanced further towards completion upon the Baron's death. She could be certain that as long as she took action one more time, no matter how insignificant that action was, she would finally complete her part of the deal and become free to do as she wished. Thinking of this and recalling the various gains she had made as a result of killing Baron Bloodshield, Liora was relieved. She understood that her hard work was worth it. After confirming that Alpha could indeed manipulate Baron Bloodshield and giving her a couple more instructions, Liora no longer wasted any more time. She didn't stay in her room but left the manor's main building and, following Alpha's guidance, arrived at the manor's back. Soon, she came face to face with what Alpha had mentioned earlier. A tall and thick metal fence surrounded a large green field, trapping a bunch of beasts within it as if it were a gigantic metal cage. These beasts were the Twilight Wolves that Alpha and Baron Bloodshield had talked about, a rare race of beasts that had almost gone extinct. To be perfectly honest, it was the first time that Liora had ever met a living beast of this world. Although she had indeed seen, and even eaten, several during her stay in the Black Tulip Mansion, all of them were already dead by then. Therefore, when she arrived before the metal fence, Liora couldn't help but take a moment to observe the Twilight Wolves, curiosity flashing in her eyes. Gigantic, this was the first word that popped up in Liora's mind. Wolves had always been a surprisingly tall creature, no matter the world they were in. Yet, the Twilight Wolves that Liora was staring at were even larger than usual. More than 3 meters in height, they were covered in thick black fur that shone brightly, while their green eyes glistened with brutality, madness, and fierceness. Liora instantly noticed that drops of fresh crimson blood were flowing out of some of the wolves' mouths and dripping onto the ground, while deep, gruesome wounds could be found on the bodies of the weakest among them. Clearly, although they were of the same race, Twilight Wolves were not above fighting, or even feasting upon their companions. Hearing the fierce growls and the sound of claws colliding with the metal fence as if the wolves inside were trying to break free, Liora remained calm. After approaching the only opening of the fence, she opened the door and walked inside. If Baron Bloodshield were here to see this, her actions would have left him stunned. Even he, the person who had raised these wolves from small cubs, didn't dare to enter the cage so carelessly. One simply had to take a look at the cruelty they showed towards their companions, and they would immediately come to understand that Twilight Wolves were not a group of tame, docile beasts. Yet, as Liora stepped into the cage, the expected attack didn't arrive. The moment the Twilight Wolves' eyes landed on her figure, their fur stood up, and they jumped back as if they were facing a terrifying humanoid beast. A low growl came out of their mouths as they mustered up the courage and wished to intimidate her. But when Liora's gaze wandered through their pack, the growls disappeared. In just a split second, every sound in the cage ceased to exist. The Twilight Wolves stood silently with their back pressed against the metal fence, staring at Liora with fear and horror. It's said that the senses of animals are often keener than those of humans. The beasts of this world seem to retain this advantage, Liora commented casually. Whether it was the true knights I encountered in the Black Tulip Mansion, Baron Bloodshield, or the 2 assassins, none of them noticed my true nature. But these beasts, though perhaps not conscious of it, can still sense the dangerous aura I subconsciously exude, she analyzed. Despite this, her movements didn't stop. With steady but even steps, she slowly approached the wolf pack. With every step, the Twilight Wolves would flinch and try to step farther back, but faced with the metal fence surrounding them, they could do absolutely nothing. In the end, until Liora arrived before them, none of the wolves escaped. And perhaps more importantly, none of the wolves had dared to attack her. Seeing this, Liora nodded her head in satisfaction before reaching out with her right hand and grabbing one of the nearby wolves. The Twilight Wolf seemed to want to struggle. Its paws pressed against the ground as if it were about to jump, but faced with Liora's cold gaze, its consciousness suddenly froze. Even though its strength could match that of a knight apprentice, the wolf didn't dare to put up any resistance, allowing Liora to grab its body and bring it before her like a child holding its toy. Liora didn't pay attention to the Twilight Wolf's actions and she would, of course, not care about its thoughts. Placing the wolf, which was many times larger than her, before her, she pressed her hand against its fur and urged her demonic energy. Instantly, the demonic energy flowed through her hand and entered the twilight wolf before spreading throughout its body. As it did, the wolf's structure was revealed before Liora's eyes, whether it was its flesh, blood, bones, or even its deeper, more meaningful and hidden structure. However, the results of this investigation surprised her. Such a rich and pure life force. Although its strength is quite weak, the life force of this thing is probably equivalent to that of a great knight. Liora clicked her tongue in wonder. Immediately, she understood why devouring the twilight wolf's blood and flesh would allow a knight to significantly enhance their strength. But at the same time, this brought forward several new questions. What exactly is the source of life force? How is it possible for both humans and beasts to possess it? Moreover, why is the life force of beasts so much purer than that of humans? Liora tried to find the answer for a few seconds, but in the end, she shook her head. She understood that she was missing the most crucial link and, with her current knowledge, there was no way for her to get an answer. Rather than mulling over something that was impossible to understand, it would be more worthwhile for her to improve her strength. Thinking of this, Liora's eyes turned sharp. Lifting her head, she stared silently at the twilight wolf before her. As if sensing her gaze and thoughts, the twilight wolf flinched and lowered its head, looking back at her with what it perhaps imagined to be a kind expression. However, the bloodthirsty glint in its green eyes and the fresh blood dripping out of its mouth destroyed its efforts to act cute. Of course, even if it managed to transform into the cutest thing in the world, Liora wouldn't care. Glancing at the twilight wolf, Liora showed no hesitation. Without saying a word, she clenched her fist. Immediately, the demonic energy that was coursing through the wolf's body began to boil, as if it had turned into magma. A flash of panic appeared in the wolf's green eyes as a sharp, soul-tearing pain assaulted its mind. Unfortunately, just when it opened its mouth and was about to let out a cry for help, its body exploded. Blood, flesh, and fragments of bones flew all over the place. Thankfully, before they could turn this place into a mess, time seemed to have turned back. Liora's demonic energy whistled through the air and picked up every single one of the wolf's remains before bringing them towards her right palm. Only a few seconds later, the wolf's remains had gathered together, merging into a drop of pitch-black liquid. The liquid shone with a faint brilliance, while its surface rippled as if it were alive. "Is this the entire essence of the twilight wolf?" Liora muttered. Sensing the yearning of the life force flowing within her, she didn't hold back. With a flick of her fingers, the drop of black liquid shot out and entered her mouth. As soon as it dropped down her throat, the drop dissolved into a stream of pure energy, which, forced by the Nightreaver Knight technique, split into two distinct parts. One part was guided to Liora's muscles and bones and worked to enhance her physical strength, while the other one mixed with her life force. Soon, the stream of pure energy attached to Liora's life force and slowly seeped into it, becoming one with it. Under Liora's gaze, the drops of life force flowing within her body gained an even darker tinge, while a couple of them split apart, transforming into two brand new drops that looked exactly the same. In just a moment, the total drops of life force within her body had increased to more than 110, while their purity had also been enhanced significantly. Watching this happen, Liora remained calm, subconsciously recalling the information contained in her knight technique. To advance to a great knight, a true knight has to satisfy three main conditions. Firstly, their physical body must be strong enough. Otherwise, their body will simply collapse during their advancement, resulting in immediate death. Secondly, a knight's will has to be firm. This is usually the most difficult condition for a knight to satisfy. Most of the time, it requires them to experience several life and death battles, tempering their will on the verge of death. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly to me, for a true knight to become a great knight, they have to change the nature of their life force. From a liquid form, their life force must become completely solid. The reason why Liora paid attention to the last condition was quite simple. She, at the moment, had already satisfied the other two. After all, Although she had just become a true knight, she was also a devil. With the two power systems working in tandem, and the myriad devil's body supporting it, her physical strength far surpassed that of the true knights of this world. As for tempering her will, although Liora's life had been very short, her many experiences during this time had long tempered her mind. Coupled with the power of her lesser devil stage soul, there was absolutely no reason for her not to satisfy this condition. Therefore, the only thing currently limiting her advancement was that she had yet to transform her life force. Fortunately, Baron Bloodshield was kind enough to grant me this gift before passing away. What a truly thoughtful person, Liora whispered jokingly as her eyes wandered around the cage, her gaze landing on the many frightened twilight wolves. Even though they had witnessed their companion being butchered and becoming food for the terrifying creature standing before them, none of the twilight wolves dared to even so much as let out a scream. They remained silent and unmoving, exactly how a human would act if they were facing a giant bear. Unfortunately for them, Liora was not a bear, but a devil. This trick, which was mentioned quite frequently in her past life, would obviously not work on her. Gazing at the many twilight wolves before her, the crimson in Liora's eyes became even more apparent, and her pupils dilated. Subconsciously, she couldn't help but lick her lips, as if she were staring at the most exquisite meal in the entire world. Her surroundings resonated with her emotions. The shadows throughout the cage rippled and soared into the sky before falling down like the waves of a tsunami, engulfing the many shivering wolves. Liora's figure flashed and teleported in front of a twilight wolf. With a casual wave of her right hand, its flesh was easily torn apart, and its body was cut in two. The dead wolf's soul immediately floated into her mouth, while its flesh and blood transformed into a single drop of essence that soon accompanied its soul, ending up as Liora's food. Soon, low, scared screams, the sound of flesh being torn apart, and chewing resounded throughout the cage as if a fierce animal had been unleashed. For the first time since her arrival in this world, Liora had allowed her devil instincts to guide her, and the result was a bloody massacre. The air at the back of Baron Bloodshield's manor had frozen. The joyful songs of birds had disappeared, and even the sound of buzzing insects had vanished. The once populous metal cage, home to a large pack of twilight wolves, had now turned empty. No sign of beasts could be seen, as if they had all been erased from existence. Only Liora stood alone in the field, with her eyes closed and her mind focused. Her body was spotless, and her beauty was unparalleled, but her indifferent posture and utter silence around her made this beautiful scene eerie. However, Liora didn't care. At the moment, most of her attention was on her own body, or rather, on her own life force. Having devoured every single one of the twilight wolves, Liora could confirm that their essence was indeed very beneficial to knights practicing darkness-related techniques. In fact, over the past hour or so, her life force had changed completely. When she first entered the cage, her life force only numbered about 100 liquid drops, while its purity was quite mediocre due to her short time of training. But by now, her life force had doubled, reaching more than 200 drops in total. This was already shocking, but if anyone were to take a deeper look at it, they would discover that it had also begun changing form, showing signs of turning solid. The peak of the true knight rank, Liora whispered, her voice low. To be honest, even she was amazed by her rapid rate of improvement. Originally, it would have taken a true knight years, if not decades, of hard training to become a great knight. And that was provided that they were talented enough and possessed enough resources. Otherwise, even if a true knight spent their entire life practicing, they would never be able to advance. Yet now, Liora had managed to achieve the dream of countless knights in the span of less than a week. Sure enough, it was the correct decision for me to practice the power system of this world. Although I've yet to become a great knight, my strength has increased significantly. Even, part of my true strength has been unsealed, Liora muttered while checking her own state. With a quick sweep of her consciousness, she instantly realized that her demonic energy had become way more active, looking like a chain had been taken off of it. To this, she showed no surprise. Liora knew that this was because she was extremely close to becoming a great knight. Once she did, her strength as a devil would recover even further, granting her the power of a ranked young devil. By then, I will be extremely close to regaining my true strength, she whispered. Secretly, she felt even more confident in the chance of success of her next course of action. Liora carefully inspected her own body. Though her progress as a knight was rapid, it didn't bring her any new abilities apart from the increase in strength. Thus, it didn't take her long to become familiar with the changes. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with her, she didn't leave. Instead, she took out the now-recovered golden orb, which she had named Space Orb not long ago. Alpha's abrupt arrival had previously interrupted her plans to further investigate its functions while putting her ideas to the test. But just like the popular saying goes, better late than never. Now that she had dealt with the aftermath of the battle, she could finally shift her attention to it. With that in mind, Liora sat down on the ground and carefully stared at the space orb within her palm. Its texture had remained the same, and its brilliance was still there, but it had become far more subtle and less pronounced. If before, the space orb looked like a holy item bestowed by the gods, then now, it had fully revealed its extraordinary nature. However, Liora didn't linger at its appearance for long. After admiring it for a couple of seconds, she focused on the connection between them and began controlling it. Instantly, a white light shot out of the space orb. The light seemed to be out of control. In the blink of an eye, it passed beside Liora and arrived in front of the metal fence, looking ready to strike it. Surprisingly, though, it didn't land on the fence but instead stopped abruptly before fading away. At the point where it vanished, space itself seemed to have been broken. As if an invisible hand was opening up an imaginary zip, a small fracture appeared in the space, which quickly grew bigger and bigger. Only a few seconds later, the fracture had turned into a door-shaped gap, just big enough for a single person to pass through. At the same time, the space orb that Liora was holding had disappeared without her even noticing. Seeing this, and sensing a clear lack of danger within the gap, Liora pondered for a brief second before stepping right into it. When she opened her eyes again, Liora found herself in a somewhat familiar white expanse. It was familiar because it was similar to the holy domain constructed by the blasphemer, but it was also foreign because it was now many times smaller. I already knew that the space had gotten smaller, but I didn't expect the difference to be this big. Liora couldn't help but mutter. With a quick sweep of her consciousness, she instantly realized that the nearly endless expanse had now become only tens of square meters in size. Though that amount of space seemed more than enough, it was, in fact, not. Yes, such a space could indeed be used to store things and stay for a short period of time, but it was impossible to make use of it in battle. After all, a fight between two young devils usually spanned several miles, and this held even more true for beings at the level of lesser devils. Therefore, how could such a tiny space possibly contain their power? Thinking of this, Liora shook her head, faint disappointment flashing in her eyes. But she forced herself to suppress this disappointment. Fortunately, I wasn't planning to use the space orb while in battle. For me, its other uses are way more valuable, she thought as she found a random place and took her seat. Then, she fell into thought. All this time, Liora had been troubled by a certain thing. That was, there was a treasure of unimaginable value in her possession, yet she had no way of using it. Or rather, she had a way to make use of the treasure, but that method was accompanied by several negative consequences and hidden dangers. The thing that Liora was talking about was obviously the mysterious blood that she had obtained from elder embers, the blood of two creatures who were suspected to have surpassed the true devil stage. When she first obtained it, she had been happy and had spent countless hours conducting research on it. She had managed to obtain a large amount of information through that research, knowledge that had been vital to the progress she had made so far. After all, it was by digesting this knowledge that she had been able to create her first self-developed ability, Tongue of the Abyss, and, perhaps more importantly, had been able to leave the demon world and descend into this world of knights. Otherwise, a mere lesser devil like her would never be able to invade other worlds, no matter how weak those worlds may be. Unfortunately, this mysterious blood seems to retain some of its instincts. Not only will it react and devour the blood of other rare creatures, but it will also try to influence me. Otherwise, with my cautiousness, I would have never let down my guard around it, Liora thought. She originally believed that she could get rid of that subconscious influence by becoming a lesser devil, but by conducting a quick experiment during her brief stay in the demon world, she had discovered that she was wrong. Though her advancement had indeed made it more difficult for the blood to influence her, its influence was still there, though less apparent. This influence may be nothing for a short period of time, but if it persisted for weeks, months, or even years, Liora's personality was bound to be affected sooner or later. All this time, I've been trying to think of a way to get rid of this drawback. Arriving in this world is my opportunity, and acquiring the space orb is even more of a reason to try and take a gamble, Liora whispered. With a move of her hand, she took out a wooden chest. Reaching out, she carefully removed the chest's lid, revealing the mysterious blood hidden beneath it. The blood was still the same. With a pinkish hue running across its surface, it floated silently, as if it were not a supreme treasure that countless beings would fight over, but an ordinary drop of blood. Liora was, of course, not fooled by this appearance. She had witnessed the power of this blood firsthand. Just a few pieces of information contained in it had led her to develop Tongue of the Abyss, an ability that was useful even in lesser devil battles. But although she was aware of its power and remained cautious, that didn't mean that she was afraid. Lowering her gaze, Liora stared intently at the mysterious droplet while her consciousness extended and probed into it. Instantly, a burst of inexplicable and chaotic information emerged in her mind, seemingly out of nowhere. Liora was neither stunned nor frightened by this, though. Rather, she was delighted, realizing that her earlier guess had been correct. Indeed, she couldn't help but think. Just as I was expecting, the blood is also suppressed by the will of this world. Moreover, perhaps because of its special status and its owner's high strength, the suppression it suffers is far more severe than mine. She analyzed, her eyes sparkling with crimson brilliance. For the first time since her descent, Liora felt thankful to the will of this world. She understood that without its unintentional assistance, it would have been impossible for her to conduct research on the blood without suffering the side effects. While she was thinking this, Liora's actions didn't stop. Confirming that the mysterious blood had become powerless to resist, she didn't rush to digest the information she had just received, but reached into her clothes and took another drop of blood out. This blood had a tinge of black running across its squirming surface, in the shape of a fierce wolf that was howling toward the sky. Clearly, this was something that Liora had obtained from the Twilight Wolves, having kept it for exactly this occasion. Let's see, Liora muttered as she brought the Twilight Wolf's blood closer to the chest. Remembering the scene where the mysterious blood had pounced on the blasphemers' remains and devoured them, she believed that it would now have a similar reaction. Unfortunately, she was utterly mistaken. Not only did the mysterious blood not rush to devour the thing that she was presenting, but Liora keenly noticed a faint sense of disgust emanating from it. Even though she realized this, it didn't make her discouraged. To her, it didn't matter what the blood wanted. If anything, the fact that it didn't want to swallow the Twilight Wolf's blood made her more satisfied. Still, with a sudden movement of her right hand, she brought it closer to the wooden chest. Then, she shot it toward the mysterious blood with a quick flick of her fingers. Perhaps because it sensed her resolve, or perhaps because it was facing the suppression of this world and was powerless to resist, the mysterious blood allowed the disgusting thing to fall on top of it. The next moment, the Twilight Wolf's blood began dissolving, soon disappearing and becoming a part of it. At the same time, a pink glint flashed across the mysterious blood's surface, which was reflected in Liora's crimson eyes. Instantly, her vision went blank, and her mind grew blurry, as the familiar feeling of being pulled into an illusion appeared. But unlike before, Liora now had a hunch that she could snap out of it whenever she wished to. But for now, she didn't. Instead, she did quite the opposite. Relaxing the soul defense provided by the myriad devil's body, she allowed the blood to pull her into the dream. Glancing at the illusory scene surrounding her, Liora couldn't help but feel a little strange. Although she had experienced several illusions in the past, it was the first time that she had felt that she was in one so vividly. This was not because the illusion had become stronger. If anything, it meant that it had become weaker, making the images look far less real. This should be the result of the world's suppression, Liora judged as she lowered her head and observed her surroundings. Just like the previous 2 times that the mysterious blood had brought her into an illusion, Liora was currently floating in the cloudy sky. Beneath her, a vast forest covered in shadowy figures could be seen, a place that would make one feel a shiver run down their spine. Though she was quite high in the sky, it was still impossible for Liora to make out where the forest ended, as if it stretched endlessly. Liora could sense that there were several powerful auras spread throughout the forest, each different in strength from the other. Yet, they all shared one thing in common. All the auras exuded a bloodthirsty, hungry, and sinister feeling, as if their owners were mad devils searching for their prey. But she knew very well that they were not. The auras should all belong to the beasts of the night world, she analyzed. If it were in the past, Liora might not have realized this. But, having observed the structure of twilight wolves before, she had now become familiar with the aura of beasts. Thus, it wasn't too hard for her to recognize their aura. While Liora was deep in thought, the images around her didn't stop. As if the play button had been pressed, the world around her began to change. The leaves of the trees rustled while the chirping of birds and sounds of battle could be heard, making the forest look lively. Just then, though, everything around Liora froze. It was not because the image was about to end, but because suddenly an overwhelming aura arrived and pressed down toward the forest. In the distance, not far away from Liora, a figure appeared and stood silently in the sky, accompanied by countless rays of pure white light. Though the light made his appearance blurry and hid his true identity, it was fairly obvious from his outline that it was a young, human man. The man glanced in her direction and paused for a brief moment before reaching out with his right hand. Boundless light emerged from his body as his life force was transformed into holy power, turning into a giant hand that fell toward Liora. Lesser devil. No, he is a knight. Leora's pupils shrank. Liora was surprised but not stunned by the strength displayed by the young man. After all, although she currently possessed the power of only a young devil, her real strength was that of a lesser devil. What caught Liora off guard was the aura that the young man subconsciously emitted, full of vitality and seemingly stemming from the very depths of his body. The energy that the young man was wielding was clear to her. It was life force. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts raced through her mind. Although she had long had suspicions that there should be a rank above great knights, it was inevitable for her to feel surprised when her uneducated guess was found to be true. While Liora was deep in thought, the hand constructed purely out of holy power struck. Possessing immense power and exuding an overwhelming aura, it arrived before Liora and seemed ready to crush her. Faced with it, Liora had the illusion that she was soon going to die. Thankfully, her worries proved to be meaningless. An illusion was just an illusion after all. It was impossible for her to be injured, much less die. Through a physical attack, she suffered in a dream. As the giant hand whistled through the air, it didn't land on Liora, but instead passed right through her, as if the two existed in completely different dimensions. Then, the hand continued unabated, descending towards the dark forest below. Who? A thunderous, hoarse voice suddenly broke the total silence. From the forest below, a shadowy figure jumped up and soared into the sky. The figure faced the palm and was about to fight it, thus revealing its true form. With a giant body and shiny, pitch-black fur, Liora immediately recognized the creature. It was a twilight wolf, looking almost the same as the ones whose lives she had harvested not long ago. The word almost was used because the twilight wolf before her was many times larger and more fierce than the one she slaughtered, while its aura far surpassed that of a knight apprentice. In Liora's senses, its aura had broken through the limits of the true knight rank and reached that of a great knight. This meant that even with her current strength, being both a young devil and a true knight, it would require her a lot of effort to succeed in defeating it. Yet, faced with the menacing figure of the giant wolf, the expression of the young man remained the same. He didn't even move, much less attack. Rather, he stood calmly, watching silently as the hand made of holy power descended. A human. Who are you? A panicked voice soon rang in Liora's ears. Under her gaze, the holy hand wrapped around the twilight wolf's enormous body and held it within its palm. The twilight wolf tried to break free, affecting the area around it. but its struggle was utterly meaningless. Like metal pincers holding on to a powerless ant, the holy hand didn't even tremble. Die. For the first time since his arrival, the young man floating in the sky opened his mouth. Following his words, the holy hand tightened its grip, causing the body of the Twilight Wolf to begin to deform. No, stop. I surrender. The Twilight Wolf begged for mercy, but the eyes of the young man remained unmoved. The next moment, the hand holding onto the wolf tightened its grip even further. With a loud bang, the colossal Twilight Wolf, who had brought endless destruction upon this world and had become the personification of fear in the hearts of countless humans, died suddenly, butchered like a mortal animal. Blood splattered everywhere. As if the world itself were sad for its death, crimson drops of liquid rained down, falling onto the forest and dyeing it in a blood-red color. The familiar metallic smell assaulted Liora's senses. Holding her breath, she waited to see what was going to happen next, as if she were afraid that she would miss something important. Unfortunately, with the Twilight Wolf's death, the illusion around her grew increasingly unstable. It was already difficult for it to put her into a dream, but now, it had become impossible. It makes sense. The reason I'm able to watch this scene is that the mysterious blood devoured the blood of Twilight Wolves and dug deep into their bloodline. With the main protagonist's demise, there is no longer anything to support this movie, Liora realized. In the final moments, sensing that the space's fracturing was becoming increasingly serious, Liora turned her head and glanced at the young man who was still standing silently in the distance. Though she didn't know his name, age, or even the period of time that he lived in, she had a hunch that the two would meet in the future. Moreover, coupled with the vast dark forest beside her and this person's overwhelming strength, she had a rough guess regarding his identity. The founding emperor of the Iron Armor Empire. Liora's whispering voice echoed in the scene, moments before the images collapsed. In a dimly lit library, a middle-aged man sat silently behind a small desk, holding a book in his right hand and a cup of hot tea in the other. His overall appearance and face were blurry, as the only source of light in the whole room was a half-broken lamp, in which a tiny fire was burning. Time slowly passed, with the flame's faint shadow falling upon the middle-aged man's face. Just then, the sound of quick footsteps was heard. A second later, a knock came from the door. "Enter." A voice full of majesty and authority came out of the man's mouth, and, as if in response to his words, the door swung open. The light seeped into the room, but the moment the person waiting stepped inside, she swiftly closed the door behind her. "Lord, there is a letter," the woman called out softly and carefully placed the white letter before the man. Seeing this, the man smiled slightly. "Thank you for your hard work. You can leave," he said gently as he nodded his head in acknowledgement. Then, he reached out and picked up the unopened letter. As he did, the letter passed by the broken lamp, its obscure light revealing a name written in cursive, accompanied by a majestic insignia. The insignia was of a bloody iron shield, while the name read, Baron Bloodshield. Jack used to be the son of a famous true knight. Thus, ever since he could remember, his life had always been good. He never lacked food. He had a beautiful maid to take care of him, and although his father was not a noble, he enjoyed a status equal to that of most barons' sons. All in all, Jack lived a life that every person, apart from a select few, would absolutely envy. Unfortunately, one day, a morning that he could still vividly remember, everything changed. Jack could still recall the cries of his mother and the sorrow that the servants showed when his father's corpse was carried into their mansion. At the same time, he could remember staring at his own young figure, watching his reflection in his father's empty and lifeless eyes. The words of the messenger were fresh on his mind. His father, a true knight, had become a martyr of the Iron Armor Empire, dying in the line of duty in order to protect a city from a wave of beasts. One would think that the family of such a person would be specially taken care of by the royal family and the surrounding nobles. However, they would be mistaken. Seeing that the family lacked the power of a true knight, not only did the nobles that once flattered his father not help the family, but instead, they took advantage of their weakness. In less than a year, the property of the true knight had vanished, and even the servants who had once sung his father's praises had chosen to leave. Shortly after, His mother also died from the overwhelming grief, leaving him alone and struggling to survive. The memories of living in the streets and working odd jobs replayed in Jack's mind. At the same time, the bright figure that extended its hand during his most difficult moments and pulled him up was also vivid. From that day onwards, his identity had changed. From a person forsaken by the entire world, he had become a member of the Empire's most infamous cult, the Necronomicon sect. As these memories raced through Jack's mind, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the dagger hanging on the left side of his waist. After he exhaled softly and suppressed these thoughts, he turned his focus back to reality. Glancing at his companion, who was also fully clad in black clothes and whose face was also hidden behind a cloak, Jack opened his mouth and spoke in a hoarse voice. According to that person, the mission's objective is clear. Our primary goal is to come into contact with the Baron and confirm whether there is anything amiss, he said. Seeing his companion nod in agreement, he continued. But the sect has reminded us to be careful. Although the Baron's status is fine, his lack of communication has alarmed the people above. Saying this, Jack paused for a brief moment and, after reaching into his black robes, presented a small crumpled map. The map depicted the northern part of the Iron Armor Empire, including not only the fiefdom of Baron Bloodshield, but also of nobles like Earl Tulip, Marquis Sunrise, and Duchess Lobelia. Pointing at the fiefdom of Earl Tulip with his right hand, Jack warned his companion. According to several sources, unknown changes have taken place in Black Tulip's earldom. So, we have to be careful. Tracing his fingers across the map, his index finger soon landed on the capital of Baron Bloodshield's fiefdom. We'll act as usual. One of us will attempt to establish contact with the Baron, while the other one will investigate the city. If either of us discovers anything wrong, they shall remind the other as soon as possible. After Jack and the other member of the Necronomicon sect exchanged a couple more words, agreeing on who would act where, their figures faded away. In the manner of Baron Bloodshield, Liora didn't know that her actions had already attracted the Necronomicon sect's attention. However, this didn't mean that she could not guess it. In fact, she had known for a long time that her conflict with the Necronomicon sect was not over yet, and they would clash against each other soon. Mostly because she had already witnessed the Baron's letter being carried away. It's already been more than a week since the Baron's death. Yet, the Necronomicon sect has yet to send someone to investigate, much less seek revenge, Liora thought, and through this seemingly small piece of information, she was able to analyze several things. The unknown devil must not have informed them of my existence. Otherwise, with the crazy nature of those lunatics, their members would have arrived long ago. But this raises the question, why didn't the devil inform them? Is it because his relationship with the Necronomicon sect is not as close as I initially thought? Or is it that he himself does not know of my existence? Though the chances of either being true seemed 50-50, Liora leaned towards the latter. This was not only because her intuition told her, but also because this was what made the most sense. After all, even if the devil didn't inform the Necronomicon sect, there was no reason for him not to seek revenge on his own. It was impossible that he was simply lacking in strength and had no confidence in defeating her, right? Shaking her head, Liora quickly denied that idea. Though overestimating the enemy could prove to be fatal, the opposite was also true. In her opinion, she possessed the myriad devil's body and could adapt quickly to this world. So, a being that had reached the true devil stage should also possess a similar ability. Even if his ability to adapt was not as powerful as hers, and it took him longer to recover his strength, it was clear that the devil had stayed in this world for a long time. No matter how slow the adaptation was, he should at least possess the power of a ranked young devil. This means that the devil neither knows about my existence nor that I caused his death. Perhaps his clones don't share the same memories? Liora pondered. If this is indeed true, it means that I hold a significant advantage over that guy. Although the devil may know that the clone he released here has died, he most likely doesn't know the reason why. I'm still in the dark while he is out in the open, Liora whispered as she tapped lightly on the armrest. Just when she was about to continue her analysis, her eyes suddenly narrowed. Her senses, which had been enhanced by Void Whisper, allowed her to detect the arrival of two visitors in the city. Though she had never met them before, Liora could still sense a familiar aura emanating from their bodies. The Necronomicon sect has arrived, she muttered. She didn't rush to get out and kill them. Instead, she focused on her connection with Alpha and, through it, passed her a message. The next moment, her figure vanished, flashing out of the manor and teleporting into the distance. Jack paced back and forth in a dimly lit room. On the ground before him, a small candle was placed, with faint smoke coming out of it as it burned. The smoke seeped out of the building through the gaps in the wall and the open window, disappearing in the cloudy blue sky. Though the candle's and smoke's appearance was ordinary, Jack smelled a peculiar smell filling the air, a smell that was sweet yet bitter at the same time. For this, he wasn't surprised. According to his superiors, this was a method that their sect used to communicate with the Baron. Although Jack didn't understand how the Baron could possibly sense that the candle was lit, he knew better than to question his superior's orders. In his opinion, as long as his task was completed successfully, he didn't mind the method used. Time slowly passed. Jack's index finger trembled as he continuously tapped on the belt around his waist, with each of his taps representing a passing second. Just when he had almost counted up to 1,000, signaling that his mission had failed, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. He didn't relax. If anything, this made him even more nervous as he reached for his trusted dagger. Jack understood that a person was most vulnerable when they believed that they had accomplished their goal. Using that brief period of time, he had managed to assassinate countless targets, among whom many were stronger than him. Thus, how could he possibly fall for the same trick? While Jack was deep in thought, the person outside approached, until suddenly, they came to an abrupt stop. The sound of keys jangling could be faintly heard, and following a metal click, the door opened. From the gap, a figure that Jack had never seen before entered. Yet, though unfamiliar, Jack instantly recognized this person. Having seen the images of the target before, he understood that the person before him was Baron Bloodshield, a member of the Necronomicon sect and the direct subordinate of one of its most powerful members. Still, Jack didn't let down his guard. Glancing at the Baron, he opened his mouth and spoke, his right hand glued to his weapon as if afraid that it would escape his grasp. "The entire world is a cage. And we," he said, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Hearing these words, the Baron paused, as if caught by surprise. This action alarmed Jack. Fortunately, just when he was about to take action, the Baron responded, "We shall shatter our mortal cage." As soon as these words fell, the white knuckles of Jack relaxed. Seemingly letting down his guard, he glanced at the Baron and asked the question plaguing his mind. "What happened? Why did Your Excellency lose contact with the Holy Sect?" he questioned. In response, the Baron shook his head. "Didn't I mention the caravan's disappearance in my letter? I'm afraid that the mastermind behind everything is the royal family. I suspect that someone might have noticed something amiss. It would be stupid of me to do anything out of the ordinary at times like these. If I were to be discovered, the Necronomicon sect's plans would go to ruin." Behind his dark cloak, Jack nodded, seemingly in agreement. Then, he remembered something. "The higher-ups have told me to inform Your Excellency that the meeting will be held earlier this month. They said that it's best if you are there on time." "I understand. I'll make sure to be there," the Baron replied. "That's good." Jack spoke, his voice containing a hint of relief, as well as joy to have completed his task. Just when it seemed that everything had gone well and the two would part their ways, though, Jack suddenly took action. The hand that had been clutching the dagger throughout this time rose up, unsheathing the weapon from its sheath during the process. Then, with a quick movement, Jack appeared before Baron Bloodshield and swung the dagger towards his head. Without any resistance, perhaps because of Jack's sudden attack, the dagger penetrated through the Baron's head and embedded in his skull. Watching the blood splatter all over the place, Jack didn't relax. After kicking the Baron's body away and removing the bloody dagger from the skull in the process, he jumped to the side and was about to leap out of the window. Clearly, he had understood that everything was a trap and was hoping to escape as soon as possible. Unfortunately, before Jack could complete his escape plan, the shadows around the window rippled. Shooting up, they transformed into a thick layer of darkness that covered the window, completely blocking his way. Jack adjusted his body and was about to find another route to escape when the sound of clapping hands echoed in his ears. He turned his head instinctively, only to discover that unbeknownst to him, a crimson-haired woman had appeared in the room. Looking at the nervous member of the Necronomicon sect before her, Liora continued clapping her hands as if expressing her admiration. I'm actually quite curious. How did you discover that there was something wrong with the Baron? She couldn't help but ask, as she took a step forward and approached him. Liora was merely asking out of habit, never expecting that her question would lead to an answer. However, as if to shatter her expectations, Jack paused. Opening his mouth, Jack actually responded to Leora's words. How could a member of the Holy Sect refer to it as the Necronomicon sect like you heretics? He scoffed and added. Moreover, the identity of every member of the sect is kept a secret unless deemed necessary to disclose it. How could there really be a meeting of its members? Hearing his explanation, Liora couldn't help but click her tongue. Originally, she believed that Jack had noticed that something was wrong with the Baron and had thus chosen to attack first. After all, although more than a week had passed and Alpha's control over the puppet had improved significantly, it was impossible for her to make his actions truly perfect. Yet, surprisingly, the thing that gave the trap away was not these subtle imperfections, but her own lack of information. It's worthy of being a sect feared throughout the continent. Even a mere member is so vigilant. Though disappointed, Liora had expected such a thing to occur. How could it be that easy to gather the information she wished for? Thinking of this, she lightly shook her head with faint regret before raising her head and casting a glance at Jack. You're quite observant, but you are unfortunately not very intelligent. Here is a piece of advice. In such situations, it's better to act like you haven't seen anything. While she was halfway through her speech, Leora's figure dissolved into thick black mist. The next moment, she dashed before him and stretched her arm out, clenching her hand into a tight fist and punching forward. Although Jack had expected that the target might attack him, the ability that Liora displayed went beyond the common sense of the night world. As such, he had little time to react. In a hurry, he could only raise the bloody dagger and swing it at her abdomen. He understood that the only way to defend against this unexpected blow was to take the initiative. As long as the target was reluctant to exchange injuries with him, his safety would be guaranteed. Unfortunately, Liora was not an ordinary knight. She didn't attempt to evade, nor did she try to defend. Instead, she continued punching him, as if she had not detected his attack. Black-hued life force emerged from her body. Half of it gathered on her abdomen, and the other half poured into her right arm. The next moment, the two people clashed. However, the results of their collision were shocking. The moment the dagger struck across Leora's abdomen, a large number of sparks were produced. Yet, it failed to penetrate her skin, much less cause significant harm. On the other hand, her unpretentious punch hit Jack's torso, causing a mouthful of blood to pour out of his mouth. At the same time, he was sent flying across the room. Liora didn't halt her actions. Taking advantage of his momentary inability to resist, she teleported beside him once again. Raising her arm, she struck Jack's unprotected stomach with her elbow, while she swiped her right leg and kicked him in the knee. A low, almost inaudible cry escaped Jack's mouth, which was obscured by the dark hood. The excruciating pain and unbearable injuries made him unable to resist, resulting in him becoming a punching bag in Leora's hands. In just a few moments, Liora had attacked him several times, crushing hundreds of his bones with her bare hands. Although Jack was a true knight and his recovery capabilities were abnormal, he was still a human. Therefore, he found it hard to maintain his footing. After another one of Leora's punches hit his shoulder, he crumpled to the ground, breathless. His vision grew blurry, and his eyes were filled with confusion as he tried his best to remain conscious. Jack knew very well what fate would await him if he were to fall into the opponent's hands, an opponent who was so clearly targeting the Holy Sect. It would be acceptable if he just endured endless torture. But if some information was leaked, the Holy Sect would suffer, and the plan to change the world would also be affected. Thinking of this, Jack's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. Under Leora's dumbfounded expression, he urged his life force and used it as a weapon to attack his own muscles and tendons. Instantly, blood began trickling out of every single one of his pores, while his aura fluctuated violently, soon becoming extremely weak, as if he had turned into a mortal. But Jack neither minded the pain nor the loss of his strength. Raising his head, he glanced at Liora for one final time before shaking his head. It seems that I will not be able to experience that, he muttered, his tone filled with regret and sorrow. These were the final words that Jack would ever say. Shortly after they left his mouth, his vitality passed away, as if devoured by a hidden being, and his aura disappeared, once and for all. Looking at this scene and the familiar way of dying, Liora's expression darkened. What's up with all these lunatics? Why are they so committed to dying every single fucking time? She cursed. Infuriated, she couldn't help but kick Jack's corpse, sending it flying across the room. As if this was not enough to calm her down, she smashed his remains a couple more times. It was only after doing this, when her fists were dyed red by the blood of her enemies, that Liora seemed to finally calm down. Trash, she spat, and, feeling that her efforts were worthless, she was about to leave the building. But just then, she seemed to recall something. Leaning down, she grabbed Jack's lifeless corpse and placed it on her shoulder before turning around. Perhaps I'll be able to uncover some clues through him. Her cold voice echoed in the messy building, only vanishing when she shut the door behind her. A few minutes after Liora's departure, a soft, barely discernible movement occurred in the originally silent room. In one of its corners, a tiny mouse dug out of the wooden planks and emerged, observing its surroundings with faint curiosity. Its eyes lit up. With a flurry of leaps, the mouse arrived at the spot where Jack had died and drilled into the floor using its needle-like claws. A few seconds and a lot of effort later, it found what it was searching for. A tiny piece of paper that was only a few centimeters wide and even shorter in length. The mouse carefully placed it in its mouth. Then, as if it had completed its task, it entered into a nearby hole and hastily fled the building. Only a few minutes later, in an abandoned building not far away, a man cloaked in black clothes stood silently, leaning against the window. The movements of the pedestrians outside were reflected in his eyes, while their unintentional conversations became the basis for his analysis. Suddenly, the man noticed something. Lowering his eyes, he glanced underneath him and found a tiny mouse squeaking next to his feet. A message, he muttered, and, bending down, picked up the mouse and removed the paper hidden within its mouth. Then, he scanned its contents attentively. If anyone else were here, they would discover that the paper contained a bunch of garbled, puzzling symbols that made absolutely no sense. But, as a member of the Necronomicon sect, the man knew what each of these symbols represented. As he deciphered the contents, the message passed on to him by Jack was revealed. Danger. The Baron has been compromised. Suspected Great Knight. Notify the Holy Sect. The moment he glimpsed this message, the man's body shuddered. Although the message didn't convey anything about Jack's current state, the man could speculate what his final fate would end up being. After all, Jack undoubtedly had to come into contact with the target in order to gather all this information. In the man's opinion, it was simply impossible for him to survive a battle with a great knight. Most likely, Jack had already met his demise. Don't worry. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. I'll make sure that the Holy Sect finds the person responsible and avenges you. The man whispered as he clenched his fists. Then, he spun around, ready to leave the city and even Baron Bloodshield's fiefdom. Though the mission had not been completed and his companion's death had saddened him, the news he had received was more than enough of a reason to quit. Most importantly, he had to inform the Holy Sect about what transpired. Is the Necronomicon sect so vindictive? Suddenly, a discordant voice rang in the man's ears. Instinctively, he couldn't help but respond. Of course, if the Holy Sect allowed people to kill its members without seeking revenge, how could it possibly remain standing? How could it have gained its notorious name and become feared throughout the continent? The man's voice and face were full of pride when he mentioned the Holy Sect, and it was evident that his words stemmed straight from his heart. But the moment he finished talking, a question inevitably arose within his mind. Who spoke just now? He wondered, and immediately, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Unfortunately, before he could so much as turn around, a hand landed on the back of his head, causing his eyes to go dark and knocking him unconscious. Glancing at the collapsed member that she had finally managed to capture, Liora couldn't help but shake her head. These guys are really impossible to get a hold of. Even the most terrifying devils are not as decisive as they. How could a normal person just choose to kill themselves at the slightest amount of disagreement? Fortunately, There were 3 mice hiding. Otherwise, my plan would have failed. Liora sighed, and, leaning down, caught the little mouse that had delivered the message earlier. Looking at its tiny body and little cute face, Liora lightly patted it on the head with her index finger. "You are the only good mouse in this place," she whispered, but her words only received the mouse's confused expression in return. Outside the room that once housed the stone sculpture and the devil's clone, Liora stood silently. Leaning against the stone wall, she pinched her chin while, secretly, she was trying to listen to the noises within the room. But to no avail. Just when she was growing increasingly curious about what was taking place inside, the door gradually opened, and Alpha strode out. "Lord, it's over," she saluted, and, peeking at the corpse inside from the corner of her eye, she continued. This person was surprisingly formidable. Apart from a few pieces of information that are mostly trivial, he refused to say anything. "I'm afraid that these people have been specifically trained by the Necronomicon sect to keep silent. No matter what torturing technique one uses, it's nearly impossible to get any valuable information out of them." This didn't come as a surprise to Liora. Judging from the attitude these people showed and the ease with which they decided to kill themselves, it was apparent that they were fanatics, people who were truly devoted to the Necronomicon sect and its ideals. Therefore, she had already expected that getting information out of them was not going to be easy. However, she believed in her luck. Or rather, she had trust in Alpha's abilities. Thinking of this, Liora waved her hand and signaled Alpha to say no more. "Just tell me what you've uncovered. There's no reason to go around in circles," she ordered. Though interrupted rudely, Alpha didn't express any displeasure. Instead, she nodded her head. According to this person, these 2 people were tasked with investigating why the Baron's communication with the sect was severed. In his opinion, they should be the only team performing this task. However, once the Necronomicon sect learns of their disappearance, they will come to understand that something unforeseen has occurred. At that time, a Great Knight may be tasked with conducting the investigation. After she said this, Alpha continued reporting the rest of her discoveries. From time to time, she would interject and give her own opinion, earning a nod of approval from Liora. Whether she agreed with Alpha's analysis or not, Liora was pleased to see the change in her behavior. After all, if they were still in the Crucible, Alpha would have never gone to such lengths to express her views. Perhaps such a change was caused by Alpha's advancement, or perhaps it was led by her coming into contact with more situations and people. The most noteworthy piece of information that I acquired is that the Necronomicon sect's stronghold is located near Baron Bloodshield's fiefdom. Based on what the person inside said, their base is hidden deep within the Ancient Beast Wilderness. Ancient Beast Wilderness. This was a term Liora was quite familiar with, not only because she had read about it before, but also because she had even personally visited it. Not in reality, but in a dream. That's right. The Ancient Beast Wilderness that Alpha had just mentioned was the forest where the war between the founding emperor and the Twilight Wolf had taken place. Originally, the Ancient Beast Wilderness stretched throughout the continent and was the natural habitat of Neasts, while also being the place where humans were kept in captivity. However, with the rise of the founding emperor and the human race as a whole, the area populated by the beasts gradually grew smaller. At first, only a small area of it was cleared up, becoming a paradise for humans. But as the years passed and the humans' influence grew bigger, the Ancient Beast Wilderness suffered. By now, the forest was only a shell of its former self, covering less than 10% of the entire mainland. On the other hand, the Iron Armor Empire, the party that caused its destruction, spanned across the rest of it. Of course, although the beasts suffered a heavy beating and were forced to withdraw, the Ancient Beast Wilderness still hides unimaginable dangers, Liora thought. Just based on the scene she had glimpsed in the Twilight Wolf's memories, she was able to make some inferences. There should be a beast that has the power of a lesser devil living within the Ancient Beast Wilderness. Otherwise, there is no reason for the founding emperor to refrain from annihilating the entire beast race and destroying the forest. Fortunately, what Liora was looking for was not the Necronomicon sect's headquarters, but merely one of its many strongholds. Therefore, it was impossible for it to be located too deep into the Ancient Beast Wilderness. Although that person didn't say the exact location, just a rough estimate should be enough for me to discover it, Liora brooded. The ancient beast wilderness was located in the northern part of the continent, and although now smaller, it still stretched for countless miles. Until a few decades ago, beasts would rush out of the forest from time to time and launch sieges on the nearby cities, turning the locals into their food. But with the rise of various nobles, though such things still occurred, they had become rather rare. Although the fiefdom of Baron Bloodshield was close to the ancient beast wilderness, there were still a few fiefdoms separating them. Thus, Liora had to go on a relatively short journey in order to enter it. Fortunately, with her shroud form concealing her devil characteristics and traits, Liora didn't face any issues disguising herself as a human and staying in the nearby human cities. Even though the journey didn't last for long, it allowed her to collect some precious pieces of information. This information could also be found in books, but it was completely different to hear it from genuine people than to read it on a lifeless piece of paper. The main reason why the beasts are no longer so keen on launching raids on human cities is because of Duchess Lobelia's rise. According to the rumors, she has long reached the peak of the great warrior rank. Only a few years ago, she entered the ancient beast wilderness alone, slaughtering thousands of beasts and shocking everyone. From then on, the beasts, though irrational, knew better than to attack the Iron Armor Empire. Though her stay in each city was short, Liora could see the admiration that regular people held for this duchess. But it also made sense. For the people living so close to the ancient beast wilderness, an area that not long ago was full of chaos, Duchess Lobelia was their savior, the person who had made their lives noticeably better. Perhaps in their minds, the duchess's status even exceeded that of the founding emperor, someone they had only heard about in songs and read in books written an unknown number of years before. Shaking her head, Liora didn't ponder for long. She understood that whether people admired Duchess Lobelia or not was none of her business. She didn't care, nor was she planning to uncover whether the duchess had entered the ancient beast wilderness in order to help these people, or simply to establish her authority and strength. Instead, what Liora paid attention to was the thing in front of her, or rather, the shadowy, dark forest before her. Lowering her head, Liora's eyes traced the land beneath her feet. Although only a couple of meters separated her from the forest, it seemed as if the two were located in two entirely different worlds, divided by an invisible line. The land she was standing on was lively, full of lush grass and buzzing insects, while the ancient beast wilderness seemed to represent the concept of death. With pitch-black earth and shadows contorting around the plants, the forest looked bizarre, more like a place that one would find in the demon world than in a world inhabited by humans. Fortunately, a mere forest was not enough to intimidate Liora, especially when this forest was connected to her next plan. She knew full well that her next course of action would directly impact her confrontation with the Necronomicon sect, the Holy Church, and even the unidentified True Devil. With that in mind, Liora stopped hesitating. Clasping her hands behind her back, she strode into the forest. Before long, her lone figure faded away, leaving only a trail of dark shadows along her path. As soon as Liora stepped into the ancient beast wilderness, she came to understand that its external ghostly appearance was not misleading at all. If anything, it was exactly the opposite. The forest seemed terrifying from the outside, yet its interior was even more horrifying. Although this place is filled with vitality, this vitality is accompanied by the feeling of dread and gloom. Liora murmured as she calmly scanned her surroundings. Trees with black, squirming trunks, bushes whose leaves seemed more like tentacles than actual plant parts, and a dense, dark mist that covered the entirety of the forest. As these sights fell into Liora's eyes, a vague feeling of disharmony arose within her body. Though the change was imperceptible, she keenly sensed that her control over her own life force had declined, as if an invisible force was suppressing her. Even though this loss of control was small, and most would have failed to notice it, it would directly impact one's ability to exert their power. Fortunately, while she was observing this change and was wondering whether to continue her journey, the myriad devil's body activated on its own. Its effect, supreme adaptation, awakened and began working tirelessly to adjust her body's structure to better fit into the environment. The time needed was very brief. In just a short period of time, the disharmony that Liora had previously sensed disappeared, and with it vanished the force suppressing her. It seems that the beasts are not the only threat in the ancient beast wilderness. The forest itself and its environment are also a potential enemy. Realizing this, Liora raised her guard and thought to herself that she should be more careful. Her consciousness spread outward, examining everything in a small range around her. After confirming that there was no danger, she walked deeper. Although the member of the Necronomicon sect had refused to say anything regarding the location of the sect's stronghold, the mere fact that he divulged that it was in the ancient beast wilderness was more than enough for Liora. The Necronomicon sect's members arrived 8 days after the death of Baron Bloodshield. Considering the time it would take for the sect to receive his letter, and taking into account the 2 investigators' journey, I can roughly narrow down the scope of my search. Liora thought as she leaped forward, crushing the vines beneath her as she landed. While her consciousness probed around her, trying to detect the location of the stronghold, she wasn't idle. Instead, she carefully surveyed her surroundings, searching for potential traces of any beast. After all, although she was planning to locate the stronghold's location, this didn't mean that she couldn't have another, secondary goal. It is rumored that most of the resources that knights use are discovered in the ancient beast wilderness. Whether it is the rare plants or the miraculous fruits, they are all born here, affected by the vitality filling this place. Of course, the most valuable resource was neither of these, but the flesh and blood of powerful beasts. This was exactly one of Liora's purposes for entering the ancient beast wilderness. By devouring the essence of the twilight wolves, she had already reached the peak of the true knight rank. All she needed was a small opportunity, and she would be able to advance further, becoming a great knight. Originally, it would only take me a few weeks to advance. But if I happened to obtain a valuable resource, such as the essence of a powerful beast, the time required would be greatly shortened. Just as Liora was mulling over this, her crimson eyes suddenly lit up. Her ears twitched as an almost inaudible whisper rang directly in her mind, seemingly coming out of the void itself. At the same time, her consciousness discovered a faint aura at the very edge of its range. Immediately, Liora adjusted her path. Her figure flashed forward and glided through the forest as she rapidly approached the position she had just detected. Even though the 2 were originally far away, it didn't take long for Liora to reach her destination. The moment she did, the owner of the aura she had sensed earlier fell into her eyes. Just like she had predicted, it was a beast, a creature that seemed to have evolved from a peacock. About half a meter tall, and with a wingspan of more than 2 meters, it was perched on top of a short tree, its shiny feathers sparkling with a colorful light. Its appearance was stunning and graceful. At first glance, it was the type of bird that most nobles dreamed of taming. As long as they transformed it into their pet, they would be able to show off in front of their friends. Unfortunately, the fresh, dripping blood on its feathers and the overwhelming aura it subconsciously exuded made it clear that this creature was not a pet, but an apex predator. Liora's silent domain had yet to be unsealed. Thankfully, her control over shadows made it easy for her to blend into the environment and conceal her presence. Thus, the beast failed to notice her arrival. Even when she stood underneath the tree it was perched on, the bird had yet to perceive her, as if she had turned into a ghost. I didn't expect that I would meet a beast with the power of a true knight as soon as I entered the forest. Could it be said that I'm fortunate, or that I am really unlucky? Liora mused. Either way, she wasn't going to miss this chance. Her gaze focused on the beast as she brought her hand forward and clenched her fist. Immediately, the world around her responded. The entire forest writhed. Vine-shaped shadows rose from the ground and shot toward the beast, like hundreds of tentacles ready to envelop their opponent. They whistled through the air and came before the peacock, who only then realized that somebody was targeting it. Faced with the onslaught of darkness, it didn't choose to fly away. Rather, it instinctively spread its colorful feathers, forming a shield around its body. The second the peacock released its feathers, the vine-like shadows arrived. As they grew from the ground, their tips turned into a variety of cold weapons before they smashed towards the beast. Instantly, the onslaught of darkness smashed against the recently raised shield. Continuous clanging noises echoed throughout the forest while the tree on which the peacock perched shattered. Wooden fragments and dust were scattered everywhere, obscuring the beast's form and making it impossible to inspect its current state. It was only seconds later, when everything had settled, that the peacock resurfaced into the outside world and its appearance was unveiled. Its feathers were still released, forming a shield protecting it, yet it was fairly obvious that its body was unharmed. The previous attack had not injured it, as the impact had been fully absorbed by its colorful feathers. Still, a cruel glint flickered in its gem-like pupils. Scanning its surroundings, it searched for the person responsible. Under its careful survey, Liora couldn't remain undetected. Soon, she was discovered. Seeing the person who had attacked it, and, most importantly, that this person was a mere human, the peacock let out a shrill cry. Its tail flapped backwards like a pair of wings, launching it towards its prey. On the other hand, Liora was quite surprised to find that her sneak attack had failed. After all, she was certain that a twilight wolf would have died instantly if they were to face the earlier wave of attacks. However, she quickly realized what was going on. Although rare, twilight wolves are not considered top-tier beasts. Their rarity is artificial, being a byproduct of the value that humans attach to them, rather than a result of their own power. Even though Liora was unable to identify the race of the peacock, she could see that its strength was quite powerful. In her opinion, even Baron Bloodshield, someone who had reached the peak of the true knight rank, might not be its match. Liora was deep in thought, but time didn't stop. The world around her would, of course, not pause and give her the time to ponder. Before long, the peacock had closed the distance between them and continued its charge. Noticing this, Liora shook her head, suppressing these thoughts for the time being. Raising her head, she cast a glance at the menacing peacock and finally reacted. She had always been of the opinion that the best form of defense was attack. Therefore, just as always, she didn't try to evade but instead struck back. The shadows beneath her feet rippled and transformed into a pair of thick vines that fired towards the peacock from both directions. At the same time, a huge halberd made of darkness emerged from her right hand. Although her physical strength could match that of a ranked young devil, its heavy weight still made it challenging for Liora to grasp. But this didn't make her frown. Instead, it made her delighted. Clutching the halberd's handle with both hands, she struggled to raise it above her head. Then, she swung it downwards. Like a mountain falling from the sky, the halberd crushed down with overwhelming power. The first one to suffer its impact was the world around it. A wave of wind crashed to both sides as the halberd's edge split through the air, producing a loud sonic boom in the process. Then, the halberd headed towards the peacock. Never expecting that the weak human in its eyes would choose to actively fight back, the peacock was originally not planning to put up any defense. Yet, when it sensed the threatening aura emanating from its opponent, it instantly changed its mind. Its first reaction was to dodge, but noticing the two unfamiliar creatures attacking it from either side, it understood that it could not evade. Therefore, it chose to face the blow head-on. It didn't release its feathers to defend, but instead opened its beak wide. Its colorful feathers glowed brilliantly as life force coursed throughout its body and gathered in its mouth. Soon, it transformed into a rainbow-colored blade and rushed out. Its target was clear, the descending halberd. Clearly, although the peacock was a mere beast, it possessed trump cards that common beasts like the twilight wolves could only ever dream of. Despite this, though, its struggle ultimately proved meaningless. Though the rainbow-colored blade's power faintly exceeded the power that a true knight could wield, faced with Liora's all-out blow, it was like a firefly trying to fight against the shining moon. The halberd easily slashed through the blade, cutting it in two. It paused for a brief moment due to the collision, but very soon, it continued unabated. Before long, a booming clap echoed, followed by a shrill howl, full of resentment and misery. Watching the blood splatter, Liora didn't release her grip on the halberd. Rather, she tightened it and continued exerting force. Under the halberd's weight and extraordinary power, the defense provided by the peacock's feathers proved useless. Soon, the halberd sliced through them. Then its skin, flesh, bones, and organs. The peacock collapsed, with a huge halberd nailing it onto the ground beneath it. Its body quivered, and it attempted to break free, but Liora held the halberd still, holding it in place and making it impossible for it to escape. Feeling its vitality gradually pass away, the peacock let out a sorrowful shout. Adjusting its long neck, it turned around and stared at Liora for one last time, as if it wanted to etch the face of its killer onto its mind. The next moment, its struggle ceased. Sensing that its aura had evaporated, Liora couldn't help but exhale softly. Although the battle had been brief and straightforward, practically lasting only 2 strikes, the peacock was perhaps the strongest enemy she had faced since her descent into this world. If I hadn't reached the peak of the true knight rank, and if my devil strength had not been further unsealed, even I may not have been able to beat it. Sure enough, it deserves to be a race that dominated the world and held humans in captivity. Although they are foolish and irrational, their strength is apparent. Glancing at the single drop of essence hovering above her palm, Liora flicked it with her fingers, flinging it right into her mouth. At the same time, she began using the Nightreaver Night technique, dividing the essence into 2 streams of energy. Half of it poured into her body, and the other half into her life force. When the streams of energy were fully absorbed and nothing of them remained, Liora noticed that her strength had improved, albeit negligibly. Although this beast is many times more powerful than the Knight Apprentice Twilight Wolves I previously swallowed, the improvement it brought is minuscule in comparison. Part of this is because my strength has improved since then, but the most significant reason is that the peacock's essence is simply not as useful as that of a Twilight Wolf. Liora couldn't help but click her tongue. Twilight wolves truly deserved to go extinct. It was as if their race had been cursed by the gods, becoming supreme elixirs for the knights of this world. If knights didn't target such a weak but valuable race, who else would they hunt down? Shaking her head, Liora pushed those thoughts aside. She shifted her focus back to herself. Taking a look at her life force, which had by now become solid and was coursing throughout her body, she subconsciously recalled the information that she had read. The practice of knights is the continuous transformation of one's life force, from mist to liquid, and finally to turning solid. For a knight to advance further and become a great knight, they have to transform their life force into a seed. The method to do this was quite straightforward. All a knight had to do was gather their freely flowing life force into their abdomen and press it together. This can be accomplished through hard work, but it can also be achieved utilizing external forces. Liora pondered as her gaze fell onto her abdomen. There, about 5% of her total life force had appeared, merging together as if it were about to transform. Judging by my current progress, I only need to devour about 20 true knight-equivalent beasts. Thankfully, the ancient beast wilderness seems to be filled with these things. Thinking of this, and considering that her battle with the peacock might have alarmed other beasts, Liora didn't choose to stay here. After waving her hand and eliminating the evidence of her having ever been here, she swiftly left this place. Her goal was clear: to continue searching for the stronghold, while at the same time, using this time as an opportunity to slay a few more beasts. She believed that it would not take her long to achieve either of these. Unfortunately for Liora, she soon realized that she had been gravely mistaken. She initially believed that it would only be a matter of time to find the hiding place of the Necronomicon sect, since she had narrowed down the scope of her search. Yet, she was proven wrong. Despite searching for more than half a day, using her consciousness all the time to investigate the area around her, she failed to discover any traces of humans, much less the stronghold itself. Even worse, since her encounter with the peacock, Liora had yet to sense the traces of any other beast. Therefore, it seemed as if she was wasting her time. Though Liora knew that one should always be patient and half a day was a pretty short amount of time, she simply could not afford to keep wasting her time like this. She had not forgotten that the Necronomicon sect was targeting the Bloodshield Baronry and the Holy Church, the Black Tulip Earldom. If either of these parties chose to strike while she was missing, there would be no one there to stop them. With that in mind, Liora no longer hesitated. I was planning to save my evolution points for later. Now, it seems that I can no longer wait, she realized. Then, with a move of her mind, she summoned the long-lost system. True name: Liora Vathalis Dranthra Vexera. Rank: Lesser Devil, Sealed, True Knight. Race: Unknown Bloodline. Strength: 59, 135. Agility: 59, 140. Vitality: 59, 150. Mana, 59, 145. Abilities: Myriad Devil's Body, partially unsealed. Shadow Manipulation, partially sealed. Void Whisper, partially unsealed. Spear of the Blighted Sun, partially unsealed. Silent Domain, sealed. Evolution Points, for 1,520. Current Absorption Efficiency, 25x. Normal Devil equals 1x. Glancing at her information, which had changed a lot since she last saw it, Liora's gaze alternated between two columns, evolution points and base stats. If I were in the demon world, raising each of my base stats to 60 would only cost 60 evolution points. But in this world, it's going to cost 600. In total, 2,400 evolution points are needed to bring all of my base stats to 60. This was exactly the reason why Liora had refrained from doing so. In her opinion, each evolution point was extremely valuable. Rather than consuming them to enhance her base stats, it would be better to keep them until she saved enough to create a new ability. After all, a new ability would be helpful even after her return to the demon world rather than only in this world. Unfortunately, sometimes there were things that went beyond one's control. No matter how clever one was and how much they analyzed a situation, they were bound to make errors. A gap in their knowledge, a leap of logic in their thinking process, or even external elements influencing their plans. Thus, though disappointed that her savings were about to go to waste, Liora remained calm. With a move of her mind, she clicked on the plus buttons behind each of her base stats. Instantly, the panel flickered. Her evolution points decreased at an alarming pace, while her base stats turned from 59 to 60. However, Liora paid no heed to this. The moment she confirmed her decision, 4 streams of energy materialized within her body, enhancing her strength, agility, vitality, and mana, respectively. The streams were small and were consumed in a blink of an eye, but their mere arrival seemed to have shattered the shackles limiting Liora. Continuous popping sounds echoed as her muscles flexed and her blood raged, while her aura grew stronger at an astonishing rate. Though ranked young devils and ordinary young devils were both in the same stage, it was an objective truth that there was a world of difference between them. Therefore, even though a devil wouldn't undergo an advancement during this leap in strength, they would still experience a transformation in power. And this transformation was exactly what Liora was currently going through. Having reached the peak of the True Knight rank, Liora's power had long been unsealed, reaching the apex strength that ordinary young devils could possibly possess. With her using the system to enhance her base stats earlier, her strength had been further unsealed. It had crossed a certain threshold, allowing her to exert the force of a ranked young devil. Watching her demonic energy boil and feeling that her power had grown dramatically once more, Liora couldn't help but be filled with satisfaction. However, she understood that her changes were not over just yet. She shifted her attention back to her body. Controlling her demonic energy, which had increased both in quality and quantity, she controlled it to turn into a hand and grab the rushing life force. Then, using her mind, she manipulated it and pushed it towards her abdomen. As her demonic energy slowly let go, the life force instinctively wanted to run, to continue on its previous path. But before it could do so, an invisible force attracted it, like metal meeting a magnet. Helpless, it could only turn back, settling into her abdomen and becoming one with the rest of the life force gathered there. If it were before Liora consumed her evolution points, this would have been unattainable. After all, although demonic energy was of a higher level than life force due to the demon world's influence, the two were roughly equal in power. Though the demonic energy could faintly suppress the latter, it could not manipulate it at will. But now, the delicate balance between them had been broken. Since Liora had regained her ranked young devil power, it was simple for the demonic energy to overpower her life force, which had remained at the True Knight stage. With closed eyes, Liora didn't stop, but instead accelerated this process. Her demonic energy continuously transformed into a hand and grabbed the unwilling life force before tossing it straight into her abdomen. Because of her unfamiliarity with such delicate control, it took her a few minutes to accomplish this at first. But as time passed and Liora grew increasingly acquainted with the process, the time required was greatly shortened. More and more life force emerged in her abdomen, while the life force rushing through her body was declining. As the life force gathered, it began to merge together, slowly converting into a dark-hued green orb. The orb looked like a precious crystal, but at the same time like a vibrant seed full of vitality. When the last portion of the life force fell on it, the seed was truly completed. It shook violently, and a large amount of energy flowed out of it, rushing through Liora's body and enhancing her power. Her strength, agility, and vitality were all improved at a rapid rate. Though she had undergone many transformations in the past, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. I'm afraid that besides the time I advanced to a lesser devil, this is the first time that my power has improved so quickly, she murmured. But she quickly understood the reason. With the seed's completion, she had advanced, surpassing the true knight rank and becoming a great knight. The energy that poured out of the seed was merely the feedback brought by her advancement, pushing her on an entirely different level. Though this feedback didn't last for long, it was enough to make her knight rank match her devil stage. Sensing the power filling every inch of her body, Liora was pleased. However, what made her the most delighted was not the improvement of her physical body, but the other changes driven by her advancement. Before one becomes a great knight, the only function of life force is to boost one's physical strength. This is also the main weakness of this power system. Compared to devils, knights are half a level weaker. But once one becomes a great knight, everything changes. Not only can knights learn the skills included in their knight techniques, but they will also awaken a powerful innate ability. Since Liora had just become a great knight and had not learned any skills, she could not use the former. But activating the latter, the innate ability that every great knight would awaken, was feasible. Sensing this, Liora glanced at the life seed floating within her abdomen, and her mind moved. Immediately, the life seed reacted. The dark hue on its surface grew deeper, and it began releasing huge amounts of energy, like a balloon that was releasing all the air it had accumulated. As this energy combined with Liora's body, her physical strength skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it had grown by more than 50% and showed no signs of halting. Life ignition. This is the ability that every great knight will receive. By igniting one's life seed, they can temporarily receive a boost in power. Though that boost was only temporary, the enormous strength it provided was enough to make it an incredibly effective trump card. Of course, such an ability did not come without a cost. Each time a great knight ignited their life seed, letting the energy increase their strength, it would put a heavy strain on their body. This strain might be negligible for a short period of time, but if one overused life ignition frequently, their lifespan would quickly deplete. From losing a couple of days of lifespan at the start to losing months, years, or even decades of one's life. This also led to a large number of great knights passing away shortly after their advancement, not at the hands of their enemies, but as a result of exhausting their lifespan. In fact, as long as a knight did not overuse life ignition, there was absolutely no reason for their lifespan to be exhausted that easily. After all, a knight apprentice could live for more than 100 years. A true knight 150, while the total lifespan of a great knight reached an astonishing 200 years. Even if a great knight spent more than 50 years in order to ignite their life seed, they should still be able to live for about 150 years. Unfortunately, reality was not a game. Once someone became a great knight, their status and power would rise accordingly. But with that came a completely different set of challenges. For example, becoming the enemy of other great knights. Most of the time, once two great knights chose to fight, the most daring one, or the one more willing to sacrifice their lifespan, would emerge victorious. This was the reason why the unusual phenomenon of true knights living longer than great knights occurred. But the improvement brought by life ignition is totally worth it. I'm afraid that, besides being forced to do it by the circumstances, many great knights are simply addicted to the sense of wielding overwhelming power, Liora thought. If before this rank, devils held an absolute advantage over the knights of this world, then once a knight reached the great knight rank, the gap between them would narrow. With sufficient combat experience and having comprehended a large number of skills, offensive and defensive, great knights could defeat ranked young devils with relative ease. Although I haven't comprehended any knight skills, I still possess my abilities as a devil. Being both a great knight and a ranked young devil, my current combat power cannot be judged by common sense. Though she had just entered these ranks, Liora could see that her power had reached the peak of both the ranked young devil stage and the great knight rank. If she had to estimate, her combat power was equivalent to that of the blasphemer, who hadn't utilized the holy domain to exert stronger power. Moreover, unlike other great knights, the drawbacks of life ignition are hardly a concern for me, Liora thought as she checked her own state. Instantly, she noticed that igniting her life seed barely took a toll on her body. Coupled with the fact that, as a devil, her lifespan was already very long, she could basically use life ignition without suffering much damage. Unlike knight apprentices, a little devil is a mere consumable in the eyes of the demon world. Thus, they only have a lifespan of a couple of months. However, once a devil advances to a young devil, their lifespan will increase to approximately 200 years, surpassing the true knights of this world. Lesser devils can live for about 1,000 years, while true devils can survive for more than 2,000. In many worlds, these devils are considered immortal. As for greater devils, beings on that level have various methods to extend their lives. Under suitable conditions, and with a bit of luck, the extraordinary among them can have a life of 100,000 years. Although devils were forced to face cruel trial after trial, and had to survive in the cruel environment of the demon world, they still held a considerable amount of advantages. A long lifespan just happened to be one of them. But the great knights of this world are quite similar to devils. After all, rarely can either of them reach the end of their lifespan and enjoy their long life. One died because of overusing life ignition, while the other met their demise because of the demon world's training. Perhaps this is the price of growing stronger. To obtain something, you have to sacrifice something else, Liora murmured. But soon, she shook her head. For the time being, lifespan was none of her concerns. She had only lived for more than a year so far, and had a long way to go before worrying about exhausting her lifespan. Rather than wasting time mulling over this, it would be better to concentrate on the matter at hand. And the matter at hand was obviously locating the Necronomicon sect stronghold. Before, my consciousness could only explore the area in a small radius around me. Now, this radius has become many times greater. Most importantly, my abilities have been further unsealed. Void Whisper can perhaps aid me in finding what I'm looking for. Liora's words seemed to carry a strange power. As the moment she finished her speech, Void Whisper indeed activated. At once, countless faint whispers began ringing directly in her mind. Though these whispers didn't grant her any information but only gave a set of coordinates, this was already enough to pique her interest. Recalling her suspicions about the nature of this world, she didn't choose to ignore the Void Whisper's guidance. Instead, she pushed her feet against the ground and launched herself into the air. In the blink of an eye, her figure had flashed tens of meters above the earth. Yet, just when it seemed that she was going to fall to her death, a pair of shadowy wings materialized behind her back. With a gentle motion, they propelled her forward. At the same time, a pale domain covered Liora's body and her surroundings, concealing her presence and erasing any sounds she would have otherwise produced. In fact, Liora had been able to fly since her days in the Crucible. She had refrained from doing so earlier because she was worried that it would alarm the mighty beings hidden within the ancient beast wilderness. But now that her strength had been enhanced and her silent domain had been unsealed, she was no longer as worried. As long as a beast surpassing the Great Knight rank didn't show up, they would find it impossible to spot her, much less defeat and kill her. With the wings pushing her forward and the lack of any obstacles she had to avoid, Liora's pace was rapid. Before long, she had arrived at the place where Void Whisper had guided her to. There, she saw two parties fighting. Liora's figure gently landed on the branch of a nearby tree, and the scene unfolding beneath her fell straight into her eyes. There, two parties were engaged in a violent battle, bringing devastation to the land around them. One of the parties was an enormous beast that resembled an armored lizard, while the other was a group of 4 knights. Though the armored lizard seemed to hold an advantage in the battle, rushing forward and using its front limbs to strike at the knights, its attacks were actually neutralized with relative ease. Every time it seemed like the lizard would maim one of the knights and destroy their formation, another knight would step forward and parry its menacing charge. Judging from their actions and formation, Liora realized that the knights were trying to exhaust the lizard's stamina rather than slaying it head-on. Moreover, as her eyes wandered around the scene, she detected a knight apprentice hiding not far away from the heart of the battle. Although the knight apprentice didn't intervene, it was obvious that he stood on the side of the knights. Liora's speculation and analysis soon proved to be true. Not long after her arrival, the lizard's charges grew increasingly slower. At the same time, the damage its blows caused decreased, giving the knights more leeway to evade. Apparently, the lizard could no longer maintain its peak combat power. Perhaps recognizing this, or perhaps guided by the hatred and resentment of being wounded, the lizard suddenly gave up resisting the knight's blows. Without putting up any defense, it lunged at one of the knight apprentices, as if it were ready to exchange its life with their own. Just then, though, the person hiding in the dark emerged. Like a qualified assassin, they stepped out of the darkness and flashed beside the lizard. Then, they struck at its temple using a short but sharp dagger. Faced with this sudden sneak attack, the lizard couldn't react. With its head penetrated and its brain crushed, it soon collapsed to the ground, forming a deep pit surrounded by tiny cracks. Gazing at this scene, Liora's eyes narrowed. This was not because she suddenly felt sympathy for the beast, but because she noticed a familiar aura emanating from the team of knights. Moreover, the method used by the knight apprentice at the very end only served to further confirm her speculation. They should be members of the Necronomicon sect, she realized. Although the cultists following the Necronomicon sect did not possess a signature ability like the members of the Holy Church, instead wielding a variety of different powers, Liora could recognize their methods based on her vast experience. In her eyes, the assassination skills performed by the knight apprentice were exactly the same as those employed by the assassins she had captured earlier, making the identity of this team evident. However, Liora restrained her impulse to step forward and capture these people. Her previous encounters with the Necronomicon sect had told her that it would be impossible to acquire any information from them, even if she were to interrogate them. Rather than doing that, it would be better to keep observing them for now. Though it might be a waste of time, it may also guide me to their stronghold, Liora thought, and she immediately made her decision. While constantly activating the silent domain to cover her figure, she approached her targets and waited for them to move. Fortunately, the team of knight apprentices didn't keep her waiting for long. After they disassembled the beast's corpse and collected its valuable parts, they eliminated their traces and swiftly left this place. Unbeknownst to them, a blurry figure followed behind them, covered in a pale domain that made it impossible to detect their presence. Following the cultists, Liora had the illusion that she was experiencing the life of ordinary knights. The team before her cautiously trekked through the ancient beast wilderness, searching for beasts and other useful resources. Since their targets were different than Liora's, who only targeted true knight beasts and wouldn't take the initiative to hunt down weaklings, their harvest was much more satisfying than hers. It didn't take long for their packs to be filled to the brim with the flesh and bones of beasts, accompanied by a large number of precious fruits and plants. Then, they suddenly changed their route, as if they were pleased with their current spoils and were ready to return home. Seeing this happen, Liora's eyes lit up. Although watching the cultists' earlier adventures had been quite novel and something she had never experienced before, she had not forgotten her goal. She was not here to be a voyeur, but to locate the Necronomicon sect's stronghold. While she was secretly having these inexplicable thoughts, the movements of the cultists didn't halt. They continued their careful journey through the forest. At times, they would stop in place and observe their surroundings, as if ensuring that no one was tracking them. Fortunately, their relatively low strength and Liora's silent domain rendered them unable to discover her. Before long, the team finally led her to their destination. However, unlike what one would have expected, that destination was not the Necronomicon sect's stronghold, but a short hill made of gravel. Just when she was wondering whether these people had discovered her existence and were merely deceiving her, she noticed something amiss with the hill. Indeed, only a few moments later, the actions of the cultists confirmed her thoughts. Their leader, who had previously assassinated the lizard beast, stepped forward and approached the hill. After confirming that there was no beast or person nearby, he cautiously placed his palm on the side of the hill and manipulated his life force to pour into his hand. Instantly, a crimson light flickered at the spot that he was touching. The next moment, a small rune materialized on the hill right beside his hand, followed by another one and another one. In the blink of an eye, these runes had multiplied countless times over like a virus, covering the surface of the hill and dyeing it in a blood-red color. The moment the runes materialized, they drew Liora's attention, not only because their sudden appearance was somewhat surprising, but also because she discovered that she could recognize some of them. "Devil runes," she whispered, revealing the runes' true identity. Although the emergence of devil runes in a world so far away from the demon world seemed odd at first, it made sense upon further thought. Based on the true devil's alliance with the Necronomicon sect, it was not impossible for him to share some knowledge he deemed useless, granting the sect the ability to better protect and disguise itself. At the same time, this also explained why Liora had failed to uncover the stronghold before, despite having walked by this place during her search. After all, what she was facing was not the knights of this world, but the methods passed on by a high-level being of unimaginable power. While she was deep in thought, the formation shrouding the hill completed its activation. Following a bright crimson light, a small gap appeared on the spot where the knight apprentice had placed his palm. Then, it grew increasingly bigger. By the time it became large enough for a person to pass through, the boundless darkness lurking inside was revealed, as if it were a gate leading straight to the depths of hell. However, the team of knight apprentices didn't show any intense reaction, obviously having been used to this. They didn't hesitate for long. After exchanging a brief glance with each other, they stepped into the opening, one following behind the other. Seeing their actions and understanding that the formation would soon deactivate and the gap would disappear, Liora was faced with two choices. She could either continue pursuing them and enter what seemed to be the cultist stronghold, or she could stay outside and wait for something to occur. In the end, it didn't take long for her to make a decision. Due to the time constraints, she chose the former. Transforming into a dim shadow, she flashed beside the gate and walked inside, following in the footsteps of the knight apprentice team. Based on the Necronomicon sect's infamous reputation, coupled with the boundless darkness that she glimpsed from the outside, Liora was expecting that the sect's stronghold would be filled with dread and despair. Yet, when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a lush green plain. Gorgeous flowers were surrounded by a large number of colorful butterflies whose wings flapped gently, while the joyful chirping of birds echoed throughout the plain. In the distance stood a group of stone buildings, one neatly built next to the other. Though she was far away, Liora guessed from their appearance that these buildings were most likely barracks, and, judging from the metal noises reaching her ears, a large number of soldiers were training there. She didn't rush to get there. She first concealed her figure to the best of her ability and glanced at the team standing not far away. Unlike her, who was visiting this place for the first time, these cultists seemed to be used to this unusual sight. Therefore, they didn't linger for long. After casting a glance at their surroundings, they turned around and strode towards the barracks. Witnessing this, Liora followed. It didn't take long for the team of knights and the hidden devil to arrive at the barracks entrance. There, another group of knights was guarding. Although they seemed to recognize the wandering knight apprentices as they nodded in acknowledgement, they still didn't let them pass. Instead, they ordered them to halt and began conducting an investigation regarding their identities, ensuring that no intruder would ever enter the barracks. Unfortunately, neither the team of knight apprentices nor the alert guards knew that their biggest fear had already happened. Quietly, Liora had slipped into the barracks, bypassing the tight defense and leaving the cultists behind her. The first thing she did was not to walk deeper into the barracks, but to expand her consciousness, using her powerful soul and void whisper to explore her surroundings. Though she was unable to map out the entire group of buildings, she got a lot of useful information. At the same time, she spotted a large number of knight auras. Although most of them belonged to knight apprentices, there were tens of true knights among them. Most shockingly, there was an imposing aura towering above them all, oppressing the entirety of the barracks. Instantly, Liora guessed the identity of its owner. A great knight. Realizing this, coupled with the many other knight auras she had previously sensed, Liora understood that there was something wrong with this place. It would make sense for one of the three major forces to employ a large number of knight apprentices. It could roughly be understood that there are many true knights, since they might be less rare than outside. But it should be absolutely impossible for a great knight to be stationed here. The status of great knights in the Iron Armor Empire was supreme, akin to the status that ranked devils enjoyed in the Crucible. As long as a great knight was willing, they could easily earn a hereditary title and become nobles of the Iron Armor Empire. If they were particularly powerful or fulfilled certain conditions, they would swiftly be promoted to dukes, reaching the apex of the empire's power structure. Thus, Liora found it hard to believe that such a person would be stationed in such a place. After all, this was not the headquarters of the Necronomicon sect, but merely one of its many strongholds. There should be hundreds of strongholds like this, spread throughout the continent. It's impossible that each stronghold has a great knight stationed there, right? Liora mused. Even the royal family, coupled with all the empire's nobles, would not be able to dispatch such a force. Therefore, Liora speculated that this place was unique. Most likely, it held certain secrets that were significant enough for the Necronomicon sect to pay such a price. With that in mind, after Liora made sure that she could sustain activating the silent domain for a long time, she walked deeper. Faint curiosity flashed across her eyes. Raise your swords. Strike at the target in front of you. No, don't move like that. Your posture must remain upright at all times. Your muscles must be tight, but your movements must flow freely. In a vast training ground enveloped by a high stone wall, a group of soldiers surrounded the new recruits and gazed at them with cold, ruthless expressions. At the center of the ground, a middle-aged man stood imposingly, giving instructions to the recruits before him. His voice was harsh and full of authority, spreading throughout the ground and ringing directly in the minds of the fresh recruits. His words didn't hold back at all, blasting whoever happened to make a blunder. Though he didn't directly punish them, his overwhelming aura, that of a true knight, pressed directly onto them, startling and freezing their minds. This behavior was expected, as this ground seemed to belong to an army. In the army, a soldier had to obey the orders of their superiors, no matter how ridiculous those instructions appeared to be. However, once one looked at the newly recruited troops, they would discover that there was something wrong. This was because the fresh recruits were not fully grown adults, but kids ranging from 10 to 15 years old. At such a young age, other kids would still be playing with their peers or following their parents around. But these children were here, experiencing cruel knight training that would make even grown adults frown. Watching this scene from not far away, Liora's eyes gleamed with a strange light. She didn't pay much attention to the fully grown soldiers nor the instructor, but instead observed the training kids and their movements. 1, 2, 4, 8. In the end, she counted up to a dozen, with each number representing one kid who had reached the knight apprentice rank. This was incredible, not only because the total number of the kids on the training ground was less than 100, meaning that more than 10% of them had become knight apprentices at such a young age, but also because of their sheer number. Though I've come into contact with many knights so far, this doesn't mean that knights are common. In fact, most regular people would be lucky to encounter a single knight in their whole life. Thus, Liora was inevitably surprised to discover that so many future knights had appeared here, brought together by the Necronomicon sect and forced to undergo cruel knight training. In her opinion, even if one tried to locate all the knight seedlings of the Black Tulip Earldom and the Bloodshield Baronry, they would be unable to gather so many individuals. Noting this down, she cast one more glance at this group before leaving. Until her departure, no one, including the true knights, had detected her existence, as if she had transformed into a humanoid ghost. Although Liora's route seemed to be chosen at random, it was, in fact, not. The moment she stepped into the barracks, she had sensed a familiar aura originating from deep within them, the aura of evil and negative emotions. Not surprisingly, this aura emanated from approximately the same place as the one where the Great Knight was stationed. This let her know that it was there that she would be able to discover the answers to the questions that were plaguing her. Since none of the guards in the barracks had reached the Great Knight rank, no one could uncover Liora's figure, giving her the freedom to act as she wished. Before long, she arrived at the central building of the barracks. Instantly, she noticed that the defense here was many times tighter than the one outside. Many alert true knights could be seen wandering around the building, inspecting their surroundings, and trying to find anything wrong. Seeing this, Liora showed no fright. While keeping the silent domain activated, her figure was swallowed by the shadows around her, and she shuttled through the darkness, entering the central building. Shortly after, she climbed down a long stone staircase, which seemed to lead to the very depths of the earth. In a quarantined chamber, two old men dressed in white clothes stood above a long table, staring intently at the item placed on top of it. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder, while their hands reached out and inspected that object. Their movements were nonchalant, as if what they were doing was totally ordinary and there was nothing strange about it. However, if anyone else were here, they would find that the object that the two were touching was not an object at all, but the remains of an unknown woman. The two people held short scalpels in their right hands and used them to slice the woman's skin open, making the scene look gruesome and horrifying. How magnificent! How touching! This is truly the gift bestowed by the gods. One of the two elderly men muttered in a low voice as he stared intently at the freely flowing blood. In his obsession-filled eyes, many symbols flashed as if analyzing the woman's structure. His companion didn't show any reaction to this bizarre behavior. Instead, he nodded his head in understanding and continued performing his research. Soon, only the soft sound of skin being torn apart could be heard in the room, accompanied by two pairs of low, maniacal chuckles. Just when the two old men were engrossed in their research and had lost track of time, though, the door suddenly swung open. From the opening, two figures stepped inside. One figure was ordinary and possessed a weak aura, while the other was towering and wielded overwhelming power. Yet, the person in charge was clearly not the latter, but the former. It was a young man dressed in sleek, aristocratic clothes, whose golden embroidery cost more than what a commoner family would make throughout their entire lives. Undoubtedly, the man's status was extraordinary. However, his position seemed worthless in the eyes of the two old men. Seeing that their research had been interrupted for no reason, they turned to the young man in unison and howled. "What do you think that you're doing? Haven't we ordered that no one should enter this place without permission? Do you want everything to fail?" They screamed furiously. Hearing the sharp words coming out of the two elderly men's mouths, the towering figure standing behind the young man lowered his hand, looking ready to unsheath the long sword hanging at his waist. Fortunately, just when it seemed that he was about to strike and slice the two researchers into two for daring to disrespect his master, the young man discreetly held him back. Faced with the furious expressions of the two men and their harsh tones, the young man was surprisingly able to keep his composure. His muscles twitched as a slight smile crept across his face, and he rushed to apologize. "I'm really sorry to have disturbed your research. It's just that there have been some new developments and my father has requested that I inform you," he explained, his voice polite. His attitude was quite low considering his high status, indicating that he knew how to restrain himself and was not a mere playboy. Unfortunately, the two old men didn't reciprocate this behavior. With obvious irritation on their aged faces, they stared straight at the young man before one of them took the initiative to speak. "What is so important that it can't wait for our experiment to finish? Go on. We're busy." He waved his weathered right hand, urging the young man to say what he wanted. In response, the young man's lips twitched. Even with his good upbringing and the guidance he had received over the years from many teachers, he found it challenging to maintain his smile. As the son of a great knight and a well-known noble, when had he ever been treated like this? Especially by two crazy, senile old men. If he were not concerned that arguing with these two people would disrupt the plans of the holy sect and his father, he would have ordered his guard to cut them into pieces and throw them to the dogs. Still, knowing that now was not the time to have an argument, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then he spoke. "My father has requested that the research should speed up. The holy sect is preparing to take action within the next year. Your research should be concluded as soon as possible, preferably within the next 30 days. Before the noble could finish his words, though, the two researchers had already gone into a frenzy. "You're insane. Do you know what you're asking of us? It's impossible to finish the research within half a year, much less within a month. The young noble's words seemed to have severely impacted the two old men, as they ruthlessly brandished the small scalpels in their hands, looking ready to attack him despite the difference in strength. Witnessing such an intense response, the young man couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he had already foreseen such an outcome and had come prepared. Just when the two researchers were about to launch themselves at him, he spoke up once more. This time, though, his voice was no longer as soft. "These are not only the orders of my father, but also of the holy sect," he stated, and noticing that this seemed to have helped the two people calm down, he added, "Moreover, the holy sect attaches great importance to this matter. The leader has promised my father that, as long as the research is successful, they will grant everyone a chance to obtain immortality." The moment his words fell, the movements of the two elderly men halted. The rage in their eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by an obsessive crimson light filled with longing. "Are you telling the truth? Will the holy sect grant us the chance to enter the holy spring?" One of them hurried to ask. When his question received a small nod from the young man, the moods of the two people changed. Immediately, they thumped their chests with their right fists and took a solemn vow. "Don't worry. We can complete the research within a month. Give us 2 weeks. They stumbled to speak, obviously excited at the prospect of entering the so-called holy spring. Seeing the 180 change in their attitude, the young man nodded his head, seemingly pleased. After giving a few more instructions and confirming a couple more times that the holy sect had indeed given such a guarantee, the young man took his guard and exited the chamber. The moment the door behind him shut, the polite smile on his face vanished, replaced by a disdainful sneer. "A bunch of untouchables. They dare to bargain with my father and me. Once everything is over." Humph. He spat angrily before turning around and leaving. A few minutes after his departure, at the place where the young man and his guard originally stood, the shadows gurgled, and a figure stepped out of the darkness. Not surprisingly, that figure was Liora, who had followed the aura of evil and reached this place. The conversation between the two researchers and the noble young man had fallen into her ears, piquing her curiosity. She was not only interested in the holy spring and the chance of immortality that the three people repeatedly mentioned, but also in the research they were secretly conducting. Though Liora had never met the woman who was being operated on, she had seen her in the past. Not personally, but in the intelligence that Eleanor had given her. This woman was one of the many citizens who had gone missing in the fiefdom of Earl Black Tulip, suspected of having been abducted by Baron Bloodshield and his subordinates. Clearly, after going through the Baron's hands, the woman, or rather her corpse, had reached this place. Coupled with the many children that she had seen not long ago, Liora finally understood where the missing people had ended up. Abducting children and forcing them to train as knights before turning them into troops. Kidnapping women before turning them into research materials. What exactly is the Necronomicon sect hoping to achieve? Or rather, what are they planning? Before long, the young noble and his accompanying guard arrived before a huge stone door. After the man motioned his guard to step back, he cautiously approached it and raised his hand to reach for the handle. Just when he was about to knock, though, a majestic, rough voice echoed from the inside. "Enter," the owner of that voice said, and, as if in response, the door trembled before a small gap opened. Seeing this and sensing the unfathomable power lurking inside, the young man took a deep breath. After he calmed himself down, he cast a final glance at his guard and walked in. The moment he did, the door behind him shut on its own. Unbeknownst to him, a small light flickered across his shadow, followed by a faint, less noticeable ripple. Unfortunately, the young man didn't have the time to pay attention to either of these. As he stepped into the room, its interior was revealed before him. It was a vast hall, supported by more than a dozen stone pillars that worked together to encircle a golden throne. On that throne, an elderly man sat quietly, leaning against his right hand. His face was covered in dense wrinkles, while his skin was loose, wrapping around his bones as if it were a piece of mismatched leather. The man looked truly fragile, like he would die the very next second. Yet, he exuded an imposing aura that far surpassed that of any true knight. Clearly, this almost dead man was the owner of the aura that Liora had previously sensed the great knight in charge of the Necronomicon sect stronghold. At the same time, he was also the father of the young man and a noble famous throughout the Iron Armor Empire, Marquis Lavender. As Marquis Lavender gazed at his own son, his body shook. A hoarse voice came out of his mouth, as if he were struggling to speak. "Edric, have you conveyed my orders to those two people?" he questioned. Hearing his words, the young man, Edric, woke up. With difficulty, he lifted his head and, ignoring the pressure that the Marquis exuded, forced himself to look into his dull eyes. Then he nodded his head. "I did. Although these two were initially going to shrink away, once I brought up the matter of the Holy Spring, their attitudes changed. They promised that everything will be completed within 2 weeks," Edric reported, but as he spoke, his expression grew increasingly strange. As if he could see his worries, the Marquis motioned for him to speak. Edric didn't hold back and brought up the questions that had been plaguing him. "Father, I don't understand. How could the Holy Sect promise to open the Holy Spring this easily? Is the research conducted here so important?" he asked, his curiosity and wonder clear in his immature voice. Though he had never entered it, Edric had heard of the Holy Spring. Thus, he understood its value very well. Although it was impossible to obtain immortality like in the rumors, it indeed brought countless blessings to whoever happened to step inside. It could be said that the Holy Spring was the Holy Sect's most valuable treasure, only given as a reward whenever someone accomplished something remarkable. Therefore, Edric had never expected that the higher-ups would one day allow so many people to enter it at once. Faced with his son's ignorant question, Marquis Lavender didn't reprimand him. Instead, the wrinkles on his face tightened as a relieved smile flashed across his face. "You're right to be curious about these things. However, you're severely underestimating the significance of our research." The Marquis lingered for a brief moment before continuing. "According to the myth, in ancient times, beasts dominated the world and kept humans in captivity. It was only after the rise of the founding emperor that the human race fought back. Having obtained the gift of the gods, the founding emperor battled against the beasts and forced them to retreat, destroying a large part of the ancient beast wilderness in the process." Listening to this legend, which he had heard countless times throughout his life, Edric instinctively nodded his head. In fact, let alone him, even the children of ordinary citizens had heard of this tale, as it was treated like the creation myth of this world. However, his father's next words stunned Edric. "Huh." Marquis Lavender chuckled. "It is indeed true that the gods bestowed their gift on the founding emperor. But what is less known, concealed by the royal family, is that the emperor was not the only one to accept their favor. In total, 108 people acquired the gift of the gods. The descendants of these heroes are the people who can become knights today." Saying this, the smile on Marquis' face vanished, replaced by a fierce expression. "Do you understand? The so-called family bloodline is nothing but the gift passed down by the gods. The higher-ups refer to this gift as bloodline seed. And the research conducted in this stronghold is exactly about this bloodline seed. By slaughtering a certain number of people and using their blood as a guide, we can graft bloodline seeds onto other people. Not only can this allow one to obtain the so-called bloodline, but it can even enhance their talent. As long as enough people are sacrificed, one can easily become a true knight, a great knight, or even a king of knights." By the end of his speech, the entire body of Marquis Lavender was shaking. His hands were raised before his dilating pupils, while his voice was filled with mania and desire, as if he had gone insane. Facing his father's sudden outburst, Edric was stunned. In his mind, his father had always been able to keep his composure, even under the direst of circumstances. Yet now, he had completely lost his cool, looking exactly like the two crazy researchers he had just met. But upon further thought, Edric understood the reason. His father was old. Having lived for more than 100 years, and having been forced to ignite his life seed many times so far, Edric's father had less than a couple of years to live. His only hope to prolong his life was to advance further in his knight training, becoming a king of knights. Unfortunately, his talent ultimately limited him. No matter how much he tried or how many resources he consumed, he'd never be able to push himself across this threshold. But now, a way to break through these shackles had appeared, giving the Marquis a choice. And clearly, he had already made his decision. Marquis Lavender was prepared to risk his own life and reputation, all in order to grasp that light of hope. Though that light was small, it didn't matter. For him, it was his only chance to survive. Just as Edric was contemplating, the expression of Marquis Lavender suddenly changed. His dull eyes bypassed the figure of his son and wandered behind him, finally landing at one of the hall's four corners. Immediately, his body jerked, while his aura fluctuated violently. "Who?" he questioned, his roaring voice echoing throughout the hall. A large amount of life force escaped his life seed and emerged from his body, transforming into a purple sword and floating in the air before him. This was a skill that had been passed down by the ancestors of the Lavender family, useful even when facing Great Knight opponents. Purple Sky Slash. Under the control of the Marquis, the purple sword seemed to possess a will of its own. It dashed across the room and reached the corner he was staring at before swinging down. Though the slash seemed standard and unassuming, it possessed unimaginable power. The air along the sword's path parted, and the stone walls of the room trembled, as if an earthquake were happening and the hall was about to be demolished. The edge of the purple sword glowed with a sharp light as it reached the shadow and slashed across it. MPHM. A muffled groan soon came from within the shadow. Drops of blood splashed across the floor, dyeing the corner crimson. At the same time, the shadow twisted and, from within it, a figure walked out. The figure was cloaked, wearing a long golden robe and a hood that covered their face, concealing any prominent characteristics that could betray their identity. Yet, a small hole had unknowingly formed across their abdomen, revealing the smooth, pale skin hidden beneath. Clearly, this was the place where the purple sky slash had struck, leaving behind a thin wound. Seated on the golden throne, the eyes of Marquis Lavender narrowed as he stared at the robed figure. Though the small opening only exposed that this individual was a woman, the familiar hateful aura that he had faced many times before let him understand her true identity. A member of the demon cult. The Marquis snorted while his eyes gleamed. I didn't expect that a mere true knight would dare to intrude into our stronghold. It seems that the holy sect has not shown its fangs for a long time, and people have begun to underestimate us. As he spoke, the Marquis's frail hands pressed against the throne's armrests, helping him rise to his feet. The moment he did, continuous popping sounds echoed as his spine straightened, and his shoulders were brought back. The fragile appearance that he had possessed throughout this time disappeared in an instant, now showcasing the true demeanor of a great knight. Waving his hand, the Marquis wrapped Edric up with a gust of purple smoke before hurling him out of the room, ensuring that he would not be harmed. Then, he turned towards the intruder. He didn't speak, but took action. Large amounts of purple life force flew out of his body and surrounded him, transforming into thick armor that wrapped him completely. A purple sword formed in his right hand, and after he waited for a brief moment, his figure vanished. When he showed up again, he had teleported before the member of the demon cult and was in the middle of waving the purple sword forward. Just like the Marquis had mentioned earlier, the intruder was indeed only a true knight. Yet, despite the large gap between them, she wasn't completely helpless against his charge. Faced with the sudden attack, the robed woman didn't use her life force, but instead brought out a golden scepter. Clutching it tightly in her hand, she murmured something in a soft, inaudible voice. Instantly, a brilliant light formed at the gem embedded in the scepter's tip before it shot forward, ready to meet the sword's sharp edge. The next moment, the two clashed. In an instant, the golden light and the purple sword offset each other, ending up as equally matched. Seeing this, neither of the two parties stopped. The Marquis swung his sword and performed another purple sky slash, while the robed woman lifted the scepter and defended. While the two were engrossed in their battle, though, they didn't notice that a third person had unknowingly appeared in the room. In fact, that person stood not far away from the shadow that the robed woman had just stepped out of. Staring silently at the scene unfolding outside, Liora's expression remained calm. She was not surprised by the robed woman's arrival, having long sensed her existence. In fact, Liora had caught the robed woman entering the room at the same time as she did. Just like Marquis Lavender, she also recognized her identity. However, she used an entirely different term than he did. A member of the Holy Church, Liora thought. Her crimson eyes concentrated, studying the methods utilized by the woman to defend against the Marquis. The familiar holy power surrounding the scepter fell in her eyes, as well as the power of the blessed equipment that only the Holy Church could produce in this world. It seems that I am quite fortunate. With this person here, it will be far easier for my plan to succeed. Hidden within the shadows, Liora silently followed the fight between Marquis Lavender and the female member of the Holy Church. The techniques used by the pair were reflected in her crimson pupils, continuously analyzed and digested to enrich her knowledge. Marquis Lavender seemed to have reached the peak of the Great Knight rank a long time ago and possessed extensive combat experience, allowing him to employ a variety of skills. Purple Sky Slash, Overlord Armor, Lavender Step. Liora watched him perform elegant knight skills one after another, with some being offensive, some defensive, and some simply granting him mobility. Coupled with his excellent overall combat experience, he displayed combat power that would make even other great knights flinch. However, although the robed woman was only a true knight, she didn't fall far behind him. By continuously activating the scepter to form holy power, she was able to cast a variety of skills as well, successfully resisting the Marquis' onslaught. Still, watching from a third-person perspective, Liora quickly noticed that she was gradually falling into disadvantage. After all, the scepter is merely a blessed item that can enhance one's combat power. Though it can indeed help a true knight battle against a great knight for a short period of time, it can't truly bless them with such combat power. The weakness of using such items is always the user themselves. Liora could guess that the life force of the robed woman would deplete sooner or later, consumed by the scepter as a fuel. At that time, without the capacity to rely on the holy scepter, she would easily be beaten by the Marquis. The robed woman also seemed to recognize this. While avoiding the sword slashes of Marquis Lavender, her figure wandered throughout the room, attempting to think of a way to escape. She specifically roamed around the entrance and the small hidden door that the Marquis had tossed his son into, knowing that these two were her only hopes of escaping this hall. Unfortunately for her, the Marquis also understood this. Every time the robed woman showed signs of wanting to break free, he would ruthlessly lunge at her, activating Purple Sky Slash and forcing her to retreat. Slowly but surely, he managed to contain her within the room and began trimming down her life force. Watching this happen, Liora didn't take action. Instead, she chose to remain hidden. She had no reason to aid the robed woman in dealing with the Marquis, nor would it bring her any benefit. Although she intended to slay the members of the Necronomicon sect, including the Marquis, this didn't mean that she and the woman were allies. If anything, Liora had every reason to wish for the robed woman's death. After all, her relationship with the Holy Church was not good, and it could be said that it was quite bad. When the Holy Church discovered her involvement with the Black Tulip family and learned of her massacre of its members, they would surely designate her as an enemy and try to hunt her down. Thus, rather than stepping forward and saving someone who might end up being a foe, it was better and smarter for Liora to wait for the robed woman to die. At that point, the woman should have exhausted some of the Marquis' energy and life force, making him a far easier target to deal with. Unfortunately, sometimes plans could not keep up with changes. Finding herself as the weaker party and feeling her life force trickling away, the robed woman's expression changed. Her eyebrows furrowed for a brief moment, and, as if she had made a difficult decision, she exhaled softly. Then, she shifted her gaze toward the shadow that Liora was currently in and opened her mouth to speak. "Aren't you going to come out? When the Marquis is done dealing with me, he will never let you go either." The robed woman spoke loudly, her voice soft yet dispersing throughout the hall. The words immediately startled Marquis Lavender. To say the truth, detection had always been the weakest of his abilities. Otherwise, no matter how uncommon the methods used by the robed woman to conceal herself were, he would have been able to detect her long ago. Still, the woman's words stunned him. According to her, there was another, third person hidden in the room, and, perhaps most importantly, they were silently observing their battle without him noticing anything. Thinking of this, a chill ran down the Marquis' spine. If the robed woman hadn't mentioned it, he would have never known of their existence. If he had let down his guard and the unidentified person took the opportunity to sneak attack him, wouldn't he have died? Wouldn't he have met his demise before completing his grand plans? Instinctively, Marquis Lavender executed another purple sky slash, knocking the robed woman away. Then, he took a couple of steps back, opening some distance with the shadow the woman had just addressed. Just when he believed that he was safe, though, a blurry figure flashed out of the opposite corner of the room. Holding the spear of the blighted sun with her hands, Liora glided through the room and teleported behind the Marquis. The demonic flames twisting around the spear raged fiercely as she lifted the handle slightly and thrust the spear ahead. Her attack was violent, and despite the robed woman's earlier warning, she still caught Marquis Lavender off guard. Yet, since the Marquis had managed to become a great knight, he was not to be underestimated. Feeling the chilling air grazing against his back and the countless warning signs ringing in his heart, he was forced to make a split-second decision. Instantly, Marquis Lavender understood that he would not be able to guard against the assassin's sneak attack with his current strength. Thus, he chose to ignite his life seed. With a move of his mind, the purple seed hidden in his abdomen burst with power. From it, vast amounts of life force began pouring out, filling every inch of his body and providing him with strength. Continuous cracking sounds came out of the Marquis while the Overlord armor coating his body turned even denser and more imposing. Its color grew even deeper, as if it had been further reinforced. The next moment, the spear of the blighted sun struck him. A high-pitched screeching noise echoed as the golden tip crashed against the thick armor, creating a large number of sparks. The demonic flames surrounding it shot forward, desiring to engulf the Marquis and erase his very existence. Unfortunately, their efforts proved useless. Despite their blazing temperature and seemingly infinite devouring power, they were surprisingly negated by the purple armor, vanishing the moment they came into contact with it. As a result, a faint ripple flashed across the Overlord armor, but it quickly recovered, turning back to normal. Liora felt as if she had transformed back into an ordinary mortal and was using her bare fists to punch a metal wall. The spear of the blighted sun trembled, causing her hands to shake, while its momentum was offset, pushing her to take a few steps back. Taking advantage of this brief opportunity, Marquis Lavender adjusted his posture and spun to face her. "Another member of the demon cult?" he mumbled, sensing the familiar hateful power originating from the spear of the blighted sun. Coupled with the incorrect guidance given by the robed woman, the Marquis was led to believe that she and Liora were partners and that this was all a play to catch him off guard. No wonder a true knight dared to invade our stronghold and reach this place. It should be because she has your assistance. Marquis Lavender caught his breath and spoke. Sensing his vitality gradually pass away, he was about to deactivate life ignition and continue his speech. But just then, his expression twisted into one of rage. "How dare you?" he questioned loudly as he turned his head and caught the robed woman fleeing from the room. Her escape was not what made him furious, though. If the robed woman had merely escaped through the entrance, everything would have been fine. However, she didn't. Instead, she rushed towards the hidden door on the side and stepped in, as if she were chasing after his son. Instantly, the Marquis guessed that these two people were preparing to use his son as a hostage, all in order to force him to surrender. Thinking of this, it was natural for him to be infuriated. Damn the demon cult. Damn you all. His resentful curses spread throughout the hall. Still, he didn't completely lose his cool and chase after the robed woman. In his opinion, the assassin before him would surely prevent him from following her. Rather than wasting time and falling into his opponent's trap, it would be better to go all out from the beginning and deal with the enemy. With that in mind, he restrained his impulse to deactivate life ignition. While the power was still coursing through him, he launched himself at the woman, ready to deal with her first and then hunt down the other one. Faced with the several emotions alternating on Marquis Lavender's face, Liora was speechless. Though he didn't explain his reasoning, she could roughly guess what the Marquis was thinking. Secretly, she couldn't help but curse at the robed woman, realizing that this must have been her goal from the very start. Using her to contain Marquis Lavender and keep him here, while she entered the secret room and searched for what she was seeking. Though Liora didn't know what was hidden in the room, for the robed woman to designate it as her target, there was bound to be something precious. Unfortunately, She understood that there was no way to explain this to the enraged Marquis. Helpless, she could only lift the spear of the blighted sun and guard against his menacing charge. Soon, the sword and the spear clashed. Yet, despite Liora being both a great knight and a ranked young devil, she found herself at an absolute disadvantage. This was not because Marquis Lavender had reached the peak of the great knight rank and could easily overpower her, but because he had ignited his life seed. There was a world of difference between a great knight igniting his life seed and a great knight who did not. And that difference was vividly displayed in the hall. Feeling the overwhelming force pressing against her, Liora was forced to control the shadows beneath her to engulf her figure. The next moment, she vanished, flashing to another one of the room's corners. She didn't have the time to steady herself, though. Before she could even blink, Marquis Lavender had emerged beside her and performed another purple sky slash. His purple sword whistled through the air and slashed directly at Liora, forcing her to remain alert. For a brief moment, Liora considered whether she should ignite her own life seed and burst out with her ultimate combat power. But sensing a familiar aura deeper underground and noticing the Marquis's current state, she chose against it. Though he held an advantage at the moment, Marquis Lavender was simply burning his life to exert such power. As long as she persisted for a couple of minutes, he would run out of fuel. Or rather, he would run out of lifespan. At that time, his fate would be sealed. With that in mind, the furrowed eyebrows of Liora relaxed. Her demonic energy and life force operated at the same time, the former rushing to support her various devil abilities and the latter to enhance her physical strength. The shadows in the hall rose up and revolved around her, accompanying her every move. They twisted into weapons and massive creatures that lunged at the Marquis. As if she had transformed into the incarnation of darkness, Liora manipulated the shadows in the room to the best of her ability, fully demonstrating her rich combat experience. Her actions, though, only served to make Marquis Lavender even more irritated. He had always prided himself on the vast set of knight skills that he had comprehended. Yet, his current opponent did not lag behind him at all. If anything, she surpassed him. It seems that I can only use that, the Marquis thought. As he made that decision, his eyes, hidden beneath the Overlord armor, gleamed with a crimson light. Anyone who had managed to become a great knight was ruthless and, above all else, decisive. Once a great knight had settled on a decision, they wouldn't hesitate for long and would immediately act accordingly. Marquis Lavender, being a great knight and a famous noble, also belonged to this type of people. Thus, the moment that thought arose, vast life force began flowing into his hands and then flying out of his body. His muscles and tendons trembled as the unbearable life force coursed through him, and even the outpouring of his life seed paused for a brief moment, as if it were unable to support such high intensity. Marquis Lavender perceived these changes and also felt the agonizing pain assaulting his body. However, he gritted his teeth and persisted. Violet life force continuously flowed out of his body and gathered in the air before him, taking the form of a massive purple sword, more than 5 meters in length from its tip to the handle. Intricate symbols and patterns were woven across its surface, while its edge shone with a radiant light that betrayed its supreme sharpness. A powerful aura that faintly surpassed the great knight rank emanated from it, presenting an air of majesty, authority, and power. It seemed that a lot of time had passed, but in reality, from the moment that Marquis Lavender made his decision to the time when the giant purple sword manifested, less than a split second had gone by. Before Liora could interfere, the blade had already taken form not far away from her, its sharp edge reflected in her blood-red eyes. Then, a soft, quiet whisper echoed in her ears, coming straight out of Marquis Lavender's mouth. "Amethyst sword fall," he whispered. The second his words fell, the purple sword flashed through the air. In the blink of an eye, it teleported a few meters above her. Violet brilliance shone across its surface and fell like gentle sunlight, as if a divine being was descending into this world. However, faced with what should have been a stunning and heartwarming scene, Liora didn't feel cozy at all. As the violet light brushed against her skin, she detected that an invisible domain was being constructed, blocking the space around her and locking her in place. At the same time, her life force suddenly went out of control, becoming increasingly difficult to manipulate and thus impossible to form a defense. A lesser devil attack, Liora mumbled. Although it seemed impossible for a mere great knight to be able to unleash such a powerful strike, Liora understood that she was not mistaken. The move that Marquis Lavender unleashed had indeed surpassed the young devil stage and reached the level of a lesser devil. Though it had only crossed the threshold, this was still not a power that a being below the lesser devil stage should wield. Is this related to the rank above great knights? Perhaps it's a skill that knights of this rank can use. The Marquis is only able to activate it due to igniting his life seed and recklessly overdrafting his own vitality, Liora realized. But her analysis didn't solve her current predicament. After blocking the space around her, the purple sword didn't remain motionless. Just like its name, Amethyst Sword Fall, would suggest, the sword descended, firing towards her like a crumbling mountain. Leora's first instinct was to activate life ignition and break free. But, recalling the aura she had sensed not long ago, she restrained that impulse. She understood that getting rid of the Marquis was never going to be the end of today's events. Therefore, it would be wiser to keep a trump card hidden. Thinking of this, Liora didn't choose to rely on her devil abilities, nor did she utilize her power as a great knight. Rather, she chose to activate something she had not made use of in quite some time, Tongue of the Abyss. Having acquired the space orb, Liora's study of the mysterious blood had resumed. Thus, this self-developed ability, whose effects had once been quite straightforward, had undergone a major upgrade. As Liora raised her head, her lips parted. An unexplainable power rose from her throat and emerged from her mouth, turning into a mess of garbled and disorderly words. Accompanying these words was a flurry of symbols, which hurried towards the falling purple sword. The symbols soon stopped along its path and contorted, combining in the air as if they were pieces of a larger puzzle. The air in the hall froze. The symbols soon united, transforming into a bizarre and squirming devil rune that seemed to describe everything evil. The next second, its surface snapped, and from within shot a thin black thread. Resembling a tentacle, the thread whistled through the air, its glossy tip soon touching the purple sword. As it did, the sword's momentum halted. In the distance, Marquis Lavender sensed that his connection with the sword had been severed, as if an invisible power had interfered with his authority over its control. His life force surged and poured into this connection, wishing to wipe this power out. Fortunately, the Marquis discovered that this power was surprisingly fragile and that it wouldn't take him long to erase it. In his opinion, it would take less than a second. No, less than half a second, for the power to dissipate completely. Unfortunately, what he did not know was that Liora was not going to give him the time required. Noticing that the sword's downward charge had stopped and realizing that Tongue of the Abyss had taken effect, Liora's eyes narrowed. Her mind moved, and a pale domain expanded with her as its center, soon reaching the Marquis's location and engulfing him. The next moment, she pointed at him with her fingers and brought her hand upwards while her lips parted. "Soul annihilation," she whispered. As her words fell, a white light flashed, and her field of vision shifted. Before her eyes, the silent domain beneath Marquis Lavender twisted and transformed into a pale hand. Unbeknownst to the Marquis, the hand slowly rose and dug into his body, reaching for his soul and exiling it to nothingness. Although the knights of this world didn't specifically strengthen their souls, their life force was more than enough to help them guard against soul attacks. However, not only had Marquis Lavender overdrafted his life force and vitality, but he was also preoccupied with restoring his control over the purple sword. Thus, facing Liora's unexpected soul attack, he was unable to put up any resistance. The invisible, to him, pale hand grasped his soul and pulled it into nothingness, severing the link between his soul and his physical body. The result of this was that in Liora's field of vision, the eyes of Marquis Lavender turned empty and unblinking, while the overlord armor wrapping his body dissipated. Witnessing this, Liora exhaled softly, knowing that her plan had been successful. But at the same time, she understood that she did not have much time. Sooner or later, the Marquis would discover that something was wrong, and he would break free. Therefore, Liora acted quickly. The shadows beneath her rose and flung her forward, while the spear of the blighted sun materialized in her right hand. Flashing beside the Marquis, Liora cast a final glance at him before she pushed her weapon forward. Her eyes remained cold and indifferent, watching how the spear's tip easily pierced the left side of his chest and then penetrated through his heart. The demonic flames seemed to have realized that their prey was defenseless, and they immediately pounced on him, spreading throughout his body from within. In the blink of an eye, the powerful body of the Marquis withered, turning into ashes that soon vanished. The next moment, the soul of Marquis Lavender returned to reality, obviously having broken out of Liora's ability. However, it was too late. His soul had nothing to anchor to. If Marquis Lavender were a devil or practiced a power system related to souls, he might have found a way to survive. But as a great knight, whose sole focus was on strengthening their physical body, he had no method to live as a mere soul. Worst of all, the being he was facing was not a knight of this world, but a devil from the demon world. The moment the Marquis's soul returned, it instantly caught Liora's attention. Watching the white glow flashing before her, and sensing the desire of her own body urging her to devour it, Liora calmly stretched her hand and seized it. She didn't choose to toss it in her mouth, but instead poured her demonic energy into it, wiping the consciousness of Marquis Lavender out. Then, she put it away, ready to take care of it at a later time. With the Marquis's fall, the amethyst swordfall that he had cast earlier lost its source of power. Soon, it turned back into pure and gentle life force, dispersing with a gust of wind. Liora watched this happen, her expression showing no change. She didn't become happy or overly excited. She understood that everything was far from over. Therefore, she didn't waste any time analyzing the previous battle. With a leap, her figure dashed through the room and appeared beside the secret door before opening it and stepping inside. Contrary to what one would have expected, the door didn't lead to another hall. Instead, it connected to a dark corridor that was just big enough for a single person to pass through. As Liora walked through it, she realized that this place had a natural downward tilt, obviously leading deeper into the ground. From time to time, the path would turn irregularly, as if its construction had been an accident rather than the result of a carefully formulated plan. Still, considering Liora's power, she didn't find it challenging to navigate through it. With steady yet swift steps, she walked forward, getting deeper and deeper. Before long, muffled sounds reached her ears, originating from the other side of the corridor. The deeper she walked, the louder these sounds became, until finally, they grew just clear enough for her to recognize them. It was two voices, one male and one female, who seemed to be having a fierce argument. Though unfamiliar, Liora identified the voices' owners as Edric and the robed woman, respectively. This made her somewhat surprised. With the woman's combat power, it should have been quite easy for her to deal with Edric. Yet, the confrontation between them was still ongoing. Realizing that something strange was going on, her steps grew quicker. Her consciousness expanded, giving her a large overview of the surroundings and allowing her to analyze the corridor's irregular turns. Soon, less than a minute later, she finally arrived at her destination. Or rather, before a towering metal gate. It should have been difficult to open this fortified door, but Liora quickly noticed that countless deep cracks overlapped across its lock. At the same time, a tiny gap was open, evidence that somebody had used force to break in. Seeing this, Liora didn't pause. With a shove, she pushed the door open and walked inside. The moment she stepped in, Liora came face to face with the owners of the two voices. They both stood in a hall that looked exactly the same as the previous one, as if it were its exact replica. It was just that, unlike the golden throne located at the center of the prior hall, there was now a stone statue erected there, portraying a kind-looking middle-aged man. Edric could be seen kneeling before this statue and mumbling something in a low voice, while the robed woman stood a couple of steps away, seemingly afraid of getting closer. Her eyes flashed with apprehension as she gazed at the stone statue, seemingly recognizing its true identity. However, Liora didn't pay much attention to this scene. Instead, her eyes focused on the item floating right behind the statue. As her gaze fell on it, a faint sense of longing emerged within her heart, arising from her body's instincts. Unfortunately, she wasn't afforded the time to investigate the source of that yearning. Suddenly, The silence shrouding the room was broken. Kneeling before the statue, a grin formed on Edric's face, and a low chuckle escaped his lips, which grew increasingly louder. The next moment, a powerful aura arose from the statue, as if the being sleeping within it had awakened from its deep slumber. It didn't take long for the being sleeping within the statue to awaken from its deep slumber. Under Liora's gaze, and invisible to Edric and the robed woman, white mist flew out of the stone statue and assembled in the air. It shook for a brief moment before it began to sketch a human figure. First the head, then the torso, the arms, and the legs. Before long, the body of a middle-aged man had thoroughly materialized, presenting itself before everyone in the room. His eyelids twitched as his eyes slowly opened, and they wandered through the room, becoming deep. Just when he was about to observe his surroundings and grasp the current situation, though, the kneeling Edric suddenly spoke up. His eyes sparkled with a frenzied light as he looked at the middle-aged man, and he opened his mouth to speak. "Lord, please aid in dealing with these damn invaders. They are attacking our holy sect." Edric howled as he turned around and pointed at Liora and the robed woman. Though he couldn't understand how these two had managed to go through his father and get to this place, it was obvious to him that they were both enemies. As for the fact that his father might have died, Edric didn't consider this at all. How could his omnipotent and resourceful father possibly die at the hands of these weak women? Listening to his words, the eyes of the middle-aged man narrowed. Sensing the friendly aura originating from Edric's body, coupled with the battle traces he detected in the air, he quickly confirmed that this person's words were true. Hence, he shifted his gaze to Liora and the robed woman, his body tensing and ready to strike at them. His actions caught the two women's attention. In particular, the robed woman, knowing the horror of the being before her, showed an intense reaction. The golden scepter in her hand glowed as she lifted it in the air, her life force pouring into it desperately. At the same time, she peeked at Liora from the corner of her eye and spoke. "Work together with me to hold him off. We should be able to get out of this place alive as long as we persist for a few minutes," she stated. But when she saw Liora's total lack of response, she feared that she did not understand her meaning. Thus, she rushed to explain. "Do you see that man? He is the hidden being revered by the Necronomicon sect. He is also an invader coming from the lands outside our world. Although this is just a mere projection of his, it's not something that mortals like us can possibly deal with. We can only survive if we work together." The robed woman's words fell into Liora's ears, but she didn't reply, nor did she show any change in her expression. Her full attention was on the middle-aged man, as she carefully sized him up. Although this one and the clone I met at Baron Bloodshield's manor are both clones of the same individual, the gap between them is enormous. Maybe it's because this is a more populated place, so the devil receives more faith. Or perhaps it's because the space orb didn't devour any of his faith. Most likely, though, it's both, Liora analyzed. She could perceive that the nameless devil's strength had now transcended the Great Knight rank, indicating that he was able to exert a larger portion of his true strength. Being a true devil, the middle-aged man was not like Marquis Lavender. He was able to exert 100% of his might. With his rich combat experience and the countless means in his arsenal, he could easily defeat most lesser devils. Therefore, Liora scoffed at the robed woman's naive idea of the two teaming up to deal with him. Even if she were to put aside the fact that the woman had tried to trick her earlier, Liora would never cooperate with her just based on the odds of the two winning. Fortunately, it seems that my previous guess is true and the devil's clones do not share the same memories. Otherwise, he would have recognized me, Liora realized, noticing that the unknown devil's eyes did not stay at her for long. With that in mind, and glancing at the crimson item resting behind the statue, she made a quick decision. While the unknown devil was preparing to unleash his attack, targeting both her and the robed woman, she consciously suppressed her shroud form for a brief moment. That moment didn't last for long, not even enough to allow her to regain her devil characteristics, but it still displayed a trace of her devilish nature. After doing this, Liora didn't try to defend, but instead dashed forward. Her figure flashed beside the statue, and she calmly waved her hand. Under her command, a spike of darkness grew beneath Edric and, rising up, nailed him to death. Then, she continued as if nothing had happened, extending her hand and collecting the item that had been summoning her all this time. Having accomplished her goal, she didn't even cast a glance at the robed woman or the unknown devil. Instead, she bolted out of the room. Throughout this whole process, neither the devil nor the woman stepped forward to stop her. The robed woman didn't because she was stunned by Liora's sudden and bold actions, while the unknown devil didn't because he noticed Liora's earlier outburst. Thus, he recognized Liora's nature. Just like him, she was also a devil who had descended to this world. Although her strength seemed low at the moment, and it was obvious that she had not fully recovered, he also knew that every true devil possessed countless trump cards. If one were to underestimate such a being based on the power they displayed, they would soon end up dead. Being only a clone rather than his true body, the middle-aged man was reluctant to conflict with another true devil. Still, this didn't mean that he would let what happened go. Turning his head, he stared straight at the robed woman, and the faith making up his body convulsed. Suddenly, pure faith burst forward and transformed into an ability, firing towards the woman and forcing her to defend. On the other hand, after exiting the hall, Liora didn't rush to study the crimson item that she had just pocketed. For the time being, she carefully placed it in the space orb, right next to the soul of Marquis Lavender. Feeling the trembling of the floor beneath her, and sensing the battle taking place not far behind her, her footsteps didn't pause. She ignored the collision between the holy and demonic powers and quickly made her way to the previous hall, and then to the underground research facility. Perhaps this facility had been specifically designed and reinforced by the Marquis, as there were no signs of the battle taking place below. In fact, Liora's consciousness detected that the members of the Necronomicon sect were still going on with their lives as usual, not knowing that their leader had perished nor that the lord they worshipped had descended into the stronghold. Of course, Liora wouldn't waste any time explaining this to them. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one to obstruct her, she decided to put her initial plan into action. The spear of the blighted sun materialized in her hand, and her figure teleported beside one of the patrolling teams of guards. While doing her best to suppress the spear's demonic nature, she waved it forward, using it like a sword rather than an actual spear. Still, her overwhelming strength made this awkward, non-standard motion deadly. With a simple sweep of the spear, its body sliced through the bodies of the knight apprentices as if they were made of paper, separating them into two. Until their death, the guards didn't know that they were about to die, much less realize who their killer was. Watching their bodies crumble to the ground, Liora restrained her impulse to have the myriad devil's body devour them. Though that indeed could slightly enhance its defenses, such a weak essence would not help her undergo a major improvement. Rather than doing that, it would be better to leave those corpses here. The holy power remaining on them would be more than enough to serve as proof of the Holy Church's involvement. That's right. From the start, Liora had planned to destroy this stronghold while framing the Holy Church as the perpetrator during the process. Although such a plan was admittedly straightforward, being simple was a good thing as far as Liora was concerned. The experiences of the Soul Devil and Lord Embers had taught her very early in her life that intricate plans sounded great but were difficult to succeed. At the first appearance of an unforeseen factor or of the tiniest change, the entire plan would crumble and bite back at its designer. On the other hand, though a simple plan was not as grand or thrilling, it was way easier for it to succeed while also being far more flexible. While Liora was deep in thought, her movements didn't pause. After she briefly cast a glance at the corpses around her, her figure flashed once again, appearing beside another one of the many patrolling teams. The same sweep soon occurred, and the lives of another batch of guards were harvested. Then another one, and another. Before long, the underground facility was enveloped in utter silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A large number of corpses lay scattered across the cold floor, as if an intense and bloody battle had unknowingly taken place. Yet, Liora had neither the time nor the will to marvel at the results of her hard work. She could feel that the battle below was growing increasingly fierce, and the imperceptible vibration of the ground only served to further confirm her suspicions. Thus, she didn't linger. Following the path according to her memories, she ascended a long spiral staircase and quickly returned to the surface. Just like the guards underground, no one here had noticed the changes below. Therefore, although the defenses were still tight, Liora didn't face any difficulties in bypassing them. Shortly after, she had exited the central building and even the barracks themselves. However, she wasn't planning to leave just yet. Leaning down, she briefly glanced at the towering walls standing not far away and began carefully carving devil runes on the field encircling the barracks. Fortunately, although the stronghold was quite big and housed a large number of people, the only major threat, Marquis Lavender, had already been dealt with. Liora didn't need to inscribe any particularly powerful array. As long as it could deal with true knights and possess certain sealing capabilities, it would be enough. Hence, it didn't take her long for her creation to be completed. Only a couple of minutes later, Liora's hand gently engraved the last stroke down, concluding the array's formation. Feeling the successful establishment of the connection, she didn't rush to activate the array. She knew that it was not truly complete just yet. Stretching her hand, her mind moved, and the spear of the blighted sun appeared within her grasp. She lowered her head and glanced at the array's core beside her before suddenly letting the spear go. The spear didn't drop to the ground, though. Instead, it stopped abruptly in the air and began revolving around the core. Instantly, the crimson devil runes painted with fresh blood quivered, gaining a deep golden hue. Watching this, Liora understood that the time had finally come. Her mind moved and united with the array as she began to operate it. The devil runes, now dyed in holiness, shook. A vast holy power emerged and quickly spread along the rune's path, drawing a circle around the barracks and forming a high dome. The next moment, the rate at which the spear of the blighted sun was rotating grew even faster. With a faint hum, countless golden lights dropped from the sky and gently landed inside the barracks. Under the astonished gazes of the Necronomicon sect's members, these lights quickly grew into dozens of humanoid figures. With blurry faces, adorned in golden armor, and holding lustrous swords, they materialized right in front of them. Then, before the members of the Necronomicon sect could comprehend what was happening, these bizarre knights brandished their weapons and swung them right at them. Instantly, a large number of piercing screams echoed, followed by the sound of flesh being torn. Holy Knight Array, a relatively simple array developed by Liora, using the knowledge she had accumulated during her research on the mysterious blood. Utilizing the holy nature of the spear of the blighted sun as a medium, it could summon a batch of holy knights that could function as combatants. The inspiration for this array was the various golem summoning arrays that Liora had studied during her time on the Crucible, and it could be considered an evolution of them. Although each holy knight summoned was not very powerful by themselves, only possessing the might of a little devil, their large number was their biggest advantage. It allowed them to deal with enemies far beyond them in power. Standing on top of the barracks walls, Liora silently watched the scene unfolding before her. Piercing screams and the sound of metal clashing reached her ears from time to time, while the earth beneath her was stained crimson as several rivers of blood washed over it. Liora's eyes followed the movements of the Holy Knights as they cooperated to surround the members of the Necronomicon sect. The Holy Knights had managed to surprise a large part of the cultists due to their unexpected and sudden appearance, meaning that a lot of cultists had met their demise before the battle even began. The ones surviving were either those who were lucky not to be targeted or the ones who were quite powerful, mostly being true knights. Unfortunately, no matter whether they were lucky or just strong, the cultists soon found themselves facing a grim situation. The many holy knights wandered through the barracks, cooperating seamlessly to slaughter them, unafraid of both pain and death. Even true knights found it challenging to confront such tactics. A true knight was indeed far more powerful than a knight apprentice. But faced with a large number of knight apprentices that neither feared pain nor cared about their own lives, they would still find it difficult to respond. It was worth the time and energy I spent developing this array. Though its power is quite weak overall, this array is very suitable for dealing with a lot of enemies that have gathered. Moreover, the traces left behind will only end up as further evidence of the Holy Church's involvement, Liora whispered, satisfied with her creation and how well everything was going. After she admired the array's operation for a couple more seconds, she finally took action. Although she understood that the Holy Knights would indeed end up killing everyone sooner or later, this was bound to take a lot of time. And, at the moment, Liora could not afford to waste such time. Thinking of this, Liora calmly reached out, and a bow made of darkness materialized within her grasp. Holding onto the bowstring with her fingers, she gently pulled it back while her other hand placed an arrow on it. Then, she abruptly let go of the string, sending it flying. With a booming roar, the arrow shot out at an astonishing speed and seemingly teleported before one of the true night cultists. Before the member of the Necronomicon sect could put up a defense, the arrow pierced his metal helmet and slammed onto his head. Blood and disgusting brain matter instantly splattered everywhere. "Richard is dead," a deafening, panicked voice echoed as one of the nearby true knights noticed the fall of his comrade. His words became the straw that broke the camel's back. Having experienced the baffling arrival of these puppet-like creatures and having witnessed the deaths of their trusted companions, most cultists were already on the verge of breaking down. The only thing that kept them together was the existence of the true knights, who had taken charge of forming a defense against the relentless attacks of the creatures. But now that one of them had perished in such a gruesome way, the faint courage that they had managed to muster up vanished. After all, unlike the Holy Church and its grand ideals, the Necronomicon sect was truly an evil cult. Thus, its members were not as loyal as one would expect. The first one to react was none other than the true knight, who had just grieved for Richard's death. Instinctively, he poured his life force into his sword and swung it in front of him, clearing away the holy knights near him. Then, he didn't attack any further. Instead, he took advantage of the tiny gap in his opponent's formation and rushed through it before running away. In the blink of an eye, the cultist had reached the barracks' only entrance and quickly bolted through it. Glancing at the familiar vibrant field around him and noticing that the howls behind him were gradually becoming quieter, the true knight couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Still, he didn't stop running but rather sped up his pace. Just when he believed that he had successfully escaped, though, he found himself stuck in front of an illusory wall, purely made of golden light. Initially, the true knight assumed that the wall was a mere illusion created by the sunlight's reflection. Yet, when he attempted to go through it, he found that he couldn't. In fact, not only did the wall restrict him, but the moment his body touched its surface, a sharp pain assaulted his mind. A bunch of burn marks quickly formed on his skin as the temperature around him rose, as if he had been thrown into a pot to be boiled. Witnessing this, the true knight understood that there was something amiss with this wall. Still, knowing that this was his only hope of escaping, he decided to try his luck. Raising his sword, he swung it directly at the wall with all his strength, only for his attack to bounce back. But the cultist keenly noticed that a tiny crack had formed across the wall's illusory surface. Although the crack was small and it recovered almost instantaneously, it at least offered him a hint of hope. Decisively, the true knight urged his life force once more and began striking at the wall repeatedly, like a desperate prisoner trying to break out of his cell. His struggle proved to be worthwhile. More and more cracks gradually appeared on the wall. Before long, a small hole that was barely enough for him to pass through had formed. An excited smile flashed across the cultist's face, and, ignoring the painful cries of his companions, he was about to leap through it and leave this damned place. Just then, though, the sound of something shooting through the air echoed in the lively field. A black, blurry spot appeared in the distant sky and grew bigger at an astonishing speed. In a split second, it had blazed through the sky and was about to land right on top of him. Before the true knight could as much as let out a scream, the shadowy arrow penetrated the left side of his chest and nailed him to the ground. Following his death, the cracked wall began to heal. Holy light fell and wove together like tiny golden threads, slowly filling in the gap. Soon, the wall had recovered completely. The only evidence of it ever having been broken was the bloody corpse lying not far away. But soon after, even that disappeared. Liora's hands moved rapidly. Arrows shot one after another from her exquisite bow, streaking straight through the golden skyline. Each time an arrow left, a muffled cry would soon follow, with each scream representing the fall of a true knight. It didn't take long. The total number of true knight cultists in the stronghold numbered only in the few dozen. With the holy knights besieging them and the walls of the holy knight array restraining them, no member of the Necronomicon sect could possibly evade her attacks. Before long, the final true knight collapsed to the ground with several swords piercing through his flesh. Seeing this, Liora didn't fire any further, allowing the bow and arrows to dissolve. She let the holy knights continue the hunt for the knight apprentices while her gaze shifted towards the central building, the place where the battle between the true devil and the robed woman was taking place. Instantly, her eyes narrowed. The two discordant auras were becoming increasingly obvious, and, by now, the battle's aftermath was almost affecting the surface. This meant that the fight was reaching its peak, and it wouldn't take long for the victor to be decided. Of course, Liora could already guess who that winner would be. I hope that the robed woman can persist for a little longer. It would be best if she forced the devil to consume most of his faith. Unfortunately, life often worked in strange ways. The moment that thought arose in Liora's mind, the ground in the barracks began to tremble. At their center, the main building, the source of this violent vibration, was the most impacted. The reinforced walls made of countless precious materials crumbled while the furniture and items stored inside shattered, turning to dust. Before long, the entire central building had evaporated, becoming ruins that scattered across the earth. With its fall, a large hole was revealed where it originally stood. Within that hole, two constantly flickering lights were clashing, one bloody red and one golden. Quickly, the two colors grew deeper, as if their sources were getting closer. Or rather, higher. The first to exit the hole was the golden light, which soared into the sky and was about to flee. Yet, less than a split second later, the red light pursued it. Once again, the two lights began battling in the air, causing the air around them to split apart. The outcome of their collisions, though, was obvious. The golden light was continuously knocked back and sent flying, while the red light chased after it relentlessly. The appearance of these two lights startled the already panicked members of the Necronomicon sect. As far as they could see, two radiant lights were constantly clashing in the air, sometimes flying high and sometimes descending. They would bring devastation upon the land every time they got close to the ground, thrashing buildings and erasing anyone who dared to block their path from existence. In horror, the many knight apprentices could only try their best to get out of the two lights' way, to varying degrees of success. Unlike those weaklings, Liora could see what was truly taking place. With her strength and with a full view of the two lights, she instantly recognized their identities. Just like she had expected, the golden light represented the robed woman, while the red represented the unknown true devil. The two seemed to be caught in a fierce battle as if they were evenly matched, yet Liora could see that this was simply not true. In her field of vision, the robed woman could no longer be considered robed, as most of her clothes had been torn and were riddled with holes. However, her current appearance was neither alluring nor seductive. Her entire skin was covered in deep scratches and dripping with blood, while a deep bite mark could be seen on the left side of her shoulder, exposing the cracked bones beneath it. Though she carried the holy scepter and continually cast abilities, it was clear that the delicate balance could not be maintained for long. The holy light at the tip of the scepter was slowly becoming dimmer, signaling that the robed woman's life force was about to run out. Although Liora was a little disappointed that the woman could not endure it any longer, she soon felt relieved. It was already astonishing enough that the woman had managed to hold off against a true devil for so long. If she were to last any longer, Liora would have to wonder whether the two of them were performing an act, all in order to fool her. Since Liora could see the two warring parties and analyze their situation, the robed woman and the unknown devil had also caught wind of her. It's just that the latter chose to ignore her for the time being, while a look of delight flashed across the former's face, as if she had met her savior. She glanced at Liora, the scepter in her hand, and then at the menacing true devil, and seemed to have made a difficult decision. A trace of uncertainty flickered in her eyes as her fingers brushed against the precious gem embedded in the scepter. Unfortunately, though reluctant, she understood that this was the only way that she could survive. Thus, she gritted her teeth and took action. The knuckles of the hand holding the scepter turned white while her mouth opened, and she mumbled a string of low words that seemed to carry an inexplicable power. Suddenly, the gem on the tip of the scepter fractured. From within the crack, a golden light shot out and, as if it had located its target, rushed towards the true devil. However, the light didn't cause any damage. Instead, it quickly dissolved into pure light, as if the robed woman had failed to activate her trump card. But the unknown devil didn't laugh at her blunder. Not because he was being courteous, but simply because he couldn't. The moment the golden light touched him, a deep crimson color flashed within his pupils, while his consciousness went hazy. Instinctively, he stopped suppressing his devil nature. His body squirmed and began elongating, returning to his true devil form. The eyes of the unknown true devil flashed, and the suppression of his devil characteristics ceased. Immediately, his body began to grow bigger. First, he grew in height, and then horizontally. His body deformed. Black scales with a gray tinge emerged along his skin, soon taking the form of a majestic spiked armor. His skin split, and 4 more arms grew, 2 on each side of his sternum, while a third eye appeared on his forehead. The transformation was pretty quick. Yet, when the dust had settled and everything was over, the unknown true devil had turned from a kind-looking middle-aged man into a humanoid beast more than 10 meters in height, with 4 arms and spikes growing all over him. Still, the crimson color in his eyes remained. In fact, Liora keenly noticed that his red eyes were now filled with hunger, madness, and bloodlust, completely losing the earlier warmth and kindness. Although she couldn't understand what method the robed woman had used to achieve this, Liora realized what was happening. Through a bizarre method, the robed woman had managed to place the devil under illusion. That illusion didn't cause him harm or bring him any danger, but it led him to lose consciousness. Thus, his devil appearance was revealed, and his bloodthirsty instincts overpowered his rational side. Losing his consciousness and letting his instincts take control over his body, Liora could already predict the outcome. Sure enough, not long after, a deafening growl sounded as if a beast had been born. The unknown devil opened its mouth wide and howled at the sky, his piercing voice echoing throughout the barracks. Then, his body shot forward. His head turned and surveyed his surroundings while midair, as if he were searching for water to quench his thirst. Originally, the person standing closest to him should have been the robed woman. But after she cast her bizarre ability, she hurriedly escaped, opening some distance between them before disappearing. Thus, the people closest to the unknown devil were now none other than a team of cultists and a dozen holy knights. The unknown devil didn't mind, though. With a flicker, his body teleported beside the team and reached out with his hand, taking hold of them all. Panicked and shocked cries followed, but they soon ceased to exist. With a flick of his wrist, the unknown devil tossed the cultists onto his mouth. The many rows of sharp, serrated teeth began doing their work while his jaw moved up and down. Blood dripped out of his mouth as he gulped with difficulty, causing his throat and belly to elongate, like a snake that had devoured prey far beyond its limit. However, the unknown devil showed no discomfort. The red light in his eyes grew deeper, and even his strength seemed to have increased, as if he had taken a powerful tonic. He was about to continue his hunt and grab the nearby holy knights when a faint trace of disgust flashed across his face. As if he had recognized that the holy power would do him no good, he turned around, noting that these creatures could not become his meal. Then, vast demonic energy left his body. It turned into eerie crimson ropes, extending towards the cultists, wrapping them up, and pulling them towards him. While they were still midair and about to fall, the devil raised his head and opened his mouth wide. A large number of crunching sounds soon followed as the cultists became his meal. From his transformation to their death, only a few seconds had passed. Yet, during that short period of time, every single surviving member of the Necronomicon sect had died. The barracks were shrouded in silence. But that silence was destined not to last for long. The unknown devil showed no signs of having been satisfied just yet. He raised his head and scanned his surroundings, looking for his next potential victim. Instinctively, he searched for the robed woman that he had sensed not long ago. Although he had lost consciousness and moved purely by instinct, his disgust for the robed woman was deep, engraved onto his bones. Therefore, even in such a state, he was still looking for revenge. Unfortunately, the unknown devil couldn't find her, but he did find something else. A red-haired woman standing in the distance. Though she looked ordinary and unassuming, the true devil in this form could sense an aura belonging to his kin. This didn't awaken him from his stupor, though. Instead, it made him even more excited. He was longing to have a taste of his kin, a taste that was still fresh on his mind. There were no further words. One moment, the unknown devil was standing still, and the next one, he had turned into an afterimage. Instantly, he flashed before Liora and brought his hand down, like a human trying to slap an ant to death. The changes in the situation were drastic. The unknown devil's forced transformation, the robed woman's sudden disappearance, the death of all the cultists. Yet, though Liora was surprised, she hadn't lost track of what was happening around her. She immediately noticed the unknown devil's arrival and sensed the overwhelming power converging towards her. Seeing that a handprint-shaped shadow was forming around her while an invisible power was locking her in place, Liora didn't hesitate. She knew that what she was facing was a true devil. She could not afford to underestimate him as she had done to Marquis Lavender. Thus, she immediately activated her new ability, Life Ignition. With a thought, the life seed on her abdomen shook before bursting with life force, filling her body with unimaginable power. Her originally unassuming aura grew rapidly as she deactivated her shroud form, allowing the horns and other devil characteristics to appear. Then, dark shadows coiled around her right arm and transformed into a majestic sword. Gripping its handle tightly, she raised her head and swung it up towards the descending giant palm that was trying to wipe her out. Liora's figure was many times smaller than the unknown devil's true form. Standing in front of him, she seemed akin to an ant facing a menacing dragon. Yet, the power coursing through her body filled her with confidence. The sword in her hand traced through the air, drawing a line across the space, and arrived before the palm. Then, it struck it. Liora's arm trembled. The sword in her grasp shook, and, although made of pure darkness, cracks began forming all over its surface. On the other hand, the downward momentum of the palm only paused for a brief moment before continuing. A loud shriek followed as the sword could no longer withstand the power. With a clang, it shattered into fragments, quickly dissolving into shadows. Fortunately, Liora had never believed that her attack would be able to match the unknown devil's. She only needed it to win her some time, and it had achieved that purpose. During the brief pause of the palm, the darkness around her rippled, and a hole formed beneath her feet, swallowing her entire figure. The next moment, the palm finally landed. The ground of the barracks shook as a deep, many-meter-long handprint was left across its surface. Dust and gravel scattered everywhere, destroying what little remained of the nearby buildings. But the crazed unknown devil did not feel happy. He could sense that his prey had disappeared, and his palm had caught nothing. A furious roar soon escaped his mouth as he turned around and searched for his prey. Shuttling through the shadows, Liora watched this happen with a cold gaze. She didn't rush to take action. Though she had activated Life Ignition and boosted her strength, she was still fully rational. She understood that the current true devil surpassed her in both power and combat experience. Under normal circumstances, it should have been impossible for Liora to contend with him. Thankfully, the current true devil faces two major issues. Firstly, his power is destined not to last for long. With nothing left to devour, the faith making up his body will soon deplete. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, his loss of consciousness has made his senses far less sharp. I can exploit this to my advantage, Liora analyzed as she watched the true devil run in circles, searching for her traces. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed. The shadows around her squirmed, and she was ejected out of them. A short dagger materialized in her palm as she emerged behind the unknown devil and thrust it forward. Though standing, her figure failed to reach the devil's knees, much less his vital spots. But Liora didn't care. Swinging the dagger, she aimed at the tiny gaps between the spiked scales, letting its sharp tip and edge pierce through them. Once the dagger was inside, she let it dissolve into shadows, creating a large hole as a result and causing large amounts of blood to pour out. Instantly, the leg and even the entire body of the unknown devil shook. Though the wound was tiny when his entire body was taken into account, and the wound was not fatal, it still jolted him awake. Feeling the aura of his prey behind him and the pain in his right leg, the devil instinctively turned around. His crazed eyes reflected Liora's figure as he clenched his many hands into fists and punched down. But his blow failed to hit the target. The moment before any of the fists could touch her, Liora's mind moved again, and she blended with the surrounding shadows. Then, she shuttled behind the unknown devil, launching another powerful strike at the gaps in his defense. Before the unknown devil could respond, she vanished again, teleporting to another place. Soon, a strange scene unfolded amidst the ruins of the barracks. A towering humanoid monster launched a barrage of attacks on his surroundings, bringing devastation to the land around him. From time to time, a tiny, in comparison, figure would show up and suddenly attack him. The figure's blows did not cause much damage individually, but as they piled up, they began making the movements of the monster more difficult. Being at the heart of the battle, Liora was the first to notice this. She could feel that the movements of the unknown devil were growing increasingly sluggish, while the time it took for him to respond to her attacks was becoming longer. At the same time, the power of his blows was slowly decreasing, obviously a result of having consumed a large part of the accumulated faith. Liora breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that the method she used to deal with the unknown devil was unconventional and, under normal circumstances, should not have worked. The only reason everything went so well was that the unknown devil had lost consciousness and could not detect her presence. Otherwise, her hiding place would have been discovered long ago. At the same time, the loss of consciousness rendered the true devil unable to use any of his trump cards. He could rely solely on his physical body and the abilities engraved in his bloodline. Still, Liora didn't let down her guard. She knew better than to underestimate such a being, even when they were fully unconscious. Sure enough, seeing that his prey was constantly slipping away and that his power was decreasing at an astonishing rate, a rare trace of intellect flashed in the unknown devil's eyes. Though he didn't fully awaken from his slumber, he made a surprising decision. The demonic energy in his body boiled and rushed towards his many hands, transforming into dozens of thick, black metal chains. The chains seemed to possess a will of their own, and they shot out, creating a large prison cage in the area around him. Within it, the space froze, sealing it completely. The devil's outburst was not over just yet. Demonic energy rose through his long throat. It swirled within his mouth, taking a real form, and grew bigger, like an expanding black hole. The ground trembled as the unknown devil slowly lowered his head, aiming directly at the earth below. Then, he spat out the demonic energy. As if a nuclear warhead had fallen, the entire world froze. For a split second, nothing could be heard and nothing could be seen. But then, a bright crimson light engulfed the cage. The entire demiplane housing the cult's stronghold shook violently, affected by the devil's desperate attack. The final attack of the unknown devil caught Liora's attention. Instantly, she understood that she could not withstand the power of that blow with her current strength. Let alone now, in her weakened state, she would have found it difficult to prevent being seriously injured even if all her power was unsealed. Her first thought was to escape, but when she tried to shuttle through the darkness and leave the spiral attack's range, she discovered that it was impossible. The prison that the metal chains had constructed was not a random action of the devil. Instead, he had used it to seal the space, transforming this place into a cage for her. Seeing this, Liora's expression turned stern, and she made a quick decision. Her mouth opened, and, from inside, many symbols and words flew out. The symbols gathered into a devil rune in the air, and a thin thread shot out, launching at one of the nearby metal chains. Instantly, the chain's connection with the rest of the cage was severed. A gap appeared in the originally flawless cage. Though this opening was not enough to allow Liora to escape, it was more than enough to achieve her goal. Liora's mind moved and connected to the Holy Knight array that she had carved earlier. During her fight with the unknown devil, the Holy Knights had been affected by the aftermath and died. But thankfully, the array is still there. Liora commended as she confirmed its existence. Then, she gave a command. At the core of the array, the spear of the blighted sun began to spin erratically. Sometimes it spun clockwise, while sometimes counterclockwise. Still, despite its erratic behavior and sudden change of direction, its speed soon grew terrifying. Right below it, the devil runes making up the array's core suddenly parted. From inside, vast amounts of blood poured out and shot right at the spear. This blood was the essence of every single cultist that had died in the stronghold so far. now used by Liora as fuel for the array. Or rather, used as energy to overclock it. The blood dripped onto the spear of the blighted sun, but the spear didn't lose its holy nature. Instead, the blood seeped into it, making its holy power grow deeper and denser. The demonic flames that originally revolved around it disappeared, retreating completely, as if they had lost the fight with the holy power. In the sky, golden light dropped from the majestic high dome. Stopping right above the cage trapping Liora, the light gathered in the air and began taking form. First, a golden helmet, then a pair of arm guards, and then the rest of a knight's armor. In the blink of an eye, another new holy knight had materialized. It was just that, unlike the previous holy knights, this one looked completely different, both in appearance and in power. It stood more than 20 meters in height, taller than even the monster that the unknown devil had transformed into. Its power, fueled by the blood of thousands of people, was also extraordinary, surpassing the great knight rank. Following Liora's commands, the holy knight ceased flying. With a leap, it crashed onto the metal cage, blasting a wide gap along the metal chains. Then, it descended, landing right before Liora. But Liora's expression was still stern. Although the newly opened gap in the cage was indeed wide enough for her to pass through, she no longer had the time to do so. At any moment now, the spiral attack of the unknown devil would strike in her direction. Realizing this, she didn't hesitate. Her feet moved, and she launched at the holy knight. With a move of her mind, a small gap opened on its enormous body, from which she entered it. Then, the gap closed, like an automatic door. Before Liora could do anything else, much less breathe a sigh of relief, the attack of the unknown devil finally struck the ground before it. Instantly, the air froze. A bright crimson light first spread throughout the cage, crashing on its walls. Then, it traveled beyond it. The metal prison was unable to contain it for more than just a brief second. Its momentum continued unabated, impacting the space of the demi-plane. Cracks began forming on the space one after another, revealing a deep, horrifying darkness hidden behind them. The world seemed to work hard to repair the damage, but shortly after one of the cracks recovered, another one would soon form. For a brief moment, it seemed as if the world itself was going to be destroyed, plunging into eternal darkness. But fortunately, just when the world was on the brink of death, the crimson light started retreating. Slowly but surely, it got dimmer until it completely vanished, like a candle going out. As it did, the once prosperous stronghold of the Necronomicon sect was revealed once again. It's just that, unlike its earlier appearance, it was now utterly destroyed. The buildings and ruins had been erased from existence, broken down to their smallest structure. In the entire stronghold, only a towering monster stood alone beside a deep crater. Its body was bloody and covered in cracks, like a porcelain doll that was ready to break. Clearly, though it was his own attack, the unknown devil had also been gravely injured as a result. But still he was alive. He had survived, while his prey had disappeared. Or, at least, that was what the unknown devil, in his unconscious state, believed. But the next moment, this belief proved to be wrong. The shadows beneath him writhed. For thick, vine-like shadows shot from the ground and wrapped around his four limbs, like chains binding him. Though the unknown devil tried to move and break free, his grave injuries and the shadow's surprising toughness rendered him powerless. Just then, a figure appeared not far away. Staring at the unknown devil who was struggling to break the shadows, Liora neither spoke nor celebrated. She calmly raised her hand, and, as if responding to her summons, the spear of the blighted sun spinning in the distance rushed towards her. Streaking through the sky, it arrived next to her and moved into her palm, as if it possessed a will of its own. Liora waited for a brief moment before launching herself forward. With a leap, she flashed in the sky, appearing in front of the unknown devil's head. Then, her right hand moved, and she thrust the spear forward. The devil wanted to struggle instinctively, but the shadows binding him held him back. With ease, the spear's tip whistled through the air and pierced straight through his forehead. An angry roar escaped the unknown devil's mouth. For the first time since his transformation, it seemed that he was about to wake up from his slumber. But Liora knew better than to allow this. Reaching into her clothes, She took out the space orb and threw it into the hole on the devil's forehead. The next moment, the space orb seemed to have been activated. Its shiny body trembled for a brief moment, and, as if a hungry beast had awakened from its deep sleep, it drilled into the devil's flesh. The devil's physical body began to dissolve. His flesh, blood, and bones turned from material to illusory, transforming back into faith and pouring towards the space orb. Though the devil wanted to struggle and prevent the orb from devouring him, he was unable to put up any resistance. Soon, his body grew increasingly illusory until finally it vanished. His thunderous howl before his death was the last sign of him having ever existed, coupled with the space orb floating silently at the place where he originally stood. Its golden surface now shone even brighter, like a precious gem that had shed off its mortal nature. Liora stood alone beside the deep crater formed by the devil's desperate attack. Apart from her, the entire demi-plane was empty, shrouding it in absolute silence. Her current situation looked quite grim. Her entire body was dripping with blood while her skin was covered with serious burn marks. The life force within her had been exhausted, and even the life seed on her abdomen had shrunk, influenced by her continuous use of life ignition. Clearly, though she had survived the unknown devil's final strike, she had not remained unscathed and had paid a huge price. Part of her injuries were the result of the strike itself, but most of them were actually caused by her entering the Holy Knight's body. After all, Liora had yet to obtain immunity to holy power. As a devil, holy power was still deadly to her, arguably her biggest weakness. The Holy Knight, fueled by the essence of so many cultists, was immensely powerful, and its holy power was even stronger. Thus, even she, the Holy Knight's creator, suffered. But Liora wasn't too worried. Her current injuries would have left any great knight of this world crippled, if not dead. But she was not merely a great knight, and life force was not the only energy that she could use. In fact, Liora could sense that her demonic energy was currently surging through her body. The effects of the myriad devil's body, blood resonance, and renewal, worked tirelessly to help her recover. Still, due to the nature of holy power, its effects went far beyond that of any other damage that she had ever suffered. Pure holy power remained around her wounds, squirming like living maggots and attempting to make her injuries even more severe. Even with my healing abilities, it's going to take me quite some time to fully recover from the battle, Liora whispered. Fortunately, everything had already been taken care of. Marquis Lavender had died. The stronghold had been wiped out, and even the clone of the unknown devil had met his demise, becoming further nourishment for the space orb. Though there was still a person missing from that list. Thinking of this, Liora turned around and began to walk with difficulty. Soon, she stood where the stronghold's central building once stood, right in front of a large, deep hole. Looking at what little remained of the spiral staircase within it, Liora jumped down. As she was falling, the dark, rugged walls of the hole were revealed before her, as well as the many pits and dents in them. Although this place was underground and was not the epicenter of the unknown devil's desperate attack, it had still been severely impacted. Soon, Liora's free fall stopped, and her feet came in contact with the cold floor. Looking around, she found herself in the familiar underground facility, though it was now empty. The corpses of the cultists that she had killed earlier had evaporated, a result of the unknown devil's attack. Liora ignored this for the time being and walked deeper. Before long, she had arrived at the hall where she and the Marquis had battled and entered it. The moment she stepped inside, her gaze landed on the person responsible for why everything had turned out like this, the robed woman. After the robed woman cast the strange ability that made the unknown devil go crazy, she had used some bizarre method to hide herself. Let alone the unconscious devil, even she, Liora, had not been able to detect her. Fortunately, this place was also affected. Otherwise, I might have missed her, Liora muttered as she glanced at the now unconscious robed woman. Her already serious injuries had grown even worse, while a small pool of blood had formed right beside her. Liora could sense that the robed woman's aura was extremely weak, as if she would die the very next second. Clearly, her plan to make the unknown devil go crazy and engage in battle with Liora had succeeded, but she had unfortunately failed to make her escape. Affected by the battle's aftermath, she had lost consciousness and now lay here powerless. However, Liora's eyes didn't stay on this enemy for long. Soon, they moved on to the item that the robed woman was currently clutching tightly despite her being completely unconscious. The item glowed with a golden light that made its appearance blurry. Yet, Liora could feel a familiar sense of longing originating from her body. It was the same yearning she had felt while in the hall deeper underground, at the time when she gazed at the item guarded by the devil's statue. Elder, all the traces lead to this place, but everything seems to have vanished at this point. In a shadowy forest, a team of knights wearing thick golden armor was standing silently in front of a small hill. An aged man wearing a long robe was surrounded by the team, while also being the person addressed by the knight on the side. But the elder didn't respond. The moment the team's footsteps came to a halt, his full focus was on the small hill not far away. It's that hateful aura. Is the Necronomicon sect behind everything? The elder muttered as he slowly raised the scepter in his hand. As he poured his life force into it, the large gem embedded on its tip glowed with a rainbow-colored light, which shot out and struck the hill. With the elder's strength as a great knight, the light was more than enough to destroy such a landscape. Yet, when the light met the hill, it caused no harm at all. Instead, a small gap opened in the space itself, revealing the boundless darkness hidden behind it. "Let's go," the elder commanded as he stepped into the gap. The team of knights behind him quickly reacted to his orders and followed. A world on the brink of destruction. Large, deep craters everywhere, fractures that looked like scars on the surface of the earth, and countless remaining auras. These were the things that the team of the Holy Church saw upon entering the gap. Feeling the remaining demonic energy filling the air, the elder couldn't help but frown. He recognized this aura. It was the aura belonging to the being worshipped by the Necronomicon sect. Coupled with the scene before him, he immediately judged that this should have been their stronghold. What is the saint doing here? Is her disappearance related to the Necronomicon sect? He wondered as he raised his hand and signaled to the knights behind him. "Go and investigate this place. We're going to meet here in half an hour and discuss our respective findings," the elder said, and everyone rushed to complete his commands. The elder didn't let his subordinates do all the work, though. He also stepped forward, using his own methods to investigate what had occurred in this demi-plane. Before long, the team of the Holy Church gathered again. As everyone reported their findings, a rough picture of what had taken place appeared in their minds. So, this place was indeed the stronghold of the Necronomicon sect. It's just that for some reason, an unknown team of knights invaded this place and fought against them. During their battle, the saint seems to have been unintentionally involved and participated in the fight on the side of the invaders. At the end, the Necronomicon sect was unable to keep up with the opponent and chose to summon their lord. The question, though, remains: did the invaders manage to kill the Necronomicon sect's lord, or were they defeated, and the saint was captured by the sect? If it were the former, everything would be fine. Most likely, the saint was hiding in a secret place and recuperating from her injuries. But if it were the latter, then things would be troublesome. With the relationship between the Holy Church and the Necronomicon sect, it didn't require much thinking to guess what the saint's final fate would end up being. In the elder's opinion, this was also the most likely scenario. After all, he knew the power of such beings best and understood that it was impossible for mortals to fight against them. It didn't matter who the unknown invaders were. As long as it was not the Holy Church or the royal family, no one else could deal with such a creature. Thinking of this, the elder's eyebrows furrowed. He knew the importance of the saint to the Holy Church. Otherwise, the Pope would not have bestowed that upon her with no hesitation. Just when he was about to order the knights to conduct a deeper investigation and find any potential clues, the elder's expression suddenly changed. "Who?" he questioned as he turned his head, his gaze landing on the entrance of the demi-plane. Instantly, he noticed that another team of knights, just like theirs, had appeared there. It was just that the team of the Holy Church wore thick metal armor and exuded an aura of warmth and kindness, while the other team was adorned in black and looked sinister and evil. Their aura and appearance made their identity obvious. They were members of the Necronomicon sect. The moment the elder saw them, his expression darkened. Though the two cults were mortal enemies, this didn't mean that they would fight upon meeting each other. A side would only take action if they were certain that they would emerge victorious. And now, the Elder had sensed that the strength of the Necronomicon sect's team was similar to theirs. That would have been fine at any other time, but considering that the Saint must have fallen into their hands, it was difficult for him to make a decision. Should he attack, or should he first communicate with the opponent? Since the Elders saw the members of the Necronomicon sect, the cultists also immediately noticed the Elder and the team of knights around him. It's just that, unlike the Elder, the cultists didn't hesitate. They had already learned that their stronghold had been destroyed by someone, and now that they arrived, they discovered a team of the Holy Church, as well as boundless holy power remaining in the ruins. Clearly, it was the Holy Church that had invaded and destroyed their stronghold. Attack! Immediately, the person in charge of the Necronomicon sect's team yelled. Following his shout, the cultists rushed forward, choosing an opponent and swinging their swords at them. At the same time, the leader launched himself at the Elder, engaging in close-quarters battle. From their arrival to the battle's beginning, only a split second had passed. The members of the Holy Church didn't have the opportunity to even speak, much less explain what had happened. Of course, even if they had tried, the result would have been the same. In their opinion, their saint was still in the hands of the Necronomicon sect, and in the Necronomicon sect's opinion, the remaining holy power, only wielded by the Holy Church, was evidence of their involvement. While the members of the two infamous cults were clashing, they were unaware that the true person responsible for everything had quietly left the ancient beast wilderness long ago. Having killed the unknown devil's clone and having collected everything of value in the stronghold, Liora didn't remain in the forest for long. Without even waiting for her wounds to fully recover, she hurriedly left the land inhabited by the beasts. Only a few days later, she had returned to the territory of the Iron Armor Empire. More accurately, she had returned to the fiefdom of Earl Black Tulip. The nearby nobles were originally preparing to make some moves when they learned about the death of my father. But perhaps because they sensed something amiss, they have ceased their actions for now. Listening to Eleanor report what had happened during the time that she was gone, Liora nodded her head to show that she understood. In fact, not much had changed since she left for the Bloodshield Baronry. Although she had experienced a lot and her strength had undergone massive changes, jumping from just reaching the true knight rank to becoming a great knight, not much time had actually gone by. Hence, Eleanor did not have much news to report. Still, Liora noticed a well-disguised worry hidden within her eyes. What's wrong? She couldn't help but question. Well, Lord Liora. Eleanor paused for a brief moment before continuing. Alex has been trying to involve himself with the earldom's matters. I believe he noticed your disappearance and thought that you wouldn't return, she said, her voice becoming lower the more she spoke. Alex. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Leora's first reaction was that she didn't know who it was. She was about to ask further, but when she combed through her memories, she soon remembered. Alex was a knight apprentice and the son of the only true knight remaining in the fiefdom after Earl Black Tulip's death. Though that true knight was now crippled and seriously injured, Alex's status and his individual combat power were indeed enough to allow him to interfere in the earldom's matters. Noticing Eleanor's pleading tone and seeing her teary blue eyes, Liora understood that she was requesting that she deal with him. However, Liora immediately shook her head. She didn't care about such a person when she had just descended to this world, much less now that she had regained most of her combat power. She had just obtained the great achievement of killing the clone of a true devil. If she were to go out of her way to take action against a mere knight apprentice, her reputation would be forever gone. No, he's no longer a mere knight apprentice. It should be a true knight now, Liora thought, as her consciousness expanded and observed the situation of the Black Tulip Mansion. She immediately sensed that Alex had secretly managed to advance to a true knight, becoming the second true knight in the entire earldom and the only one who could actually fight. In comparison, Eleanor, who was still at the peak of the knight apprentice rank, seemed a little shabby. Without Leora's support, she and her younger brother would find it difficult to retain their control over the fiefdom. However, this is a great opportunity for me to test my earlier hypothesis, Liora thought, and her eyes staring at Eleanor grew deeper. Then, under her pleading gaze, she coldly refused. No, I won't interfere any further with the matters concerning your fiefdom. Don't ask for my help unless there is an outside faction threatening you." Her voice echoed in the room. Although Eleanor had expected such an answer, it was inevitable that she still felt a little disappointed. But judging from Leora's expression, it was clear that she wouldn't be able to change her mind. There was no need to plead any further. Thus, Eleanor nodded her head. After she reported a couple more, less significant things, Eleanor turned around and was ready to leave. Looking at her departing back, Liora suddenly seemed to remember something. Just when Eleanor was about to close the door behind her, Leora's voice rang directly in her mind. "Alex has already become a true knight. If you possess any trump card, you should make use of it as soon as possible." Eleanor's hand holding the knob paused for a brief moment when she heard those words, but she soon resumed her action. "Thank you." Only her faint voice remained behind, as Liora was finally left alone in the room. However, she didn't rush to do anything. Instead, her consciousness expanded and followed Eleanor, watching her as she entered the mansion's central building. After having a brief conversation with her brother, the young earl, she closed herself in her room and began practicing. Liora keenly sensed that Eleanor's life force was surging, while her aura was fluctuating violently. Obviously, the fact that Alex had managed to advance before her had stimulated her. With the current situation, it wouldn't take long for Alex to take over the earldom and for her younger brother to turn into a mere puppet, with the title of the earl but no power to make decisions. Now, Eleanor was trying to become a true knight to break the situation and seek a way out for herself and her brother. Watching this, Liora didn't show much surprise. Eleanor's choice was within her expectations, and it perfectly matched what she would have done if she were in her shoes. Now that my part of the contract has been completed, I can more easily investigate my earlier suspicions. That's right. With the destruction of the Necronomicon sect's stronghold, Leora's part of the deal had finally been completed. This allowed her to understand that everything had gone according to plan. Most likely, the Holy Church and the Necronomicon sect believed that the other was responsible for everything, and the two would clash in the future. Therefore, the Black Tulip earldom had been saved. At least for now. Nodding her head, Leora's focus turned back to reality. Subconsciously, she couldn't help but brush her fingers against the space orb's cold surface, secretly wondering just how much she had gained over the past few days' experience. With a move of Leora's mind, her life force poured into the space orb. The next moment, a familiar light appeared, opening a gap in the space before her. At the same time, the space orb in her hand vanished, as if erased by an invisible hand. Liora paid no heed to this. With a step forward, she entered the gap that subsequently closed. When her eyes opened again, she was inside the space orb's interior, a space too small to live in but large enough to store valuable items. Due to her previous adventures, the space was now packed. Corpses, precious items that she had obtained from the Necronomicon sect's stronghold, and even living, breathing people, though it was difficult to ascertain that they were actually alive. Looking at the robed woman, whose injuries had yet to heal and who had remained unconscious during this time, Liora didn't rush to wake her up. Although this person, a high member of the Holy Church, was certainly valuable and worthy of interrogation, dealing with her was far from the most urgent thing. What Liora cared about the most at the moment was the items that she had collected during her trip, items that Marquis Lavender and even the unknown devil seemed to value greatly. The first thing that Liora picked up was a thick book that she had found somewhere in the underground research facility. It didn't possess any extraordinary power, but the value that the Marquis attached to the research piqued her interest. The book was in the form of a diary rather than a report, most likely kept by the two crazy researchers. As Liora slowly flipped through its pages, its contents were slowly revealed before her eyes. Day 12. The Holy Sect has ordered that we conduct new research. Over the past few days, many corpses of women and men have been brought over. They requested that we conduct research on their blood. Day 35. Under our full efforts, we have discovered that every person's blood seems to contain a strange substance. The more of that substance one possesses, the more likely they are to become a knight. Moreover, this substance seems to be linked to one's talent. This is truly groundbreaking. No wonder the Holy Sect attaches such importance to this research. Day 132. After months of trying, it is now possible for us to extract some of that substance. However, grafting it onto another person is impossible for now. Every test subject has broken down upon having it enter their body, most likely a result of their lack of compatibility. Day 289. It has been discovered that the blood of women has a higher compatibility with most people. As long as enough substances are extracted and the process is conducted slowly, grafting it onto other people is finally possible. Day 300. The first experiment was successful. Several substances were grafted onto a person who previously lacked the talent to become a knight. Now, they can actually train. Although their talent is very bad, and they will remain as a knight apprentice for the rest of their life, this success is enough to show that we are on the right path. The book's contents perfectly matched what Liora had overheard during her infiltration, though they went into more detail. Still, Liora was left unsatisfied. The thing that interested her the most was the god's inheritance that she had heard repeatedly since her descent to this world, as well as the bloodline seed mentioned by Marquis Lavender. Although such research was certainly interesting and might be useful in the future, it was none of her concern for now. Thinking of this, Liora's gaze shifted towards the two most valuable items that she had obtained. One in the underground room with the devil's statue, and the other found in the robed woman's hands. It seems that I'll have to personally inspect those things, she whispered as demonic energy emerged from her body and wrapped up the two objects. Then, it brought them closer, stopping only when they were a few centimeters away from Liora's face. However, Liora didn't stretch her hand and pick them up. Instead, she continued manipulating her demonic energy to let them float in the air, while her eyes carefully sized them up. Two shiny metal orbs, one red and one golden, each having countless intricate symbols engraved on its surface. These symbols seemed to fit together perfectly like pieces of a larger puzzle, outlining an indescribable image. Although Liora had never seen such an object before, sensing the longing of her life seed and recalling the information she had just read, she instantly recognized the two orbs' identity. Bloodline seeds, the inheritance bestowed upon the humans of this world by the gods, and the thing that allowed them to escape the life of captivity. However, this holy item, which countless yearned for, revealed a completely different appearance in Liora's eyes. In her field of vision, the two things floating in front of her were not shiny orbs, but a pair of blood droplets. The droplets squirmed eerily like two living insects, while quiet, inaudible voices came out of them, tempting everyone in their vicinity to devour them. Her life seed was responding to that call, hence the peculiar longing she was feeling. Liora was not horrified by this scene. Though slightly surprised, she had seen far more terrifying things. Therefore, she was able to calmly analyze the situation, or rather, discover some other unexpected aspects. The bloodline seed I obtained from the robed woman seems to be many times more active than the one of the Necronomicon sect. Is there any difference between them? She pondered. But after a few seconds of thinking, she thought of an answer. The information she had obtained earlier resurfaced in her mind as she quickly pieced everything together. If I'm not wrong, the bloodline seed I obtained from the Necronomicon sect is not the gift given by the so-called gods. Instead, it is something artificially created through the extraction of the substances in other people's bodies. This also let Liora understand that Marquis Lavender had not revealed everything to his son, Edric. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the existence of this bloodline seed. But this also makes sense. The experiment of the researchers has already been successful. If the Marquis really needed to, he could have grafted those substances onto himself and enhanced his talent long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Liora understood that there was likely something that she didn't know, something that had not been mentioned in the previous diary nor spoken about by the Marquis. Fortunately, there was someone here who might help her understand. Thinking of this, Liora turned her eyes to the unconscious, robed woman. Diana had a strange dream. In that dream, she chose to infiltrate the Necronomicon sect's stronghold in order to find out their secrets, only to be discovered by the great knight stationed in it. Though she made a quick decision and managed to flee, a series of unfortunate events caused the otherworld invader to cast his projection onto the world and fight her. During their subsequent battle, Diana was forced to use her ultimate trump card and escape before hiding underground. Then darkness. That was all that Diana could remember seeing before losing consciousness. As her mind began working again, her eyelids lightly fluttered. Diana felt that her mind was dizzy while her limbs were heavy, as if metal chains bound them tightly. Still, she opened her eyes with difficulty. But once she did, she didn't find herself in her room as she had originally been expecting. Instead, she found that she was currently in a small demi-plane covered with floating clouds and packed with items. When she checked her own state out of curiosity, she discovered that her limbs were indeed wrapped with metal chains, fully restricting her movements. Coupled with her many injuries and the familiar back of the woman sitting not far away, Diana understood. So, everything was not a dream. It indeed happened. She smiled bitterly. Although the worst had not happened, and she had not fallen into the hands of the Necronomicon sect, the current situation was not much better. A hostage was still a hostage after all, no matter in whose hands they were. So, you're finally awake. Just when Diana was taking in everything that happened, a discordant voice suddenly interrupted her. The moment Diana woke up, Liora had already discovered it. In fact, the reason she had even been able to wake up was because of her. Otherwise, with Diana's grave injuries, it would have taken her weeks if not months to regain consciousness, much less recover. As Liora's words fell, she turned around and cast a glance at the robed woman. Immediately, Diana's appearance was revealed before her. With long black hair and a pair of black eyes, she looked totally unassuming, albeit slightly beautiful. Still, her beauty was far from breathtaking. One would be able to find hundreds, if not thousands, of women similar to her in a small city, much less in the Iron Armor Empire. Yet, Liora noticed that the woman possessed a peculiar aura. She recognized it. It was the aura that only people in positions of power possessed. Baron Bloodshield and Marquis Lavender both possessed it, and even she, having ruled the Crucible for quite some time, did too. However, Liora didn't pay much attention to the robed woman's appearance, nor would she be enamored by this aura. Staring at her hostage, she didn't choose to engage in any small talk, but went straight to the topic. "Do you know what the function of these bloodline seeds is?" she questioned. As she spoke, her demonic energy wrapped up the 2 drops of blood and brought them in front of Diana. Initially, Liora believed that she would have to summon Alpha if she wanted to get something useful out of her. But surprisingly, Diana didn't refuse to speak. Instead, her lips curved into a sneer before she spoke up. "Bloodline seed? Is this what the Necronomicon sect calls these things? It seems that this cult has truly lost most of its ancient records." She chuckled, her voice filled with contempt and disdain towards the sect. Liora keenly captured this, but she didn't reply. She calmly waited for Diana to resume her speech. Indeed, after pausing for a few seconds, Diana continued talking. "Only those heretics would dare to refer to the holy items as bloodline seeds. These are clearly the godheads bestowed to humans by the gods. As long as a great knight is strong enough, they can integrate it into their body and advance further. However, they must possess a suitable method to do so." Cough, cough. Suddenly, Diana stopped speaking, as if she had said something that she shouldn't. Her cheeks turned red as she lowered her head, seemingly to hide her embarrassment. However, such tricks would not work on Liora. She could guess that everything Diana had just said was on purpose, all in order to tempt her or at least make her curious. After all, in Diana's opinion, she, who was able to defeat the unknown devil's clone, must have reached the peak of the Great Knight rank long ago. Thus, her seemingly unintentional words should have been enough to pique her interest. Indeed, only a few moments later, Diana's next words confirmed Liora's suspicion. "To call them bloodline seeds and ask for their function? It seems that you do not belong to the royal family. You've already made an enemy of the Necronomicon sect. Why don't you join us, the Holy Church? I'm certain that a great knight like you will be greatly valued. Perhaps the Pope can immediately bestow upon you the method to use the bloodline seed to advance further." Diana made an offer, her tone filled with sincerity. In fact, Diana's offer was not a total lie. A knight with the strength of Liora would be valued no matter which faction she chose to join, including the Holy Church. If she managed to convince her, not only would Diana solve her current predicament, but she would get a powerful ally. Unfortunately for her, Liora remained noncommittal. She neither agreed nor refused, but instead asked another, Simple but pointed question. Is the scepter you used earlier related to the so-called Godhead? Perhaps it was because such information was widely spread within the Holy Church, or perhaps Diana truly valued Liora and wanted to bring her to her side, but she didn't hesitate to reply. Indeed, this is a creation developed by successive generations of the Holy Church's popes. Using the Godhead, the Holy Church can bless ordinary items and grant them unimaginable power and abilities. At the same time, through special methods, one can consume the Godhead as material to forge divine artifacts. The scepter you speak of is exactly one of those artifacts. Diana subsequently revealed a lot of information, both about the bloodline seeds as well as the three major factions of the Iron Armor Empire. Yet, though she seemed completely honest most of the time, she would immediately shut her mouth and refuse to say anything every time Liora wanted to dig deeper into the secrets of the Holy Church. Clearly, Diana knew what she should say and what she should not. Revealing some useless information might help her win Liora's favor, but revealing the Holy Church's secrets went against her beliefs. Liora did not mind this. The information she had obtained was already enough to satisfy her for now. Moreover, Diana would not go anywhere. If she ever needed to know something in the future, she could always come and ask her, though Liora would have to judge at that time whether to trust her answer. Done dealing with the hostage for now, Liora shifted her focus back to the spoils of the previous battle. With a casual wave of her hands, another book flew in front of her. It's just that, unlike the research diary she had read just earlier, this book was related to knights. To be more accurate, it was the knight technique of the Lavender family. As Liora quickly flipped through its pages, the entire knight technique was imprinted in her mind, as if she had practiced it for years. Having recovered most of her strength and having experienced the power system of this world, she was able to understand this knight technique many times faster than when she obtained the technique of the Black Tulip family. The two techniques are pretty much the same. Both focus on the continuous transformation of one's life energy, either through consuming outside resources or through hard training. The way to achieve that transformation is also the same. However, there was one major difference between the two knight techniques. The Lavender technique actually contains information regarding the realm above great knights. King of Knights, she muttered. Liora was not surprised when she read this title. She had already heard of it while infiltrating the Necronomicon sect's stronghold, coming straight out of Marquis Lavender's mouth. What actually interested her were the details of this rank. After all, a great knight possessed strength equal to a ranked young devil. This meant that a king of knights was equivalent to a lesser devil, matching the strength Liora had at her peak. The advancement to a king of knights follows the previous path of knight training. It still focuses on transforming one's life force. It's just that the transformation that a king of knights must go through is different. Rather than increasing the quantity and quality of their life force, they have to transform their life seed into a divine core and their life force into divine power. And to do this, all they have to do is accommodate a bloodline seed in their body. As soon as she read this information, Liora's previous questions were answered. Why did Marquis Lavender not use the results of the research to enhance his talent and thus advance to a king of knights? The reason was simple, because he couldn't. Or rather, he didn't need to. All that was required for his advancement was for him to obtain a bloodline seed and accommodate it into his body. Then, he would naturally advance. When Liora read further and saw the method for one to accommodate a bloodline seed, she understood why he kept it a secret from his son. There is a large number of requirements, but the main one is relatively simple. One only needs to use the life of their closest family member to ripen the bloodline seed. Seeing this bloody and cruel method being described in great detail, Liora couldn't help but sneer. At the same time, she brought the two bloodline seeds closer and took a look at them. She had confirmed during her conversation with Diana that the seeds looked perfectly normal to her, like divine items bestowed by the gods. Clearly, without the status or strength of a lesser devil, people couldn't discover the true identity and appearance of the bloodline seeds. Though not confirmed just yet, the Marquis mentioned that there were 108 of such seeds. Reaching the peak of the Great Knight rank is indeed difficult for the humans of this world, but there must have been many people who have accomplished this over the past 2 centuries. One would expect that there should be a lot of King of Knights. So, where are they right now? Although Liora had not come into contact with such beings so far, she could make a rough estimate regarding their number. Judging by the fact that dukes, the highest of nobles, were only great knights, it was obvious that only the three main factions possessed knights reaching the King of Knights rank. But in Liora's opinion, kings of knights should be rare even within these three factions. Overall, she guessed that the number of King of Knights in the entire Iron Armor Empire could be counted on 2 hands. The Lavender technique mentions that a King of Knights has already half ascended to godhood. If they wish to, they can leave this world, ascending and entering the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm was described as a higher realm, the place where the true gods resided. But Liora would, of course, not believe this. If there was indeed a Divine Realm and gods were real, hers and the unknown devil's existence would have been detected a long time ago. In a world with gods, divine punishment would have arrived the moment they entered it, blowing them to smithereens. Rather than believing in the existence of the imaginary divine realm, Liora was more keen on believing that there was something wrong with the King of Knights rank, or more accurately, with the bloodline seeds. But this also made perfect sense. To others, accommodating a bloodline seed to advance was perfectly normal, just like how they had previously consumed resources to train and improve their physical strength. But in Liora's eyes, accommodating bloodline seeds was nothing more than embedding the blood of someone else in one's body. Worst of all, the source of that blood remained unknown. Even Liora could not recognize it. Just when Liora was deep in thought, her eyes suddenly narrowed. With a move of her mind, a gap formed in the space before her, which soon rushed towards her and engulfed her figure. The next second, she had returned to the real world, exiting the space orb's demiplane. Upon her arrival, her consciousness expanded and quickly swept through the entire Black Tulip mansion. Immediately, she found what she was looking for. In one of the central rooms, an aura was surging rapidly. Going deeper, Liora saw that the owner of that aura was Eleanor. Seated cross-legged with her eyes closed, her body continuously cracked and reassembled, growing stronger with each alternation. Her blonde hair whistled through the air like writhing snakes, while a hint of black flashed in her hidden pupils. Suddenly, Eleanor seemed to have broken through a certain limit, shattering the invisible film that was limiting her. Her aura stopped fluctuating, and her life force roared, signaling the end of her transformation. Under the pressure of Alex and the fear of being unable to help her younger brother, Eleanor had succeeded in advancing to a true knight. Eleanor's eyelids fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, a rare tinge of black flashing in her pupils before it quickly disappeared. However, Eleanor neither realized nor cared about it. Her full focus was currently on the result of her advancement, or rather, on the changes in her strength. Feeling the seemingly boundless power coursing within her muscles, she couldn't help but be filled with confidence. But she wasn't lost in power just yet. She understood that the most important thing at the moment was not to revel in her newfound power, but to deal with the matter at hand. With my current strength, I should be able to protect my brother. Although both Alex and I are true knights, there are differences between true knights. Overall, I should be able to defeat him. Thinking this, Eleanor subconsciously clenched her fists, her eyes shining. Just when she was about to dig deeper into her power and become familiar with her newfound strength, a discordant voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Congratulations. With your advancement, there should be no issue with regaining control over the Black Tulip fiefdom. Hearing this voice, Eleanor jumped up in shock. Her right hand acted on its own and moved towards her waist, ready to take out her sheathed sword and strike at the intruder. But when she turned around and saw that familiar face, she subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and returned the sword to its sheath. An awkward smile appeared on her face as she spoke up. Thank you, Lord Liora. Part of the reason why I was able to advance so quickly is because of your reminder. If it were not for you telling me about Alex's advancement, it would have taken me months of hard work to become a true knight. While Eleanor was talking, she sneakily sized Liora up. To be honest, Eleanor still didn't know much regarding her identity, though she had certain suspicions. Still, despite her suspicions, she believed that her advancement to a true knight should have narrowed the gap in strength between them. Even if Liora was stronger than her, Eleanor thought that the difference between them would no longer be that big. But through this brief interaction, Eleanor understood that she had been gravely mistaken. To be able to silently enter her room without her even noticing, only discovering her existence after she spoke, Liora's strength was still unfathomable. At least, Eleanor knew that if Liora wished to, a single strike was more than enough to kill her. Eleanor's gaze failed to escape Liora's detection. Still, she didn't point it out. Noticing Eleanor's surging strength and feeling the confidence she subconsciously exuded, Liora couldn't help but ask the question in her mind. What are your next plans? Are you going to reveal your strength to the rest of the Black Tulip family and gain their favor? If you are willing, I'm certain that they will fully support you, even if Alex wishes to oppose you. Her question caught Eleanor off guard. Liora's previous refusal to take action against Alex was still fresh on her mind. Therefore, she didn't understand what her purpose was in asking this now. Still, she knew better than to lie. Instinctively, she lowered her head and clutched the corners of her clothes, her hesitation clear on her beautiful face. But after a few moments of internal struggle, that hesitation vanished. It was replaced by surprising decisiveness. Raising her head, Eleanor looked straight into Liora's crimson eyes. After a brief pause, she shook her head and replied, "No. Although revealing my strength may indeed win the support of some family members, this will only solve the problem temporarily. Sooner or later, Alex and his supporters will try to rebel again. The only way to solve the problem is to nip it in the bud. As long as Alex is gone, no one will dare to go against my brother and me." Although Eleanor's voice sounded the same as usual and her appearance remained exactly the same, her demeanor seemed to have changed under the silver moonlight. Not much time had passed, but compared to the holy appearance she displayed when Liora first descended into this world, Eleanor now looked completely different. Of course, Liora didn't judge. Hearing Eleanor's plan, she neither pointed out any flaws nor inquired further. Instead, she calmly nodded her head. "I see. I wish that everything works out fine for you in the end," she said before the darkness beneath her swallowed her place. Staring at the place where Liora stood just a moment ago, Eleanor's face remained calm, not showing much shock regarding such a bizarre ability. After she evened out the messy corners of her luxurious dress, she turned her attention back to her own changes. Eleanor knew that she needed to become familiar with her own strength if she wished for everything to work out.